that's what we'll do. Let's get the first person on today, which is Alfie. Let's see what's going on with Alfie today. I'm also going to be playing the SU7. Hello, Alfie. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that I got to get on the Fireside chat. So, first I want to say that I didn't talk in English with my voice in such a long time that my accent is basically destroyed. I can
That's all good.
But I'm Romanian. I'm from Eastern Europe. Don't expect too much from me, though I'm pretty good in class when it comes to English.
Your English is perfectly fine. Don't worry about it.
Thanks. And history too. I'm like first in the class. I wonder why. I'm like the only War Thunder player there. My other classmates played War Thunder a long time ago and then left it.
Yeah.
I'm the one playing and active on it. So basically, I do have a question about this event we're having right now, the export event.
Yeah.
How did people get that Leopard prototype? Because it's so early. How did they get it in like 5 days? I see videos of people playing that.
Oh, so if you're talking about content, are you talking about content creators?
Yeah.
Right. So content creators like me and many others, we get given test drives for these vehicles. So yeah, we got given a test drive for the Leopard and also the F5.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and it's basically to make content around it, right?
Okay, because I was very confused how you got it this fast.
But no, there's that, and then also people might be using the gaijin market to
thinking about that.
But I think grinding wise, normally in these events it takes like 2 days to make one thing. So yeah, I don't think you'll be able to make it yet.
Well, this week I will buy my first PC, everything from the how do I say it? How do I call it? The PC itself and everything. It's a pretty good PC. It's like an Intel Core i7.
Nice.
And it will hold War Thunder in a pretty good shape. So I'm really glad I will have it because now I'm playing on PS4 and console War Thunder on consoles gets kind of neglected on the graphics side and bugs and everything else, and so I'll be glad to have the PC. Well, last time in the last Fireside chat, if I recall it correctly, someone called out about Romania in the game. So since I'm Romanian, I got very interested in the subject, but I didn't get lucky enough to get called in the chat, in the call, talk about it.
Yeah.
So multiple people, the majority of people are saying that Romania would be a very good mini factory, side factory. How do we call it in Italy?
Subtree.
In the Italian. Yeah, subtree in the Italian factory. I do get why people would like that, but Romania would be more historical accurate with Germany. I mean, Germany has a lot of tanks and all, but historically talking, Germany and Romania went through kind of the same phases from fascism to communism and democracy. And basically, Romania would fit pretty good in there. If our politicians get smarter and they decide to buy either Abrams or Leopard 3A7, it would be very good since we really need that. The TR-85M1 isn't going to hold it very good against Russian tanks if it comes to it. The T-90, it's not going to be the T-90 or the T-40 Armata. I mean, we do have spy rockets, but tanks are important too. And we have a pretty big number of them, but they're kind of not very good. So yeah, I think Romania would be a better fit in the German tech tree since they went through the same phases, and we were on the same side.
I mean, Italy also had the whole fascism thing going on.
Yeah, and plus to the helicopter side, Germany had French helicopters, even in War Thunder. Like, let me see in the picture right here. The SA 313B Alouette 2. It's a French helicopter, and the Tiger UHD, like the French Tech 3 and the German Tech 3 both have it. And Romania also had one of the few vehicles that was a collaboration between a NATO country and the communist country, the Warsaw Pact country. That would be the Yar 330 Puma, and it was a collaboration between France and Romania, and that's pretty cool. And it would be a good fit in the game. At some point, I don't know if it needs to be more advanced, but I don't think that Puma would be really that competitive when it comes to attack helicopters. Like any attack helicopter like the HA-1Z would beat it. The Cobra will beat it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Would you prefer a subtree idea, even if it was for Italy, or would you prefer them being event and premium vehicles?
Oh, subtree, 100% subtree, right. Because the event vehicle stuff, it's pretty annoying always when it comes to like other countries that are not in the game, like a sub-tech tree or I don't know what tech tree itself, like the Israel thing. Why? It was stupid for them to put all those Israeli vehicles as event vehicles, because now the only way you can get them are through Gaijin market, and they're very, very expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. The other thing I would ask is, so obviously, you talked about the subtree idea.
Yeah.
Do you think that Romania would not be able to have a full tech tree or a full independent thing?
Well, Romania could have one if we either develop a new tank, which I heard we're developing like a new tank, but I don't know for sure. I don't know. Or either we buy the Leopard 2A7 or Abrams. Then we could have a pretty good tree.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that makes sense. Is there anything else you want to chat about?
No, not really. That's pretty much it. I didn't come here to like take a lot of time. I just had a few questions about the event in Romania itself.
I mean, that's pretty
much.
Well, how about here before you go? So, could you name like 3 Romanian vehicles you'd like to see in the game?
Well, the first one would be the Yar-93, because it was a pretty good ground attack aircraft at its time. The next one would be the TR-85 M1, because the M1 would fit in the game at a lower BR, of course, like 9.7, or I don't think 10.0 will be really good for it if it got up here, but a 9.3, 9.7 would be okay. It would be okay. And the best vehicle that would be really cool in the game, I mean, the game would need to get new aircraft, because the MiG-21 Lancer, it's a very good aircraft among like the aircraft in the game if it would be to be added.
Yeah.
It has good avionics, and it's basically modernized in a collaboration between Romania and Israel. And you know what with Romania and Israel, like the TAM2 IC, I think it's called, the new Argentinian tank in the Premium 3. TAM2 IP. It's an Israeli modernization of the tank in collaboration with Argentina. And I think it's the best TAM in the game, and it's premium, and it's kind of a pay to win. I'm not really complaining about it because it's a light tank, but still, it's the best TAM in the game. So yeah, the vehicles I would like to see in the game are the Yar-93, which already has a model developed. I think I don't know if it was you or another YouTuber, but someone talked about it, because there are developers that make vehicles are not from Gaijin, but they could they could put vehicles in the game if Gaijin wanted to. And the Yar-93,
which one is it?
I think it was a Russian kind of developer which made the Yar-93. It already has photos and all. The skin is made, the aircraft is made, the mechanics are complete. If it were just to Gaijin to accept it in the game and put it in the game, that would be pretty much all it had to do to put it in the game. It would fit in Russian tech tree or German tech tree. I don't know how they would put it, because I don't think they would put a Romanian subtree ever in this game. They scrambled too many Romanian vehicles, like the R81C, the SM79B, the R360B, which was a helicopter in the France tech tree. I'm really sad because they took it out. I don't really know the reason. All I know is that supposedly, quote unquote, they thought it was too similar to other French helicopters in the tech tree.
Mm.
But I don't think that's the real reason, because let's be honest, there are a lot of similar tanks or aircraft to other tanks or aircraft in the tech tree. So that would be a pretty much stupid reason. And you can't even find it in the Gaijin store, and they search for it. So I basically have no chance to get it. My only bet would be to test drive it when I go in the wiki, in the War Thunder wiki, to look at it and then give it a test drive when I get my PC, of course, because when I try it on the PS4, it won't let me with any goddamn vehicle. So yeah, my best bet is just to test drive it when I get the PC, get a few seconds of happiness, and get back to disappointed.
I wonder.
So yeah,
I think maybe. So they might bring it back as a GE vehicle, right? Because that's normally what they do with those vehicles.
that would be really cool. That I would
Yeah.
be really happy for that. I mean, it would be pretty expensive since it is a helicopter at a pretty high BR, because helicopters are high BR, and it will be pretty expensive. But to be fair, I'd buy it, because when am I gonna get the chance again?
Yeah, that's
Probably
true.
never. So I'm a buy it anyway.
Yeah, I know there's so there's a guy who posts on War Thunder Live. He's called Nova R and then something. He's the guy who makes a lot. He's like one of the more public figures who make like models for the game. Like he made the Arado, the 196, I think it is, the hydroplane and stuff like the TAR 154 and the HE 219. And I know he's been working on a bunch of IAR aircraft.
Oh,
So,
that's interesting. Oh, and one interesting thing, I recently found out that Romania had H5s and IL-28s. I didn't know we had jet bombers. I thought our bomber line stopped in World War II, and then we just went with jet fighters and attackers. But we had jet bombers, and that's pretty much interesting for me. And we had the H5. I think it was 2003 or 2001. I forgot which year was it. But in the 2000s, we planned to send the H5 to an UK air show. And we painted it really beautiful, like it's with blue and gray, and it's pretty much beautiful. I really like that camo on it.
yeah.
But the problem is, like 2 days earlier, it crashed. It wasn't like a fatality crash, but it ripped one wing off. The pilots, the crew, and the pilot got out safely. They weren't injured, but the aircraft misses one wing. Though it's on display on, I don't know, it's either an aircraft grave or a aircraft museum. I don't know, but there are photos of it, and it's really beautiful. It's a shame that it didn't get to go to the UK, but if it crashed in Romania, then it's possibly it would have crashed in UK too. So yeah, it's better that the pilot survived. Anyway, the fact that we had IL-28 and H5s would help us to be in the German tech tree, since they have one IL-28, and that's pretty much it. Like, why not have another Romanian one or an H5, which is basically the same thing but Chinese?
Yeah, that's fair. It could have a nice unique skin on it too.
Yeah, just the skin. And there are other aircraft, like, you know how the Russian and German aircraft that have Spanish Air Force skins, camos on them, and all you have to do is either bomb bases with a number of ton of bombs, or either if it's a fighter to destroy a number of players with it. And then you get the camo, the Spanish Air Force camo, when it was that civil war in World War II.
Yeah.
It would be cool if, let's say, on the MiG-3, because Romania captured a lot of MiG-3s and other tanks and artillery pieces, but they're not important. The MiG-3s are important because the MiG-3s are in the game.
Yeah.
And it would be cool if it got a Romanian camo, since we captured a lot, but a lot of them. Or, I don't know, a premium vehicle itself, but I don't think they would do such thing. So a camo would be pretty cool because it's a camo. It's not that difficult. It's not an entire new vehicle. I would be glad with a camo. At least one. They basically
nice
just forgot about Romania. They put some Romanian things in the game, Romanian vehicles. They put the Romanian helicopter in the French Tech 3 just to take it out, and that's it. They forgot about Romania. Romania is no more. But they focused on Hungary with the Leopard 2A4 camo, and I looked through the chests from the updates, and there's like a MiG-21 camo for the Hungarian Air Force, and why? Why not something Romanian? A camo at least on the IL-28, or I don't know, the MiG-3 or anything. Just anything.
It may be worth maybe talking to some of the skin creators, because I think a lot of the skin creators, they're from like the community, right? Like they're on like War Thunder Live. It might be worth asking them like if they can maybe start making some, because those are the ones that get put in boxes. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I'd have to check.
That's a pretty good idea. I'll be looking into that. I really want like at least one new Romanian camo in the game.
Yeah.
Also, if it were to be like a full Romanian texture in the game, and let's say the game had submarines, Romania would be a pretty good fit because Romania had a good number of submarines in the past. Like we don't have modern powerful submarines, but we're planning on buying some from France or Belgium. No, it was either France or Netherlands. I forgot which one was it. I think France. We were planning on buying like 3 new electric submarines from France. So if it happens, and let's say somehow Gaijin manages to balance submarines in the game, Romania would be a pretty good fit. And to balance on the tank problem, because we do have aircraft, but the tanks, we don't have powerful enough tanks. Well, Serbian tanks would be a pretty good fit in the Romanian Tech 3. Yeah, because Serbia and Romania love each other as countries. Serbians love Romanians, and Romanians do the same with Serbians. And it would be a pretty good fit since we're neighbors.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think it would resolve the problem because Serbians have the M84, and it's basically a modernized T-72. It's not that big of a deal. The M80, the M85, not the TR-85 M1 and the M84 are basically kind of the same concept. Take a Soviet tank, modernize it enough, and that's it. It's not gonna beat the Abrams, or I don't know, the T90 or T80 BVM. I mean, it has the Romanian TR-85 M1. It has a chance to beat the T80 BVM, I think, but not in the front-on-front confrontation. That I don't think it really has that big of a chance, but I think it has one. I mean, it's a pretty modernish tank, but not that powerful. We really need new tanks.
I mean, the South African tech tree only goes up to what, 9.7? So I feel like, you know, if you've got a vehicle which is around that, yeah, it should be okay. Or even lower. Like that's the thing about subtrees, right? Like they don't have to.
Yeah,
they don't have to go to 11.0.
Full top tier. Yeah, basically the TR-85 M1 would be a good fit for the German tech tree, or a Romanian subtree in the German tech tree, because again they went through the same political phases. almost the same. Germany got split into were full-on communists, but it doesn't matter. They went to fascism, communism, and democracy. We went to the same thing. So yeah, it would be a good fit there. Plus, Romanian vehicles are not copy-paste outright. Like we made vehicles of our own. Plus, we made like how do I call them, anti-tank armored vehicles, which have like um, anti-tank rockets, guided rockets. We bought some Soviet ones, which are not in the game. The Concourse, the destroyers, they should be in the game because they do have the Stram S and the Chrysanthema S, but the Concourse is nowhere in the game, and I think the Concourse would be a good fit in the game, at least are between Stram S and Chrysanthema S, since it's basically the same thing but on wheels instead of tracks.
Yeah.
An armored vehicle with guided anti-tank rockets. But anyway, Gaijin has to work more on their bugs and other problems and balance on vehicles, because they kind of do some problems there. And it's really sad when you think about the Sagittario too, because I never played it. I'm not at that rank. Of course, I bought the R81C because it's not that how do I call it, expensive, and it's a pretty good aircraft at its BR. But the Sagittario 2, it's very, very, very expensive to play. Like 33,000 is a lot. I mean, I do get if it's powerful enough, and I could settle for this repair price and other, I don't know, ways they balance it with an up tier and everything. But at least to give it back its old belts, because it's not historical accurate if they remove them and just let the Sagittario 2 with one type of belt. It just feels off to have those belts removed from the game, even though the Sagittario 2 had them in real life.
Did they ever give a reason for
that?
Like,
I mean, the reason they removed them because Sagittario 2 is a good aircraft, from what I know. But if they're going to make it very expensive to play and like raise its better rating, at least put its belts back. I mean, if it gets to fight the F4U Phantom, then let it fight with its own belts. Because I do predict Gaijin is going to put that thing at a higher tier. I don't know, they just hate it for some reason. They just beat it with repair cost, with its belts taken off, with the better rating. I don't know why they hate it so much. I mean, I do get skilled players can be very powerful with it, but skilled players can be very powerful with anything in the game. So what's the point?
Maybe it's not just skilled players who are powerful with it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good reason, but I don't think every player will be good with it. I mean, if you give me a good aircraft, I'll probably still use with it. Like my newest premium bought aircraft is the P-47 M1, because my first reason for buying it was because it was sexy. Like that blue camo, it's very beautiful. The second reason is because it's the most powerful P-47 I own, and I could own, because other P-47s in the game, I don't think they're as powerful as this one. I think this is the most powerful one, if I'm not wrong, of course. But anyway, I just wanted to have it. And it's a pretty good aircraft. Sometimes I do make good kills and good plays with it. But I'm not that good of a player in this game. I just like to play it for the sake of it, because there's no game like War Thunder. War Thunder has tanks, helis, planes, boats, and other Navy stuff.
Yeah.
War Thunder is like a unique game, and you can find something resembling War Thunder. Like DCS only focuses on aircraft, World of Tanks focuses on tanks, and World of Tanks had a very big part of the game has like made up tanks. They're not real tanks. And that's a bit weird and bothering. I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's a good game for those who like playing a more arcade-ish game. But if you want to play something more realistic, which has tanks, planes, and helis and navy stuff, War Thunder would be the best call here.
Right.
So I'm not a very good player, but I play it because it's mostly historically accurate, and because it has a lot of content.
Yeah, that's true. There's definitely a lot of stuff going on with it.
Yeah, because of War Thunder, my interest in history grew, and I looked into historical operations and wars. I think my favorite period would be the Cold War, because the Cold War was very interesting with the jet fighters and tanks developing, and SAM, ground to air, how do I call it? I forgot. The SAM rockets and nuclear, of course, the nuclear power. Because nowadays, if you're going to nuke a country, a developed country, with the power of taking down any plane in its airspace, you won't just go YOLO with an aircraft with a little nuke on its belly and then drop it. But if you don't want a kamikaze, of course, if you want a kamikaze, then probably North Korea would do such thing. But if you want to attack a country with nuclear power properly, you do it with a thermonuclear ballistic missile. That's the best bet. And it's pretty scary and fascinating at the same time how North Korea got Hwasong Shaishp, I think it's called 16. I said 16 in Romanian. Sorry.
That's so good.
Sort of had. Yeah, and it has, I think, 4 warheads, and that's a lot. North Korea does a lot of weird stuff. Like, they recently added tractors, or how do I call them in English? In Romanian, they're tractors. Basically, vehicles that farmers use with rockets attached in the back. Yeah, tractors. They added tractors. And I think one ingenious and very weird thing they added in their military is that ballistic missile launched from a train. It's a pretty clever idea. You can hide the train in a tunnel, and because it's a train, it's mobile, so you don't really know where it's launched from and where it will land.
Well, it'll be on the track somewhere. That's the problem the World War II guns had.
Yeah, now I remember when the American Liberator bombers followed the train to get to Ploiești to bomb it, and I think Romania managed to capture one bomber, not because the Americans landed it, but because they how do I say it, crashed it lightly. I don't think they opened its gear. I think they just slipped the aircraft belly on the ground, and it got captured. I do have a real life photo in my phone with the B-24 Liberator, I think it's called. Let me see. Yeah, B-24D Liberator with the Romanian Camo on it. That would be a really cool camo in the game, actually. Imagine if you just have the B-24 and you look in the camos and you see the Romanian camo. But it would be weird since it was captured, not like exported to Romania.
Yeah, maybe
so one day. And I don't think so. I don't think the US is gonna give us really powerful stuff. I mean, I don't think the US gives powerful stuff to countries anyway. If they're going to export something, some vehicle or type of weapon anyway, they're gonna export like a weaker variant of it, because they're gonna hold the most powerful variant for themselves, like any country would do.
Yeah.
Like what if you like sell your new most powerful tank in the world to a very good friendly country, and they just decide to switch on you and attack you? What do you do? True. I mean, you know its weaknesses and everything, but
I
it's
mean,
still gonna be
generally, I
annoying.
don't really think about geopolitics in that way, but I suppose most people do for some
Yeah,
reason.
yeah, but a country won't give its best to another country. It's gonna give something good, but a weaker variant of their own
Hey,
vehicle.
Max.
That's basically the export model of everything.
Yeah.
Like the Chinese in the game Chinese F5, it was added F5A. It was added in the game because it's weaker than the American variant. Now the American F5A is going to be in the game because of this event, but it's not going to be attacked through our premium aircraft in any way. Or like still the A5C, which is the export variant of the Q5A. That's basically it. It's a bit weaker, I think. Wait, is the Q5A weaker than the A5C, or am I like mistaken them?
It's way weaker, yeah. The A5C is
Oh,
based off the Q5B.
I think I mistaken them. Yeah, the A5C it's the hard BR anyway.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's my point.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not very interested in Fireside chats, so I'm not pretty sure I'm going to have the luck to come to be invited on this again. But I'm going to come here to listen to other people's ideas.
Anybody's welcome to come on, man. Don't worry about it. Don't second guess yourself. I hear a lot of people doing that. Don't worry about it. If there is an issue, I will let you know there is an issue. So don't worry about it. I'm pretty straightforward with these things.
I'm glad to hear this. Well then, thanks for your time and thanks for the people listening time. Now I'm realizing how many people were listening to me. Now it feels a bit awkward.
No, it's all good, man.
But thanks for the time and for listening to my stupid ideas and opinions. Yeah, have a great day. I suppose in Romania it's almost 9 p.m. It's like 8:50 p.m. and it's really dark outside. But I think in Canada there's like day. It's day.
Yeah, it's 11 a.m.
So yeah, have a great day. I'll be still here to listen to other people's ideas while I play War Thunder.
See you later, Alfie. Thanks for coming on. Alright, so that was the first one. Thank you, Alfie. And also, I see all you guys in chat, talking about stuff. Obviously I'm focusing on the calls, and then we'll focus on, the chat stuff later on. So thank you all for saying hello and everything, but obviously focus on a few of the things at the moment. Let's get the next caller in. Let's see what's happening with Milo today. Hopefully he's doing all right.
Hello, TEC.
Hello.
Strafing. Let me plug my headset in. Okay, 1 second. Oh, it's all tangled up. Oh, disaster. Okay. Disaster already struck.
That's all good. Whenever I hear your voice, I think of that guy who gets smashed in the face in that video, and he says, "I can't believe you've done this."
Can't believe he's done this. Yeah. There we go. Okay, I'll try and be as interesting as the first time I was on. Throughout the week, I've made points on my phone, my notes app, talking points. So we have lots of stuff to talk about here. What's the most topical thing right now is the event. Yeah. And what? As an average player, another 80. Bit peed off, Zach. Bit peed off because I saw nothing events really for me. I'm like a 9-3 Germany player. Let's be realistic. I'm not going to get the tank. But I was like, HMS Mohawk. I'm British. That looks interesting. Yeah. I realized you need to do the event twice to get it.
Yes.
Twice.
Yeah, you got to go through it twice. You need around 160 boxes, I think.
I realized that today, and my heart sunk. I realized all this grinding has gone to waste because there's no chance I'm spending that much time doing it, and it's just such a shame. Such a shame because I have access to these vehicles, and as you know, I can't. It's just so much grinding. It's just unbelievable.
Oh, I completely agree. I think these events, if we're looking at like these events compared to everything else in War Thunder, these are the most what I'd class as unfair. Not just because of the grinding, but also because you can only get half the prizes anyway, even if you do the full amount. So it's just annoying.
the full amount is atrocious as well. It's not being rewarded for it. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's so what, 400, so it's 4,000 minutes
a day.
Well, 4,000
minutes. In total. Yeah, 400
which
a day.
Is insane.
Okay, this branches to my second point. Everyone in chat and YouTubers and watch this later, get ready. I reckon from now on, they should make the event vehicles be added to the tech tree and make them premium. There we go. Bomb dropped.
Well, so you can get an event one, or you can buy a premium one, like that.
So when the event happens, they get added to the tech tree, and the event vehicle is just a premium version of it. What do you think of that?
Oh, okay. So you'd be able to grind like a standard version of it, and then, or you could like get, or the event would give you a premium version. So the event would give you a premium version, and it's added to the tech tree, because we're beyond the stage of event vehicles being snazzy and unique. Obviously, the object, whatever it is, the APC Sling and Beast, and the Macavers, like, we're at the point where everyone wants to enjoy these vehicles. Like, especially on console, it's very difficult to get into the Gaijin marketplace, and it's no one's got time for this. Obviously, your community is a very, very dedicated amount of players, but still, I see a lot of people complaining, and they have complete right to. And we should have access to these vehicles, which are obviously like very cool vehicles. These vehicles are desirable to play. I mean, this new Leopard's insane. And who's going to have it? The top 1% of players who are actually very good at the game is going to absolutely destroy it. It's crazy. I mean, for me, I've always been in favor of giving people more opportunity to play these things. So I'd be fine with it. I think all the guys who like the market stuff would be a bit pissed off, but I don't care personally.
Who are they at the end of the day? Who are they at the end of the day? Like, come on, people clubbing people at the end of the day. Like, give out some rest of us, because so much time and effort goes into amazing vehicles, and it's just such a shame to see them essentially go to waste.
Yeah.
It's just absurd at the point of doing this, and especially now with compression, because this Leopard too. If you tell me this thing's 9.7, absolutely no chance. The compression's ruined this thing, because it has no real place. Put it at 10.0, it sees 11.0, and it gets clubbed. You put it at 9.7. Have you seen what some YouTubers been doing in this tank? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be an insane vehicle, or at least it should be.
It's in a weird spot. I feel like, obviously, I'm not going to go on that compression, because we could talk about 100,000 hours and not get anywhere with it. Maybe more.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, another idea. I said this a couple of times in chat about the Israeli Super Sherman. With the induction of the two new AAs, the 11.0s, the things that have the VT1, the Finnish one and the French one. Yes, the ITOs. I really like the idea of adding a vehicle, not letting it go to waste in a tech tree. Adding it to more than one tech tree, like the ILs. Is this a bad idea? I think it's a good idea. Obviously, you can't do it with every vehicle, but maybe they should be thinking of adding vehicles to go more than one tech tree, because there's a lot of incredible vehicles which are just kind of, I wouldn't say wasted, but their full potential isn't unlocked when they're just going to one tech tree. Obviously, historical accuracy and everything like that, but
I mean, they're already kind of doing that up to a point. Like you've got the Leopard 204 for Germany, and then you got the SDR V121 for Sweden.
The BMPs,
the BMPs, the PT-76.
Okay,
maybe not that one. Never mind, because that's
it's variation.
The Chaffies, that's a good one. P40s. So they're kind of already doing it. They could probably do it more. The only issue with doing it to a crazy extent is I've seen a lot of people complain about the copy and paste issue, right? Like that seems to be like the main thing when it comes to China. Like when I talk to people about playing China, because China actually is pretty decent like tech trees.
Very
people
good.
always say, well, I've already played them, so why would I play them again, right? So yeah, that's a bit of an issue.
I agree with that mostly, because what's the worst thing that can happen? China gets more vehicles. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's a more fleshed out tech tree. It's induction. I was saw Friedman earlier was talking about India in chat, and I feel like India has to be added at some point. They're part of the BRIC nations. They're the game's going, the direction the game's going is more modern vehicles past the Cold War. And I think India has a real point to be in this game. I feel like they're going to start
Yeah,
interesting, because obviously Indians are like a British ally, but we've got South Africa. So I've got a point written down here is a pirate tech tree. So it's essentially like a combination of many minor tech trees in one. It's just a bad idea. Can you tell me if it's good or not?
So I've heard this idea in many different forms before. Normally, what people say is a minor European tech tree, or like an Asian tech tree,
a BRIC nations tech tree.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, like they basically go, okay, all the countries in Europe that wouldn't get a major tech tree, let's put them all together. And it would kind of work, apart from you realize most of those nations already use the same vehicles that are already in the game. So it would basically just be a copy and paste tech tree with a few like little unique things. But they could definitely do it. Matchmaking nowadays is a lot more open. Before it used to be much more historical. Now it's just kind of what works best. So yeah, I think they could do something like that if they wanted to. I'd rather do the subtree idea thing, but it's a possibility.
Yeah. Last time I was on, I talked about the dominance of the G91 and 84 early in ground RB. It's absolutely destroying games. Yeah. It's a bit funny how they get BRs get loads. A couple of days after. How does that happen? Because
I don't know.
Like little Benny's level 20 who researched it, gone to RB and just sucked ass with it, and they're lowering it. They really should be monitoring these, not the top tier players, because they're going to club in anything, but they need to be careful of this, because it's already ruining my games at 8-0. And I see people on YouTube disagree with me in the comments, and some people stand up for me when I talked about this last time. But you can't just. It's easy said than done. Though, spawning in a ZSU and shooting it down. Half the time you can't even do it, because, like you said, you're trying to. Best thing happens with these things, you trade, or he makes a bad play, and you still can't shoot him down because he's traveling at a million miles an hour.
Yeah, like if we're talking about facing like pretty much any A in the game, like I can kill it without dying and stuff like the G91. Like it's not hard to do, Like it's actually really simple to do. But yeah, I think they reverted that change.
Okay.
Hopefully, at least it wasn't on the BR changes anymore. There was a lot of changes in that which were like, "What the hell are you doing?" kind of thing.
Yeah,
like it was nuts.
Yeah, because I saw the ZSU 37 too. It's moving down again. Is that still happening to 77?
Yeah, that's still happening. Yeah, I don't know why.
And it's bizarre, like you said. It's good at range. It's a long range shulker.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think it's gonna see the King Tiger. It's just bizarre to think that thing was seeing 9-3, now it's seeing 6-7. It's absurd. It's just I know. I feel like recently the way they're adding in vehicles, they're adding in like kind of high, just with caution. Maybe since the EBR, because what was the EBR added it? I felt like the EBR was added at 2.0 because it's just going up every BR update now.
Yeah, I can't remember where they added it, but it was very low.
I want to say 4.3. I genuinely think it was 4.3 or 4.7.
No, it was 4.7. Yeah.
I think it was 4.7 because I remember it was the same BR as the FL10 Sherman. Just easy to think about. Now it's going to be at 6.0.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
It's mad. And once again, it's just the good players in the event vehicles. Because who's got it? The players who grinded the event. And do you think bad players grinded the event? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, once again, like an EVR, a tech tree EVR. When's it going to happen? What are we going to get first? BR decompression or EVR tech tree?
What's kind of interesting is that vehicle's like repair cost hasn't gone through the roof. Which normally, like when you look at like the Sagittario, right? Normally, when you have a vehicle that's crazy imbalanced and keeps going up and up and up, normally their repair costs are insanely high. Like the Lorraine when it was first started was like 6-7.
20k SL, wasn't it?
Sega. Yeah. It got up to like 25k or 20k or something, and then it got 7.7, and now it's reducing again. But yeah, it's there's a few vehicles like that, but the EBR has never been that way. Like it's like what's its repair cost right now?
Wanna know why? It's premium. You're getting this guy Jim Schmeckles.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it might be actually. Like right now, yeah, its repair cost is less than 2,000 SL.
Oh, you die that thing 10 times before you have to fix your Ferdinand. I know the Ferdinand's obviously very well balanced. I think it's a good balance thing, but still. It's because it's premium, literally. It's like the what's that? T10A. It was less than 1,000 repair cost. I know it's a heavy tank, a Russian heavy, but less than 1,000.
Yeah, it's 1,200 now. I think it was like 750 when it got added. But yeah, the other the premium one that I remember went crazy high was the GR1, the Harrier. Yeah, it's at 12k right now, but that's still nothing compared to a few other vehicles.
Yeah, Supercore is quite high as well. It's like around 12. I kind of learned that in a bad way. Using a ground RB like a madman. So why am I losing a cell? Oh, yeah, I'm using it as a kamikaze aircraft, and it's got like a 50,000 cell repair cost. Oh no, oh no. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. You know, I always speak about balance changes and repair costs, but isn't the STB got quite a high? The that 7.7 stabilized Japanese tank that's got quite a hefty repair cost, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's always been insanely good. They're actually moving it up in BR now.
Yeah.
The main issue the STB had was it was always the best 7.7 in the game, apart from maybe the Lorraine, but it didn't have a lineup ever. So it was like, yeah, you either do well in that or you lose.
You live and die by the sword. What's the worst thing that happens? Japan gets a good tank. Oh no. That's how I see these things. You know, it's like a minor nation with a good vehicle. It's fair enough. It's the only vehicle at BR, and it gets nuked by crazy repair costs. I don't like that personally because I'm as being a bad USSR and Germany player. Like, I don't mind these vehicles being good because that's the only vehicle they have, and like I know I get spoiled with all these amazing vehicles. It's not the end of the world. Let my nations have something. It's an incentive to play them. Like you said in your videos recently, it's not just these amazing players playing the minor nation tech trees.
Yeah,
it's normal people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people who just play like the minor nations, and it's not that they're insanely good players. It's just what they enjoy.
It's playing minor nations, nothing more to it.
Yeah, exactly. And I really don't like the narrative of like, oh well, everybody who plays this nation must be amazing at the game and better than like the average and all this stuff. But yeah, I guess banded around a lot. Just kind of sucks. But what are you gonna do?
Absolutely. I don't want to get involved. I want to stay on track of War Thunder here, but when I watch a lot of your videos, you kind of say, play a vehicle as it's intended to play, and you reap what you sow. And I see some YouTubers dogging you for this, and it's just completely out of order. And I listened to your advice. I was using the ME262 U1 like a bot, squadron vehicle. Oh, it's a jet. I'm going to dogfight with it. I sucked ass. Use it as a intended purpose, like you say. Ground pounder. I'm farming these checks like it's nothing. Like it's no one's business. I just sit at the back. I go and hit the ground targets. So on 3,000 score, head top of my team. Like worst case scenario, we lose. Best case scenario, I win and get another check. And even if we lose, you still get a check, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And something I want to say, because I don't understand. I'm not big into watching like a lot of War Thunder content creators, but when I do, like, I don't know why you get a little bit of hate, but it's stupid. I just don't get it.
Well, I mean, the main reason is because let's put it like this, right? Like, let's say you want to just like come home and just like do what you want to do, right?
Yeah.
Let's say you wanna I don't know, dogfight with a B-29 because
I want to dogfight with a boom and zoom plane. It's only good boom and zoom, not good dogfighting, and I'm gonna suck ass and cry about it.
You want to you dogfight with a Do 335 or something, and then it doesn't work for you, and then you start losing SL and you start getting annoyed, and then there's this guy over here who's like, hey, maybe you should try doing it this way, and then they go, well, why are you trying to tell me how to play it? Right?
I cried
pretty much how
when
it
you
goes
said
every time.
I cried when you said that people forgot how to boom and zoom. I literally cried laughing.
It seems like
it's true. It's actually true. No, I got my super course.
It's crazy, man.
I got my super course there. I started dogfighting. Oh, I suck ass. No, I saw them booming and zooming with it. It's stupid. I'm not sure if booming is an aircraft, but it's working with me now. But it's just I don't get it. It takes literally 5 minutes. Type in this aircraft, watch tech video on it. Try, as content creators try to say, try not to fall asleep watching tech video. Learn how to play aircraft, and you reap what you sow. Honestly, that comment's absolutely ludicrous. How people say they fall asleep watching videos. Like this guy's got a 10-minute video about an aircraft or a tank. He's done his research. He typed in everything about it. And he explains to you its production, and he even has it timestamped about how you use it in game. And people still complain. People don't use their brains to think. I'm sure of it. People don't use their brains to think because I love watching your videos about how this plane was why it was made, how it was made, and how to use it in game. And that's brilliant. That's one, no one else does that. I'm going to be honest with you. No one else does that, and it's beautiful to know everything about these aircrafts. It's just a shame that people don't like them.
It is how it is, man. Like I've learned to ignore a lot of it because whenever you have opinions online, there's going to be people who disagree, like and they're going to be vocal about it, right? It's just how
you tell them the sky is blue, the earth's round. They disagree with you.
Yeah,
it's crazy. That's some stuff written down.
Used to it.
I like to say I like the channel rebranding and the new logo. It looks brilliant.
Yeah, I think it's nice.
Not sure anyone else has realised. I have. Brilliant. Also, the shave. You look sexy as ever.
Oh shit, I don't think so. Fuck, man. I don't like shaving at all. Like I like having a beard.
I can't grow facial hair.
Oh well, I mean the problem. So right now, the problem I have is now it's like growing back. It's like fucking sandpaper on my face. Like it's so rough. I have crazy like tough hair, I suppose is the way you put it.
Fair enough. I mean that's a problem to have. Some people can't grow beards. I don't think I will be.
But would you like to have a beard?
No.
No, exactly.
Complaining for no reason. Okay. I have some more remarks here. So I live in Jersey. I try and dox myself. My great grandma was still alive. She lived through the occupation. All the German soldiers. And
really?
Yeah. So yeah, I think she was like 16 growing up. She had my grandmother during then, and she used to house some Russian stowaways because obviously about the war. You know what Germans did to the Russian stowaways. Yeah. And as I've got older, War Thunder has taught me to care about history and how it's so important. And I think that's a really underrated aspect of playing this game. Really, it's about learning. I already knew about a lot about history about where I live, but I saw a video not too long about Jersey, and I found that quite interesting because if it had a Jersey and a Jersey map was quite accurate, I'd be the guy for it because I know it's a 9x5 island and knows everything about Jersey. So you've got a couple of Char B1 turrets around the fortifications where I live. So that's pretty.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty interesting, but they've got nothing else really interesting. They were kind of under-equipped. They were kind of even asking the people where we lived for resources because they literally ran out. Because I think it was about 10%, 11% of the whole entire northern wall was used in Jersey for fortification because Hitler was so hell-bent crazy on holding British territory, and it just had no purpose holding Jersey. I still find that crazy. 11% on a tiny little island of Jersey. Yeah. They used a whole entire northern wall. Seawall was used, which I find absurd.
That is really pretty nuts when you think about it.
Yeah, well, yeah, considering how much Tigers costed, very absurd, and how much everything costed. Yeah. So 11% of the whole entire German's military's budget of the wall being used in Jersey. I think that's absurd. I don't want to be too specific about what I talk about, but these 780 German USA jets are absolutely absurd. They smack me in my 262. I hate it.
Yeah,
I hate it. They're really good.
The F80s are massively undervalued by people. They're insane. The F3D as well. Like the F3D is way undervalued at the moment. For like what it is. America easily have like the easiest jets to get into at low tiers. They do everything well. They don't really have a weakness,
Yeah, they beat high props and they beat the early Mayan Nation jets and even the Germany jets. I mean,
yeah,
pretty crazy.
The 262s are in an awful place right now, though. Like, I'll definitely say that.
Yeah, can they even go down? So I don't know too much about Arabic, but from your perspective, can they go down?
Probably not.
Yeah, it's like an awkward situation.
Yeah, because so in like 6.0 to 7.0, you've got a decent amount of like super props, right? And normally the thing they do better than the 262s is they have better low end acceleration, and also they have better turning. So you can kind of survive against them. But 5.7s, there's like a huge drop between like 5.7 and 6.0. And it wouldn't be very pretty, I don't think.
I've noticed that my Corsair, when you get down to it, it's the premium one. It's just absurd. You feel like Jesus out there. Honestly, it's crazy. Little footnote here about every BR you play. There'll always be these new premium players. Earlier, I saw what they call what is premium German USA jets. The F89.
The F89s.
I saw a level 5 player in one of them and tried to dive a base using its rockets. Incredible. I should have said, but it was amazing watching him fly past me and just rocket these bases doing absolutely nothing, and I shoot him once, he's crashed into the ground.
Oh, that was another vehicle, wasn't it? They were going to put down one of the F89s. I don't think they're doing that anymore, or at least I hope they're not doing that anymore. That would be a really bad idea again.
They're quite fast and maneuverable, you know. They're not even 262s, but they're heavy. They're just good aircraft. It's kind of annoying to play against, to be honest.
Yeah, they are. Like that rank 5 for America is super strong, which is why like when people ask me, you know, what jets should you get into? Normally, like America has the easiest like stepping stones into it compared to the nations. Like the Soviets, all of them have awful guns when you go into them. Yeah, and then the German ones, like I don't know, at least the starter ones are very subpar right now.
It's a full tech tree as well. There's no gaps. It's very full. It looks small because it's so full, but it's not. It's huge and it's just full. Even Germany's missing from 8.3 onwards. It just dips. There's just nothing in there. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah. There's just nothing.
Yeah, and the problem is there's not a lot you can add either. You basically maybe some Soviet aircraft and I think it's called the Alpha Jet. Which is, but that's like a ground pounder. It might not be the Alpha Jet, but it's a subsonic, basically CAS aircraft that they could add, but it's nowhere near, you know, the same.
Question about these BR changes and economy changes. So when we see anything like the Shackleton go up from 6.0 to 6.3, obviously it's going to see jets more often than it did. Yeah. What happens to its repair costs when vehicles go up? What happens to repair costs? Will it instantly go up, or will they wait for it to go? Will they wait for it to change it? Because it's 28k right now. Is it going to go down immediately when they put it to 6.3, or are they going to leave it there?
So they normally don't change economy costs at the same time as BR ones. So there'll probably be economy costs in about a month. They normally wait a month to readjust stuff and then like put it up, which is why like when you look at the Sagittario, it went up in BR and then afterwards it went up in repair cost, like, you know, a few weeks later.
Yeah.
And that's, so with the Shackleton, when it's fully spaded, it's 35k, which, because I spaded it yesterday, and I still have like 7 free repairs on it from spading it. But the thing that's interesting about Jet Combat is even though everything's a bit faster, normally the engagements are like low to the ground, right? Like it's like 0 to 3k.
Yeah, it's really. If you have a slower aircraft, I like drawing things to the ground, just hoping, or just flying towards my teammates like a coward, hoping that someone would kill something for me.
Yeah.
But it's annoying. I just forgot what I was about to say. Damn, that sucks.
That's all good.
I'll make something up. Come on, brain, think.
Yeah, I think when it comes to bombers, we have seen as they go up, the repair costs go down. So I think the Shackleton should be no different.
Talking about bombers, are we done for bombers? Because I've seen the videos recently talking about the introduction of bombers with no armament and stuff. As a man who likes just watching a tech video and having War Thunder in the background bombing, I quite enjoyed that. I understand they're bad for when it's a smaller lobby and you've got half team on bombers, but bombing's kind of fun. You kind of just chill. What do you think we're gonna see? What's that plane? The Strata Fortress?
The B-52 or whatever.
Yeah, planes like that. Always like big heavy Russian bombers. They've got thousands of them. What's your take on them adding bombers?
So most of those bombers are designed to be crazy high altitude.
Never be engaged in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. And at least when I look at them, I don't really think they fit the game. Because you have like TU4, right, and the B-29, and the amount of issues even those things have caused over like a very small period of time is insane. But the thing is, they've done a bunch of changes specifically to air realistic, and all of these changes indicate that they're trying to fit these things in, or they're trying to change the way that maps work so you can have ridiculous bomb loads. I don't know how the hell they balance that in ground realistic, because you don't want to see.
Imagine the carpet bombings of ground.
Exactly. Yeah.
In a tiny little map, you get 11 tiny little map, and you got this thing with dropping like 100,000-pound bombs. It's just over.
Yeah. So I think that they definitely can fit in the game. Nowadays, but I don't. It's going to be feast or famine. So they're either really good and they don't die, or they're going to get clapped. There's going to be like no in between with them, and that means they're going to be super hard to balance. And I don't think they ever will. I think. The V bombers are probably the closest. Like maybe they can test out like a V bomber or something, and then like go from there.
People, the Yak 28B, the 9.3 supersonic, whatever it is, bomber. That people being radio silent about that thing. I don't see people complaining, because obviously I think it's space climb like no other. But what's the main consensus on that thing? Because I've seen no one really talk about it that much, really.
I'm going to be playing it over the next few days. I haven't played it really. I've seen a few in my matches. They bomb the base and go back to the airfield, and that's about it. They don't, because that thing doesn't have like a good bomb load at all.
It just has a 3,000 pounder. I don't know
why. Yeah, that's it. So I don't think it's gonna take over the game, because it doesn't have the crazy bomb load thing.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, some people enjoy. I kind of enjoy doing that from time to time in my PB4Y when I'm getting destroyed by BF-109s, because completely obliterated because that thing can't climb for. You know what? Also, that thing got a huge buff, by the way. It got 8 of those magnetic mines, and 500. That's 4 tons. That's as much as the B-29 gets. People don't realize that. It has
insane.
Slightly less. It has the B-29 does. Some rough maths. 5 tons. It's slightly less than the B-29. Obviously, it's nowhere near survivable, but it's a lot of bombs. 500 kilograms of. Explosive equivalent. That's like it doubled its best payload essentially.
Yeah, the mines in the game are insane. I use the Mariner to bomb bases sometimes.
Oh yeah, there's like some 2.0 things of those bad boys.
Yeah, and it's absolutely insane. I'm just wondering when they're gonna add them to other nations, because mostly
Catalina has it.
Well, like
the British one.
Well, you've got all the American vehicles, and then in in some other nations, you have like their American vehicles have stuff, and like that's it, right? Yeah.
Well, the Shackleton will get them into it. It should get them.
Yeah.
And a bunch of other maritime vehicles. Because they're interesting. Because I saw them added a while ago. I was like, why is no one talking about this? It's a pretty significant change for air RB and ground RB as well. The BE6 as well, that maritime bomber, if that thing gets them, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. I think that's a very underrated aircraft right there, BE6. It's got an insane 20 mil on it.
Yeah, I haven't played it enough. Oh, I haven't played it at all. So I don't know.
Well, it has 2 20 mils, I think, on the TU4, so There you go.
Yeah, those things are crazy.
Oh, so I keep touching on like, sorry, that's audible.
That's all good.
But also, yeah, the reason why everyone was upset at these recent BR changes because no Russian light vehicles went down. It's not a real BR change list if no Russian light vehicles have gone down.
True. The Sprut.
It's not long term things at 5.2. It's gonna be going down. It's on its way down. Let's be honest. I mean, it doesn't have thermals. I think like my nan has thermals at this stage of the game. Like, honestly, what doesn't have thermals these days? All the time to IP. That's a good reason to keep it 8.7, isn't it? I hasn't got thermals. It's a balanced vehicle.
Yeah,
my dad's King of England.
If they decided to move down the G91 and the A4, like those vehicles would have just been toast. Like all of those like light Soviet 8.7s, they would have definitely gone down again.
And as well, it's not easy to zoom down it sometimes. Get caught off guard, especially the good players in them. They're nosediving from like ridiculous angles.
Yeah.
Sometimes your side of the spawn, it's pretty hard. So, oh my god, the BMPs just get destroyed by everything. They're good, but it's just pain sometimes doing them. And I know it's a bit irrelevant, but I've recently started playing the IS-2 1944, and that thing's a beast. It's absolutely impenetrable. Nothing goes through it. Oh, the 1944 one because people always go for the turret cheeks, but it's only got one cheek to go through, and you kind of angle the front plate. Nothing gets through that thing, and then you kind of get you see a lot of 5.3. I've had more 160 spawn point costs than I have anything else. I basically only see 5.3 in this thing, or like 6.0.
That's pretty good.
And that stage, you're fighting against the fabled brains of German players, which is I haven't got much to say in their defense, to be honest.
And when I played it back in the day, I just got eaten by better heavies, basically, like Tigers and T-34s.
Yeah, you're your own man, but I'd seriously recommend that thing because 6.3 is pretty nice. You got T-44. That thing's got the T-44 with its 10k repair cost. SU-100P, SU-85. It's got quite a nice little lineup it has now.
Yeah, I should give it a go again. Actually, I haven't played.
It's very strong. I feel like honestly, obviously Russians long reload syndrome, but it's actually incredibly good. I think you'd enjoy it.
Yeah.
So if I'm doing well in it, then anyone can do well in it. It's a nice thing. And you have a nice little throw a nice little P8 in there, and you have some fun. There's a lot of those like little vehicles in the game which kind of get forgotten about over time because there always BR changes going around. It's kind of nice to see that there's still these gems because 5.3 is it's probably the most. Would you say that's the most played lineup in the whole entire game around 5.3?
Yeah, I think there's a ton of people who play like mid-tier stuff. Yeah, like 4.0 to 6.0 basically.
That's where the fun is. It is where the fun is, honestly. It's before where the air pounding starts. Before the unbalanced British stabilizers, by the way, they start. The Sherman stabilizer. Is it true they have the Sherman stabilizer, those Centurions, of the same kind of technology they had in the Sherman stabilizers in them?
The Sherman is like a vertical stab and it's like a shoulder mounted stab, whereas the Centurions have two plane stabilizers. So I think they do. So
but apparently in real life their stabilizers are closer to the Sherman short ones than they are two plane. I've heard that for the grapevine somewhere. So I mean these things need to be balanced because I said it last time, but these APTS boys, they're full stabilizers. And I'm playing 7.0 Russia clubbing. I don't like getting shot from a million miles away from someone I don't know. He's just like firing. He's on 15 kills. He's on his way to his nuke, and he's just destroying all of us.
Yeah.
7.0 Russia's a fun lineup to play. It's not long till IS4. Not long till IS4 gets moved down. I think it's going to be fun at 7.3. So it's going to happen. The IS4 is going to go down. And it's going to be amazing. Because
you think it'll get moved down?
What's the argument for it at 7.7 right now? Because I mean, it's closer to the IS3 than it is to T10M. And what is comparable to IS4? Would you say it's a better heavy tank than the when one of those American ones? Well,
like the M103,
the M60, the M48.
Probably not.
Well, the first one's at 7.3 and then it's at 7.7. So I'd say, I don't know, it could see 7.3. I'd say it wouldn't surprise me, let's say, if it got moved down.
That's fair. I'm just very worried about the IS4 because it has super trolley armor on the front of it. Like it doesn't have a ton of great factors to it as a 7.7, but one thing it does have is its armor is stupidly good against AP. And since there's so many vehicles at like 6.7 and 6.3 which rely on that.
Oh my god, yeah, okay. Maybe that's a bad take I've had there.
Well, the IS3 even, like I'm surprised the IS3 stayed at 7.0 because that thing's also a bit of a monster.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, true. I just realized IS4 has 160mm side plates. Oh my Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're not going through that. And they're angled as well.
Yeah, also, why is the front plate is the weakest thickness on that tank? The front plate is 140 mils and the side's 160. Why? But IS6 got the same thing. The side is thicker than the front. Russian engineering for you. That's saying. Just tell me when I've used my time up. If
we're probably pretty close actually.
I'm trying to think of closing remarks to go out with a bang here. I'm trying to think of anything controversial. I kind of talked about everything I wanted to talk about. I really enjoyed my stay here. Thank you for being an amazing host.
Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying doing this stuff, man. Like it's been really fun.
It's brilliant.
And we're gonna continue to do it definitely.
I think I'll be a recurring person, a recurring character. Let's say my bad takes on the game. I was reading chat right now. I was reading chat. Yeah, a lot of people are saying 7 is good. A lot of people are saying 84 earlys are bad. Completely agree. Yeah, 84E. Let's take that thing out of the game. Put it at 10-0 for a week or something. 9-0. See how much they enjoy it then. Okay, yeah, that's me done. Hitting on overpowered aircraft. Okay, there's a pleasure being on Tech. Great luck with the rest of the time, and I'll be watching. Thank you very much, bro.
Thank you, Milo. See you later, man.
Thank you guys. See you.
Always a pleasure having Milo on. Good morning, whodunit. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing all right. And yeah, that was a good chat. 2 down, many to go. So next on, we have MPs. Let's see what's going on with MP. And hopefully something interesting. We've had 2 great calls so far. So hopefully it continues. Okay. There we go. I'm just playing this thing, the SU-7B, getting it spaded. So far, so good in it, really. It's been pretty fun. Just tossing it about and, bombing stuff, shooting things, all of that good stuff. I'm not going to Jersey, Abby. Sorry. Not anytime soon, anyway.
There we go. I am terribly sorry. Hi.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. How are you?
Hey, well, I'm good. Well, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Just, relaxing into things. What do you want to chat about today? What's going on?
Well, I want to talk about something that's already been beaten to death on multiple occasions. Balance and battle rating changes.
Nice.
Well, not really, as a lot of people are going to roll their eyes and be like, oh my fucking god, no.
Well, it's a topic that is very relevant right now. It's always nice to have different opinions on stuff.
Yeah, but what I want to talk about, or I'm just gonna start with the elephant in the room here. The Sherman Jumbo, the 76 Jumbo, moving up from what is it now, 6.0, 6.3 to, I believe it was going up all the way to 6.7 for some.
The 76 Jumbo is going to 6.3, and then the Super Pershing is going from 6.3 to 6.7.
Oh yeah, that's right. But yeah, I went ahead and I read the response, and my first reaction was, does Gaijin even play their own game? And from that response there, my conclusion is probably not. But yeah, hang on.
Yeah, they probably don't. Not to the same level that most people do. But at the same time, it's kind of like, so let's say you have, I don't know, a company that sells cookers, right? and then they obviously test it, they make sure it works, you know, they put forward everything, but then you've got a person who uses it for 20 years, right? And you know, they're kind of myth that it doesn't do this like one thing that it wasn't really designed to do, or you know, maybe it could do it a little bit better, and then they've got to try and find a fix for it, even though they don't know after 20 years what the problem is, right? But yeah, that's at least the way I look at it in my head. So when it comes to Jumbo, would you keep it at the same BR?
I would, yeah. And the reason for that is, well, it's a heavy tank, and like many other heavy tanks within War Thunder, you have an issue with them being too strong if down tiered, too weak if up tiered.
Yeah.
And the problem I've been seeing time and time again with the jumbos is that people don't know how to kill them. And if I'm not mistaken, Gaijin even made a video how to kill the 75 millimeter jumbo back when it was still a 4.7 vehicle.
Yeah.
And people still haven't caught on. And as for the 76 jumbo, why would you compare that to Tiger 2 and place it at roughly the same battle rating? And why would you allow it to face vehicles such as the Leopards and so on and so forth? Because it's got a gun that became obsolete at 5.7, and it's got armor that became obsolete at around 5.7 as well. And then placing that at 6.3, having it face, you know, Tiger 2s, if you get lucky and you get to stay in your own battle rating, Jag Panthers, you get to face some of the IS tanks and whatnot, you're not going to stand a chance in hell unless you are an incredibly skilled player. So the problem we're going to end up seeing here is the only people who are going to be able to continue playing the jumbo are going to be the absolute elite of War Thunder. And that's going to drive up the repair cost on top of it already having on top of it getting an increased battle rating. And then that's going to limit the amount of people to an even smaller number of insanely skilled players. And we're going to go into that loop that is so common for a lot of vehicles. Just look at some of the British stuff and some of the French stuff, you know, where they use player statistics and repair cost as a metric for balance. And it's been proven time and time again that doesn't work, and people are displeased with that system.
Gaijin don't use a sell or repair cost to balance the gun. They use it to balance the economy. That's something that Esmond has said multiple times. The other thing is, so let's take the thing of the jumbo, right? Because it's the easiest example. The reason why it's going up right now is because, as I said in the thing, it's very high efficiency for the BR bracket. Why do you think that is?
It's because you have a vehicle that is incredible in a down tier and unusable in an up tier, and most of the time, because it is at a very off battle rating, it's more often than not going to end up ending up in the 5.7 matchmaker fighting tigers and whatnot that are going to struggle to kill it, not because of the vehicle being overpowered, but because the players in question don't know how to deal with the jumbo. I mean, you have the same situation arising with the 75 millimeter jumbo. With, you know, people playing Tigers, Panthers, and they just don't have a clue on you know, where to shoot the jumbo as they see it, and then they just panic. They panic instantly.
So how do we educate those people to be able to kill the jumbo? Because there's one fact that is always forgotten about in talking about the jumbos, and right, okay, let's see if you can get it. What makes the jumbo stronger than something like a Tiger? The 76 jumbo, or Panther even.
I'd say mobility and fire rate. I mean, the armor, it's strong. It's got 2, possibly 3, or even 4 weak spots that you can shoot reliably. But it's God, I lost my train of thought here.
That's all good. It's got a stabilizer.
Yeah, it does. It's got a short stop stabilizer, meaning that you'll always get the first shot off.
Yeah, exactly. Which is quite important in those engagements, especially against stuff like Panthers. So the way to fix the jumbo, like let's say like everything you said is true. So the way to fix the jumbo is try and make like a 6.0 BR more relevant. Would that be the way to do it? Like, how could we do that?
Well, what I would do now, I do believe that some people will back me up on this. I would decrease the BR spread in the matchmaker to 0.7 or possibly even 0.4 or 0.3 as the way it's done right now is that the battle ratings are too compressed. Now that's a whole different issue, but it's it's got something to do with how the jumbo is being. It's got something to do with how the jumbo is performing right now. So in War Thunder, you have these very common BR brackets: 5-7, 6-3, 6-7, and
meta ones.
Exactly, where you have a lot of vehicles and a lot of different tech trees sitting in the same battle rating bracket. And when you have these odd ones out like the jumbo, it's going to be hard to balance it with that +1 -1 matchmaker. So what I would do is decrease the BR spread or implement a feature where, for example, heavy tanks don't get to be down tiered as much as other vehicles. Now that would be a bit of an issue, especially if you have lineups, because you would limit those other vehicles too from being down tiered. But you need to do something with the way the battle rating system works, as far as I'm concerned, because just moving it up and moving it down, or slapping a huge repair cost on it or something is not going to fix the issue. And educating people on how to deal with the jumbo, it's a step in the right direction, but the question is, how do you do it? It's impossible. I mean, Gaijin has made an official video on how to kill the damn thing, but people still can't seem to figure it out.
So the let's say they do the 0.7 thing, right? So it still faces the same stuff that you labeled before as the stuff that it's kicking shit out of, right? So it still faces the Tigers, it still faces the Panthers. Not even thinking about any of the other nations. If they do it to the 0.3 or whatever, or the 0.4, it still faces those things. So it's still going to beat them up, unless the 6.3 BR becomes really, really prevalent or really, really meta, right?
But well, here's the thing. Here's where I would do two things. If you want to move the jumbo up, so let's say you move it to 6.3, and then you add the decreased BR spread on top of that. I do believe that would solve the issue.
H's and T34s. Or no, sorry, not Tiger 2H. Yeah, Tiger 2H's and then IS 244s. Would that be fair?
The Tiger 2 Porsches or the Tiger 2 P, I believe, is something that it could fight quite reliably.
Okay.
But the Tiger 2H, on the other hand, is something that would be incredibly hard to kill. But here we go back to a completely different issue with, the battle ratings are already too cramped. They are too compressed for either one of these solutions that I'm suggesting to actually work. Now, look at it.
Let's completely forget about all the problems with light compression, right? So let's forget about queue times. Let's forget about all of the counter arguments to that. Let's just focus on the jumbo and what it should fight. So in your head, what should the jumbo fight across the nations? So if in a perfect scenario, right, when it comes to matchmaking, what would you want it to fight?
So I'd say a Tiger 2P, although the Tiger 2P has quite a lot of advantages, would be somewhat balanced. The Jag Panther I can live with, and then in a down tier I can live with it fighting the Panther A, possibly the Panther D, and the Tiger E. All of these vehicles are, pretty similar, and if you get up tiered or down tiered, it seems pretty fair.
What about other nations apart from Germany?
So if you go into Russia, you have the IS-2 and the IS-2 mod, or 1944 variant, which I believe you could face quite reliably, and the same goes for the T-44, although that is going to have an advantage in mobility. If you go over to Great Britain, now I don't see why we would fight Great Britain to begin with, but just hypothetically, the Centurion Mark 1 seems to be a pretty good opponent, and the Ratel 90 possibly, I do believe would be quite balanced to face, but that's about it really. As the British are a bit too strong if you move up due to stabilizers and APFSD or APDS rounds that can cut clean through everything.
Yeah.
As for Japan, fighting the Type 61s, the STBs, the Bulldog, that could also work, but that's the only thing you could really fight, because if you were to fight the Cheery, it would be like, kicking a puppy type of situation.
Right.
As for China, we got the same vehicles as in other tech trees, or as in Russia, so I'm not going to bother with that. And when you look at Italy, it's one of those other weird tech trees where you don't want to put the Jumbo 76 against a Sherman Firefly, but in this case, the Sherman Firefly has got APDS, so that could work. And then facing possibly a Pershing, and then the very light things I can live with too.
Right.
We don't have any issues there. French, that's where the French tech tree is also a bit difficult, because with the standard AP on most of those guns, you can blow clean through just about everywhere on the Jumbo.
Yeah.
So I would say the AMX M4, possibly. AMX 13 I'll allow, and then SA 50 and the 75 Jumbo would be reasonable. And I could also consider the Lorraine and the ARL 44 to be viable opponents. As for Sweden doesn't really have a battle ratings around that, so I'd just take whatever's at 5-0 and 5-7 and put it in the matchmaker.
Oof, that'd be rough.
It would, but yet again, I don't see that some of these Swedish tanks that are at 5-0 are deserving of that battle rating, as I've played them, spaded them, and suffered through them, simply put.
I mean, that's fair. So we've leveled about 10 vehicles there. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. Most of them labeled with 6.3 or 6.7 already. A few were like a little bit lower, like the SA50, the ARL, and the Panther A. Or maybe the Panther A 6.0, I can't remember. But the fact is, the vast majority of stuff you labeled there was already at the BR or even above the BR of the Jumbo that it's going up to. So,
but well, the problem that I have with the battle rating going up is not necessarily what it's going to fight at its own battle rating. It's what it's going to fight when it's up tiered. So if we just go back and look at the tech tree, you have the Leopard 1.
Afraid of? Why are you afraid of a Leopard 1?
Heat FS and incredible optics, and also APS. It's gonna shoot you long before you even have a chance to shoot at it. And also the armor is somewhat trolly from my experience fighting.
It is on the turret.
Leos. And a lot of the maps we have are semi-open, and also, if you play the Leo correctly, you're gonna club the shit out of everything you face. And then you have the M48, another tank that it's a bit spooky. You have the BMP-1s, also pretty terrifying. You have the IS-3 and the IS-6, which I find to be two of the things that I really do fear, because as someone who's played a lot of this game, more than I like to admit, and spaded just about every single tech tree, I don't see a jumbo having a fighting chance in hell against an IS-6, even if you're on the side or even behind the damn thing.
Yeah, for me, I'm not too worried about facing stuff like Leos, Mardas, BMPs, or anything like that, because the vast majority of maps I can work close quarters areas in the jumbo, and do okay. And you're also the fact that if you're facing those things, your stuff costs 100 SP, their stuff costs 150. So you're able to bring in more stuff on top of it. It's going to be easier to get into CAS. It's going to be easier to get into, the next vehicle. And the lineup for America is super solid around that BR at the moment. So you should be able to trade decently. Leopards are super easy to kill. They're good at long range, but most of the time they can't use that, and they don't have stabilizers, and you do. So you can always get the first shot off at medium or short range. The major issues, as you said, is the big heavies, like stuff like the IS-3 and the IS-6. They're just gonna eat the jumbo, and I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah, and also with the way we have our matchmaking work, or also with the way our matchmaker is working right now, we're going to see the big scary British tanks with APDS and very, very, very good stabilizers. So they're just gonna tear the jumbo apart, just like everything else gets torn apart by them.
Everything in the full up tier gets torn apart.
Yes, but if you look at other vehicles, for example, a Panther, if you're up tier than that, you're gonna perform decently well most of the time if you know what you're doing, Panther? Of course. Panther A, Panther F, even the Panther
6.0
D.
or 5.7? I can't remember.
Panther A is 5.7, Panther F 6.0, Panther G 5.7 also works. I mean the Panther D at 5.3. If you're up turning that thing, you're gonna tear just about anything apart too if you know what you're doing.
So a Panther A versus a Panther A is 6.0, right?
5.7.
Okay.
5.7.
So a Panther A versus a T-34. You think the Panther A has any chance against that?
Which T-34?
The American one. Because we're using America versus Germany and forgetting about every other country here, it seems.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would have a pretty easy time killing a T-34 unless he was completely hauled down. Even then, as his gun is quite large and the barrel is has quite a large circumference, I would just shoot that. Then if I had a APCR, I'd slap one round through the gun mantlet.
Right.
Now this is only if he's hauled down, or I would shoot an APHE round into the cupola up top. If he's totally exposed and I see his hull, on the left and right hand side of the lower front plate, you have these very thin pieces of armor that are protruding outwards, so they're slightly flatter than the rest of the lower front plate. I'll just shoot there, and then you're gonna kill machine gunner, driver, and then you're gonna cook off the ammo.
Nice.
So fighting the T-34 with a Panther is by no means a challenge. Now, you need to know what you're doing first, though, and that's the problem that I see with the way battle ratings are adjusted all the time. Is it's based off of, it's more based of, or how am I supposed to put this? But the way Gaijin has balanced vehicles in the last couple of patches, or from what I've seen, is you have a vehicle that performs very, very well during a short period of time because the best of the player base actually play that vehicle. And then it gets an increased battle rating, and then it sits there and is forgotten about, or it gets lowered and jumps between one battle rating and the other, jumps back and forth. And it's simply because of how well the vehicle is performing in the hands of a very, very small group of people during a very short period of time. Instead of tracking the vehicle statistics for a duration of time, so for example, you track how well a vehicle is performing for a span of 4 months, and then you see, okay, when did it start performing well? Okay, it's when this event happened. When this event happened, a lot of elite players got around, started playing it. And
why are a bunch of elite players playing the 76 Jumbo right now?
It's not the Jumbo. It's not the Jumbo that I'm talking about specifically, but
well, it's an example of what you're saying. So why are elite players playing the Jumbo right now? In order for your analogy to make sense, you have to answer that question.
Right now, there is no reason for it. But back when we still had that task-based summer event, I do see why. Shortstop, stabilizer, a pretty strong tank in a down tier. The 5-7 matchmaker was very saturated with people trying to play, trying to get their tasks done as quickly as possible. So we had good players who knew what they were doing, who wanted to finish the event quickly, hopping into the 76 Jumbo, getting down tier, clapping people, and being done with the tasks for the day. That's why the Jumbo specifically had a lot of skilled players playing it during a short duration of time.
Do you have any evidence of any of this?
I have. I myself have played it quite a lot, and the same goes for a lot of people who I play with, who are also pretty skilled players. Now, I don't have a larger sample size than that, but it's just what I've seen and the pattern I've seen.
Fair enough.
Now, if I had actual data on it and had more concise evidence, I would introduce it into this conversation here, but I don't. I'm just going off of what I've seen and what I've experienced during my time playing this game for the last, 6.5 years.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about a good example of this, right? Because you brought up the point before about how it seems like these BR decisions are made on a monthly basis or whatever, right? They actually, when the CL13 was going up, they actually talked about it, and they gave statements about how it isn't just the fact that in the last month it's been doing really well. It's literally been doing well for the last year, basically. And they even thought about when they were thinking about if they didn't move down the Sabres and the MiG-15s, they were going to move that thing up anyway back then. So over a year ago. So even by the public statements from people who work at Gaijin, they do, they do these things. They don't just look at data from the last month or whatever. They look at it in what do you call it? They look at it all together and look for patterns, whether that's correct or not, or whether they should balance stuff with player statistics. But the only other way that I've seen people go forward and say that they shouldn't do it like that is they should base it off player opinion instead, which seems like an even worse idea.
What I would do is basing it on player opinion is a terrible idea, but I believe that we should reintroduce some sort of player council like we had back. I'm thinking, or I've heard rumors of it back in 2013, 14, and possibly even 15, back when the game was still very, very early. Now, if you take some skilled players with a lot of experience of the game and allow them to, adjust vehicles now, or make suggestions for how they would adjust vehicles and basically redo the way the matchmaking works, or how it's laid out with the BR brackets and whatnot, I feel like we could get some very good results out of it.
Skilled players can already make suggestions on the forums, or as a lot of CCs do. They can do it in their own individual ways. This already exists. Why do we need a council to do that?
Because I do believe that a player council would have a bit more pull than the average player, as it's or from what I've seen is that players or Gaijin has ignored a lot of player suggestions or some have not been taken very seriously. But yet again, you can't listen to just one person saying one thing because it's just not going to work.
Did you ever? So when did you start playing the game? Are you like an early bird like me, or like a few years ago?
I started back in 2015-ish.
Right.
And since then, I've accumulated about 5,500 hours worth of playtime.
No, it's all good. Like, I was just wondering if because you mentioned the player council before, right? So I was around when that actually existed. And I've done actually a video on YouTube about it, because everything's still archived. You can see what, happened with the council and what people generally said. And what ended up happening, because, well, first of all, you got the first issue, right? Who do you elect to the council? How do you do the voting? And how do you get rid of bias? And how do you get rid of popularity? Right, those are like the four things. And what we saw with the player council back then, when it came to War Thunder, is you had a bunch of people who were elected to do stuff, such as represent the community, and, well, they didn't. Basically, they had their own agendas, and once the agendas were either talked about, dismissed, or accepted, then they just stopped caring, because nobody likes to do this thing for free. And what ended up happening was it was completely useless. It was a big waste of time, and it soured the whole idea of this idea. Now, if you can find me like 20 people who supposedly represent all of the beliefs of the community and all of the opinions of the community, then I'll be all down for this, and then I'll tell you why in 10 other ways why this wouldn't work. But the thing is, I don't think it can be done. How do you get rid of personal bias?
You don't.
Right, so what would the use be?
Fair point. But let's take a different approach to it then. How about monthly or possibly even update related polls, where you basically have the player base vote on what they would like to see. Now, it would take a tremendous amount of work, but if you go back, I believe it was just a few years ago, back when we still had polls after each update, where the player base could voice their opinions, tell Gaijin what they thought and what they felt about the changes being made.
Yeah, they could do more stuff like that. That'd be nice.
Yeah, as that's a pretty simple way to do it. I mean, you could have these questions. How happy are you with update? Blah blah blah. Do you enjoy these changes? What would you change? And just take that feedback. But they stopped doing that for some reason.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing one last update. I do remember seeing them in the past. At least we got the poll on the economy stuff, That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was. Only thing I would change about that would be to introduce more options, as you had two options, basically between this is bad and this is worse.
Well, you had 4 to start with, and then everyone voted on it, and then it went down to 2.
Yeah, but why not have another option where players could basically select I want this and I want this, or write what they thought about it, instead of just having these 4 questions and then them being or these 4 answers and just being boiled down to 2. I feel like that's a bit silly.
I'd probably say because of time-saving issues. Because if you let everybody write out the exact thing that they want, it's going to take you years to go through the information.
Fair enough, but
which is the issue before. Like I was talking to a dude and he was like, well, why don't they do polls on like Discord or like, you know, Twitter and Instagram and all of these different places and collect all of the comments and then work out the descriptions of things, because time is finite. You know, like that's an insane amount of workload to be able to find collective opinion, and then, you know, the vast majority of people, no matter even if it's correct, the vast majority of people are going to disagree with it anyway, because you can't get a majority on any of these issues.
Fair enough.
Like, it's public opinion stuff is so hard to do. Like even with the polls, right? Like, did you see the answers to the polls? Like the 4 thing?
No, well, where can I find that?
It was on the forums a few days ago. You'll be able to find it somewhere. But basically, nothing got a majority, which is why they're doing a second round of polling. And they took the 2 highest ones from the list, and that's like the ones that they're going with, right?
But the problem I saw with that poll was that it was not really announced too well in game, because you know, the average player is not going to go and seek out the Gaijin forums too actively, and you're just gonna start up War Thunder and not really care. So what I would have done is, you know, put a bit of a notification like they do when they have events and whatnot going on the right hand side of the screen.
They did. It was there, yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Strange.
Yeah. No, it was there for the first poll. It isn't for the second one, though. The second one isn't there. But for the first one, it was there for a few days at least.
Alright. As I do not recall seeing it in game, as I found it on the forums, as I browse that occasionally, and I also use, you know, the news spot here on your Discord and on my own.
Yeah, it's all good. What did you vote for then? Or what do you think, like, you know, losses should get more rewards, or are you fine with like the current system?
I basically wanted loss rewards and win rewards to be a bit more even, as if you have a player who performs extremely well and loses, you know, it's not too fun. Now, just imagine you playing a match, you're grinding out a vehicle, you get, you know, 6, 7, 8 kills, you cap a point, you shoot down an aircraft type of thing, and you get just shafted for it. You don't get anything out of it. That's something that I do not approve of.
Yeah, that's fair. So would you be in favor of that whole system of like the one that I think World of Tanks uses, where like if you get in the top 3 in the losing team, you get the winning bonus, and then the bottom 3 on the winning team, you get the losing bonus, like stuff like that?
I don't feel like that would be a very good solution either, because then you would create more competitiveness among the player base, at least throughout, you know, a small portion of it, and that's going to lead to a lot more toxicity in game.
Right.
As I played World of Tanks for a short period of time, possibly a year or so now, given this was back before I started War Thunder, and I saw that the game was pretty toxic in comparison to what War Thunder is.
Fair enough. Now, we'll have to see what goes on with that. Sorry, go ahead.
Now, back to or I just want to revisit the whole balancing thing just once more real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So well, you said something along the lines of Gaijin doesn't use repair costs as a game balancing mechanic.
Gaijin said that.
Gaijin. They do. They don't use it as a balancing mechanic for vehicles. They use it to balance the economy.
Yeah.
Now, an issue I have with that statement is that if you take a look at Naval,
Right.
So let's just take it.
Before we go down this, how much of naval do you play?
I've played a reasonable amount.
Okay. Are you about to talk about battleships?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. How many of them have you played?
I've played the North Dakota.
Okay. Right, go ahead.
But and I've also played a fair amount of the cruisers. Now, an issue I see with naval right now is that the repair costs are insanely high. Now, these ships are, the top of the line stuff, and they should be expensive considering that they don't have anything to counter them really. But when you have an incredibly expensive vehicle being played, you're only going to have people who are skilled at said game mode playing said vehicle because they're the only ones who can actually make money or go even when playing it, which is going to drive up, how well the vehicle performs, right? Or the statistics that Gaijin sees.
Right.
See what I'm getting at?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So that system it doesn't quite work now. Battleship is Battleships is a poor example of, or it's Jesus. I'm just rambling right now, but
so good.
So
in order to use the vehicles at the top, you need to be the most skilled, otherwise you don't make money, right?
Exactly. And by having that even being a thing in War Thunder in the first place, you're limiting a lot of other vehicles to very skilled players too. So let's take a look at some of the premium vessels that I play and I enjoy in the US tech tree. The USS Phillips, a destroyer from an event way back when, and also the USS Cowell, a ship introduced as a part of the early access for naval.
Yeah.
Both of these ships are getting moved up in battle rating. I do believe it's 4-7 and 5-0 respectively.
Yep.
And the issue I have with that is these ships are only overperforming because you have certain individuals playing them at certain times. So, for example, during the
they're not moving them up because the reason why they're moving them up is because the BR range is increasing to 6-7. And all of the higher echelon 4-3s, they're all moving up to 4-7 because of the BR range increase.
So that means that all of the heavy cruisers and light cruisers are going to move up accordingly, right?
Yeah. Yeah, have you had a look at the things? The naval change thing for the BRs? Because there's a bunch of battleships going up to 6-7 and stuff, like the Hyuga, I think. They're really expanding that now.
But does that mean that all of the battleships are moving up, or is it only going to be a select few and only a select few of the heavy cruisers moving up?
I'm pretty sure all of them are moving up. You can check though on the forum. Because the max, what's the max BR right now? 6-0?
6-0, yes.
Yeah, so we've now got two new BR brackets, right? We got 6-3 and 6-7. I'm pretty sure I'm not sure if it's all of them because I don't know all of their names, but I know for a fact a ton of the 5-7s are moving up to 6-0 and a ton of the 6-0s are going to 6-3, 6-7.
Well then, that's actually a good thing then that a lot of the ships are moving up.
Yeah, that means it's a lot decompression, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's basically why a bunch of those 4-3 destroyers are moving up because, well, they're just better than the other 4-3s. So, it's not because better players are playing them. It's just because they're flat out better.
Yeah, that completely dismantled my argument that I was about to have about these vehicles being used by more skilled players during the past task-based event.
Which is why making statements on assumptions instead of facts is a really silly idea, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I should have done more research.
Yeah, which is why when saying stuff like the 76 Jumbo also has a ton of really skilled players playing it without any evidence is also a bad idea, right?
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
But yet again,
but
you know, vehicles being moved up and down in battle rating based on how well players have been performing in them has been a thing. I mean, just look at the.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean they balance off like player skills, right? But the question is, right? If they don't do that, what else do they do?
Base them off of the actual performance of the vehicle. I mean,
they
just take a look at
when they add the vehicles in the game, they try and do that, and this is where the whole issue comes in, right? Because you have oh boy, human error, which is involved, which is why you get stuff like the Sturm S at 9.3, and then you get stuff like the Sagittario at 8.3. Which many people could have told you after the second dev server would be completely busted, which it was. So like, or 8.0, sorry, I think it was, wasn't it? So like, what do you do from that point, right? If you just base it on the stats of the vehicle, without like looking at lineups, without looking at supports, without looking at anything like that, that's already what they're doing when they add these into the game, right? So it's obviously not working, or it's impossible to do. One of the two.
But one way around that would be to basically have Gaijin play their own game. Have a select few playtesters who go around, try the vehicles, see what they're capable of. But yet again, that's another issue.
There are nearly 2,000 vehicles in this game. And you have to play them all equally and all at the same time in order to get an accurate balance look at something. Like think about, right, so the 76 Jumbo, right? You don't just have to play the Jumbo. You also have to play all the vehicles around the Jumbo. And there's like, what, 50 of them? Maybe even more? And then you got to play all the lineups too. It's not just as simple as just playing one vehicle.
Yeah, and what I was about to say here is, you know, having playtesters and guidance part would also be challenging because, you know, they can't introduce a vehicle into the ordinary matchmaker and test it there before it's actually put into an update and introduced to the live server. So that means that they would have to have a very large sample size of playtesters, and yet again, that's why we have the dev server.
Yeah, they could do something more, right? Like they, you know, maybe have. I mean, they've started doing the dev server where it's open for a little bit longer, right? So instead of just 1 day, it's 2 days, or they opened it specifically to test out the overpressure mechanics, and you know, so maybe they can increase that stuff and just keep going. You know, we'll have to see. Like, would you prefer kind of like a system where they have like an on-rolling dev server, like for weeks on end or something?
Yeah, I do feel like that would be. Excuse me. I do feel like that would be beneficial, and also if they could add a bit more of a proper matchmaker, I'd say, to the dev server with actual battle rating and brackets and whatnot. That are that is a bit similar, a bit more similar to the one we have on the live server, as that way you can see a variation of just about every single vehicle fighting what's going to be added, and that vehicle fighting what's already on the live server.
Yeah, they could do that. Do you think people would play
it? If they could actually, if they actually removed, you know, the ×5 bonus for researching them, and made it so that possibly you could keep some of the progress you've made. But that would also be a challenging thing to accomplish.
Yeah, they could maybe do something like that. Maybe if you spade the vehicle on the dev server and play it like 50 games, maybe when it comes to live server, you have it already researched. I don't know.
Yeah,
something like that.
Exactly. and you might experience some form of penalty. So let's say you unlocked it, spaded it, and played a bunch of games on the dev server, you get it stock on the live server. So you feel like you've made some progress, but you don't just get that vehicle dropped in your lap, and you're like, okay, I can play this now because I spent 2 weeks playing on the dev server.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they could do something like that. Do you have anything else you want to chat about? Because we've been going for a decent amount of time now.
Yeah, I'm done. I've already made a fool of myself on multiple occasions, but
no, you
I do, but I do appreciate you taking the time and allowing me to be on here and voice my opinions.
Brother, you are always welcome to come on. Like I want that understood by basically everybody, no matter what you want to say, as long as it's not against Twitch TOS or whatever. Then you're allowed to come on and we talk about anything. Don't ever think otherwise. It's nice having these conversations.
Yeah, and I totally agree. It's nice to have someone challenge my opinions on how the game works and actually give me facts about certain things that I might not have known, and give me their opinion on what they think should be done. It's something that you don't experience a lot of when you're playing War Thunder, because most of the time you're going to end up in these echo chambers with people who voice the same opinions as you, and you're going to think that you're the majority of the player base.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's always good to be challenged. Eventually, you can find common grounds, right? Like, that's the thing.
Exactly. Well, thank you for taking the time, and
thank you for coming on. All right, let's see what we've got next. So that was MPs. Thank you for coming on. It's as I said, it's always nice chatting about these topics and all of these different things. Obviously, we have some hot button topics recently, balance and the event as well. The event's a pretty big one, but we'll see. Let's get War Study on, see what's going on. Just need to turn my SU7 first. Big Bertha is huge. Right, there we go. Okay. And also on the stream, I'm going to try and do something where I can kind of show like the person who's like chatting as well. So we'll see what we can do there. Like, maybe, I don't know if we do like webcam stuff. I know a lot of people are very awkward with that, or not awkward but uncomfortable. But we can do something like that. Maybe like a picture, Ugh. Whereas, let's see. Are you there, War Study? What's going on? Are you alive? Are you kicking? Or are you dead in bed? We'll give it 2 minutes.
First of all,
Jesus.
Second of all, maybe next time you should check to see if someone is playing a game. Distractions.
Oh, it's so good. How are you?
I've been better.
Oh, fair enough. Have you been grinding the event?
Barely. Hopefully, those what were they? Manuals, technical manuals. Thoughts will go back up in pride. It was because I was intending to use them to help with the whole grinding thing. Because in the assembly manual thing It just says you need. It just says, oh, you need you need a technical manual to complete the export model. But a fun fact: you need more than the technical manual. In case anyone doesn't know, why is that?
Well, you need the technical manual, and then you need all the parts, right? Is there anything else that you need?
Like how many parts does you need to assemble on each line?
I think if you go to the War Thunder Reddit, they have like a pinned comment on the top of it, and that shows how like all the things that you need. I'm pretty sure.
Why can't they just post such a thing like the dev blogs?
Yeah, I agree. I think they should. The only reason why I think that they might not do that is because they don't want to influence market prices as quickly as, somebody working it out. But even then, I still think they should, I think it would be a good idea to do so. So have you just been grinding through the event, or do you want anything out of it, or are you just selling everything?
I really want to get the of course prototype Leopard, and if I can get the same vehicle twice, that would be neat, because I expect the Leopard will sell for a lot of GE, a lot of Asian coin later down the line.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I agree.
If not, then I'm sure the F5A that's available will sell rather nicely for a good price. You'd be surprised is the price is for like high tier vehicles that are well, not premium and whatnot.
Yeah, that's fair. Like I was thinking about doing that, like selling everything, but I'm not gonna do that. I feel like, in my position it would be a dick move. So I'm gonna just keep everything.
Alright, I have other bullet points here. So you may have seen Spookston's videos on tanks that shouldn't be added to War Thunder, and Scottish Koala's videos on aircraft that shouldn't be added to War Thunder. So, do you have any like personal vehicles that you know of that you don't think would be able to be effectively implemented into War Thunder?
Thank you for the subscription, Nick. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. When it comes to vehicles that I don't think should be added, I haven't seen those videos from the other YouTubers, but so for me, there's a few of them. The first one, I really don't like the idea of recon helicopters that people kept bringing up like a year ago. So helicopters without armament that would scout stuff, that's just a waste of a teammate. The SPHs, so self-propelled howitzers, stuff like the Paladin, stuff like the massive Swedish thing, the band cannon, things like that. I wouldn't like to see half-built vehicles. A lot of people talk about the Krangvang and vehicles like that in game. I don't want to see any more of them. And then stuff which is unarmed, so like recon planes, things like that. I don't think there's like, I understand War Thunder is supposed to have something for everybody, but at the same time, if in a game what is happening is I have, like, let's say half a team of vehicles that are literally useless. Like stuff like the Type 93 is half the time. It's incredibly annoying to play. I don't know how else to put it. So yeah, that would be my opinion. How about you? What would you say wouldn't fit in the game or don't want to see?
Well, since we've honestly not really done much in the way of research. I've basically done no research. I basically have nothing that I can think of.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Well, anyhow. So considering current events so far, what do you see? What are your personal thoughts on it? And
on the event?
Yeah, and how do you think we can perhaps improve crafting events specifically?
So the two major issues that I have with the crafting events are the time. So I don't think the time's long enough. And two is you can't get everything. You can only get half the vehicles. Just from generally grinding without using the market. I've never been a fan of this. I would much prefer if it was a system where you could get everything, but it would be very hard to get everything, but at least you would be able to, right? I would be fine with that. What I would do with these events to try and solve those two issues, I would make it blueprints. And what I mean by this, so scrap, generally scrap the idea of the event, but keep the framework of the workshop stuff. And then what you could do in the Warbond shop is you would be able to purchase a blueprint of a vehicle. Now, this could change every Warbond shop. This could, you could have maybe an aviation one, a ground one, and a naval one. It could be a vehicle that existed in an event before. It could be a new vehicle. But basically, with Warbonds, you purchase a vehicle blueprint. And what this does is it unlocks a bunch of challenges, and also unlocks the ability to garner these chests, right, that we're getting every 10 minutes. So, what you would do is you would complete the challenges for specialized parts on the vehicle, and then you would do the general grinding at your own leisure. Maybe they could put a time period on it, but it would be like until the next Warbond shop, right? Or something like that, or maybe like a 3-month time period. And then what you could do is make it so you have the same mechanics as the event, but it isn't as strenuous on the individuals, and also it adds a cool, interesting blueprint part to it. So you could actually use historical photos or use like historical ideas of what you're actually building. So that's what I would do to fix, I suppose, this event. But yeah, that would be the best. Once you have the blueprint, you're able to make it, right? So the grind for the blueprint is the issue. How about you? What would you do?
I would personally for one thing, reduce the amount of crafting that one has to do, and also get rid of the arbitrary wait for a thing to be crafted.
The wait time? Yeah. Okay. Right. Fair. Yeah. So you don't have to wait for it, basically.
And also, I would also reduce the amount of time needed to acquire stuff like containers that owns the things you need to craft rockets, export or models in this case, whatnot. Probably like, I think 5 5, maybe even 2 minutes. This would be pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, they could definitely do that. Do you have an issue in the event where you can't get all the vehicles, or are you okay with that?
I personally do have issue of not being able to get all the vehicles, especially. Right. Shoot, what was I going to say? I might, I would like to get there's multiple Leopard prototypes, or the Leopard prototype and the F5, but because my brother is so keen on playing with me, even though he still continues to play War Thunder. I've been burning out more often. So I'm probably just going to end up getting the Leopard prototype alone.
Yeah.
Assuming again, and I can easily rectify my mistake.
Yeah, I definitely think these events lead to quite a lot of burnout in general, and that sucks because obviously, you know, I have a lot of mates who play this game, and it's basically every time I hear like the same things, you know, like, you know, these events are not very good, you know, they're more annoying than anything else. Like, most of the guys who I know now, they're just kind of sick of them, which is, you know, kind of sad to hear.
Well, another thing is new players. I have a friend of mine who plays World of Tanks a lot, and I actually asked him, you know, hey, you want to play War Thunder? And he says, I tried to play War Thunder, but I just kept getting one shot, and no matter what he tried, what I tried, and I kind of sad because he never got to the point where any sort of tank gets any armor that is effective, i.e. like rank 1 sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And this problem is kind of exasperated by the fact that, well, of course, high experienced players can go back down whenever they want because, well, they already have access to stuff like the reserve tanks. And as some other YouTubers have proposed, my notable example with Spookston is that War Thunder should have a matchmaker based on player level as well as VR system.
Yeah.
That way, of course, there's experienced players can go down and commit seal clubbing.
But then you wouldn't be able to play with any of your mates who are starting the game.
And that's true. But but then again, and it could have it where the matchmaker gets overridden if two players of differing levels were to be in a squadron.
Oh, true, yeah. Yeah, they could do that. Yeah, that could work pretty well. I'm just the only issue I have is there's no ranking system in War Thunder. And what if I just want to play like a casual game, you know? Or like let's say I want to play like a rank 2 game. Since I'm like a level 100, do I have to wait until there's like a match with all level 100s in it? Like how could that work? Because I'm gonna be sat there for like 30 minutes, right? Looking for a match. That might be a bit of a pain.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, War Thunder has player levels go from, of course, 1 to 100, right? So one, I have it where they're like,
good evening, Defina.
You can have players up to is somewhat similar to the battle rating thing. Players of a certain number of levels below and above are possible to meet when you get into a match.
Yeah. Yeah, they could do that. The major issue I would be worried about is queue times though. And also at the same time, what if somebody has got level 100 by just playing low tier? Right? Or what if I want to start a new tech tree and I don't have any like crew skills or anything? Because you could get, if you really wanted to, you could get to level 100 just playing the HE51 biplane, you know, like if you wanted to. And you could research the whole tech tree with it, technically. You know, if you're crazy, but you could do it. So what do we do for stuff like that? You know, what do we do for those people? How do we sort it out?
Shoot.
Like, do you say something like, well, if you start a new tech tree, then maybe you get like a grace period where you can play whoever want, or could we do something else like that? Like maybe that could work. I don't know.
Well, since I don't have any ideas myself, sadly, I think that will work until someone else comes up with a better one.
Yeah. Do you think so? Maybe what they need to do is they need to find some way for higher tier players to play different parts of the game. So we already have tournaments, right? What if they did something like what you call it? What if they did something like, oh my god, like a ranked system? Do you think that would work?
Yeah, I think that could work.
Yeah, maybe they could do something like that.
So, I have seen a few different proposals for like possible new nations to add, and I know what some people say. Hey, we don't need new nations, and I'll admit, you're you're pretty much right. Still, I think it's interesting to like think of the possible new nations.
Oh, I'm fine with new nations, just not as independent things. Like I'm fine with them as like sub-tech tree stuff. Like if you want to do that, I think that'll be cool.
Thinking about like Hungary and Yugoslavia, which are the two main things I jotted down in my notebook, my digital notebook here, is that they have enough tanks that they could at least fill most of their tech trees with a small but unique cast of tanks and possibly airplanes too.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The main issue I have whenever I've seen tech trees from that stuff is I unfortunately feel like there's never been like enough stuff to fill out a full tech tree, you know. But it's definitely possible. Like it could happen. It might just be me being, because I look at like tech trees like Sweden, right? And Sweden is pretty bare bones. You know, there's not a ton of stuff going on with it. But I think as like subtrees go, like I think it could work. Do you think there's an issue in War Thunder where there's too much stuff already?
Too much stuff. Too much stuff thing would not be so much of an issue if it weren't for the long accursed grind.
Yeah. So reducing the grind, yeah.
Yeah. I think there's like decide to how to possibly implement the Hungarian and / or Yugoslav tech tree. Yugoslav tech tree would probably most be fitting in the Soviet tech tree because, as well, communist nation for all that, and
yeah,
perhaps even.
I'll be back in just give me 1 minute. And I'll be right back. I apologize, but just 2 seconds.
I will be back as well. If he comes back and I'm not back in time, just tell him that I'm off to get lunch.
Sorry, I'm back. My cat was trying to get in my computer again, so had to stop it. Alright. So we're talking about reducing the research, I believe, overall of the game. Are you there, War Study? He said he was getting lunch? Oh, okay, fair enough. Let's see. Do you have a second talk about our Lord and Savior Poland? Maybe one day. War Thunder is just a skill issue. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah, my Bernard really likes trying to get it into my computer, which is annoying, but what are you going to do? But as I said, thank you for the subscription, Nick. It is very much appreciated. SG7's going alright. You know, we're dying a lot, but, you know, we're getting decent RP on it. We're probably dying more than we kill because I haven't been focusing on killing anything. But we'll get it done over time. The events are definitely an issue when it comes to this stuff. Like, the events really make this stuff a little bit harder. There we go. Lots to talk today, but too busy to chat. Would also show my ugly mug. I mean, I'm thinking about ways of doing it. We'll test this one for maybe this week and next week. And, you know, it's obviously there to kind of give a bit of personality to each individual because, you know, that's what's needed at the end of the day a lot of the time. It's going to be a bit of a bitch because whenever I move this, it's going to screw up, but it should be okay. Who's the baby? How dare you? A man can't shave in peace nowadays. I hate the events, but I love the events, like the one to get the T30. The challenge events? Yeah, I think that's the general consensus on a lot of this stuff. Most people like the challenge events. And the people who like the Build-A-Bear events are normally the market guys. Which is fair. How long were you doing this for? It depends. Probably a long time. You know, basically all stream. So until like maybe 7 tonight. At some point I will need to eat though. But I won't worry about that. That can happen later on. But I'm fine with doing this, you know. As long as people want to turn up and chat. Building events are terrible. I'm an old player and I've never done them. Yeah, I do them just to kind of have like a base record of them, you know. We'll talk on Fireside, but I'll start with War Thunder and end up on CSGO skins. I mean, that's, you know, that's not unusual when it comes to this stuff. Spading this thing is a hell of a lot harder than the SU-7B, by the way. So the SU-7B going back up to 9.3 is going to be a bit rough, but it should be fine, I think. I mean, challenge events can be pretty fun, but at the same time, like it's not too fun just playing meta stuff all the time. Like for me, I like what I like doing is what's the word? Like I like spading stuff, right? So challenge events can be a bit tricky because I have to play meta stuff. Hey Ravenstorm, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good today. But yeah, we're just waiting on War Study to come back. We'll give him like 5 minutes, and if he doesn't come back, then we'll move on. But that'll be okay because, well, we're going to be back in 5 minutes again. Sorry, 2 weeks. I think we've worked it out well with this Fireside chat thing now. Because doing it every week, oh no, was fine. But it did mean that there wasn't enough time to like stew topics and stuff like that. That's why Freeman's bored of War Thunder. Oh, Freeman's bored of War Thunder because he plays the same thing over and over and over again. He's also ground out pretty much everything he's ever needed to grind out, so that's the thing. Like I think he's grinded out the whole German tech tree. He's got enough SL to buy the whole game. If his mindset was different, and the reason why he plays War Thunder was different, he'd be fine. But he doesn't, so. Hey Brazy, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing alright. But yeah, generally when it comes to the Fireside chat stuff, like, oh god. There's no way that hits, right? Oh, you bastard. God fucking damn it. Oh, shit, man. But yeah. Hey, Rattle, nice to see you. How is it? Everything's good, man. Just waiting on War Study, see what's going on. I'm not getting any boxes, but I think that's because I'm dying really quick. I definitely haven't hit the limit yet. I think I'm like 10 off. I'll be happy when this thing's done, and then we'll move on to the Act-28. And it's kind of funny how like we had 5 Soviet machines to research when we started today. Oh, not today, but a few days ago, and we basically no issued ground out like 3 of them. And we nearly have like the Su-17. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoy these like fireside chat things. I'm enjoying them a lot, and it's, I don't know, it's just really nice just hearing different people and hearing their opinions on stuff. It's always fun. Makes it fresh as well, because we were talking about before, like the echo chamber thing, or like going up and going around. It can be, I don't know, having the same conversations over and over and over again is a bit rushed. Hey, War Study, how you doing?
I feel betrayed, right? It's now by my own family. I just spent however many minutes is having a mental breakdown.
Oh dear.
I'm going just let's do it for now. Oh, I guess.
War Study? Are you good, man? Alright, well, hopefully we hear from War Study soon. And then let's move on to the next caller and see what they want to chat about today. Alright, let's see. We have Lord Kibbles, good old Pepsi. Let's see. Alright, there we go.
Good morning, good evening.
Good morning,
Friends.
How are you?
Fine. Slightly tipsy.
Slightly what, sorry?
Slightly tipsy.
Oh, fair enough. Well, how you doing, man? Long time no hear.
Doing so. A bit stressed.
Let's just turn you down.
But, I would say it's just fine. Now, first question. It's a bit off topic. Cricket.
Yes.
When are we watching one again?
When there's some on. I saw that there was the female internationals recently.
Yeah.
But, I mean, when's the World Cup coming around? Because that must be pretty soon, right? Like the 50 over stuff?
Probably next year or year after that.
Is it really? I thought it was this year.
No, man.
Oh my god. Never mind then. I mean, well, we could watch the Ashes. I don't know who South Africa's playing right now. Are you guys playing Pakistan or Bangladesh or something?
I should probably check, but let's move on to War Thunder first.
Yeah.
Okay, first thing. Premium vehicles.
Right.
Just a quick idea I've got. How does the idea of split premiums? It's kind of misleading.
Split premiums?
Yeah, it's a premium that's technically in 2 trees, but it's one vehicle. For example, the Class 3P. It's technically a South African vehicle with German technology used, for example, the engines. But it's in the German tree. What I'm proposing here is vehicles that technically have a place in the German/British tree. That is, you can make them event vehicles, but you can also make them vehicles that are technically double the price of normal premiums.
Right.
Why double? Because technically you're buying it for 2 tech trees. You can spade it using the 1 tech tree and then put it and use it in the other one.
Okay.
But this can also lead to vehicles, for example, the Merkavas, or other vehicles that are also similar, where they are in this tree, for example, the Canadian Leopard.
So the idea would be basically, like, would you have 2 separate versions of the vehicle, or would it be the same vehicle?
It would technically be the same vehicle, but it is linked onto both of the tech trees.
Okay. Like they could definitely do that, or they could do the thing that they did with like the Chaffies or the Jagdpanzer and the SK, and just make 2 separate versions. They could even do like 1 event, 1 non-event, so both nations get access to it just at different times, or maybe like slightly different variants or something. But yeah, they could give that a go. The only thing I'd be worried about if they did that is the price of them would be double what a normal premium would be.
That would balance it out if you look at it, because it's 2 tech trees. It's got to be some difference.
Yeah. Yeah, like they could do that.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. Howitzers.
Right.
Like Paladin.
Yeah.
Vehicles they might be able to add that have this, that fall into this category, are vehicles that have the capability of direct fire. A vehicle I know of that kind of adds to this, but at another point it needs a setup. It's the G6. It has the capability of direct fire, but on the other hand, it needs to set up, but that takes 3 to 5 seconds.
I mean, there's some vehicles in game that technically require setup too, so I don't think that would be an issue.
But this means if they have vehicles that can use this direct fire method, those are vehicles they can add that are from the howitzer family. But if it does not have the capability of direct fire like other howitzer vehicles, then that's a bit more of a gray area, because technically you cannot use that in a direct engagement.
Yeah, I mean they could add them if they wanted to. I don't think the issue is if they can add them or not. Like you could definitely fit them in the game. The question is, are they going to be fun to play, right?
Yeah,
because at least the ones that we have in game already that I've played, I've had a terrible time in. But that could just be me at the end of the day. Maybe other people would have a better time.
True on that. But I think it's just more of a static play style with vehicles like that make it hard for
true.
the And the last thing about the BR changes and what people see as a fitting way of maybe fixing, for example, the jumbo that's being done.
Right.
I kind of see it as a method of it's the better of 2 evils. It's getting moved up, it's seeing stuff that technically it can face because it has that short stop stabilizer. But then again, it's facing vehicles that makes its armor pointless.
Yeah.
It's that fine balance that sometimes doesn't really work, but on other times it works extremely well.
Yeah.
For example, I've got a few statistics here on kill-to-death ratio of my own vehicles. The vehicles being mentioned is the Tiger 2P with a 1.33 kill-death ratio of mine, the Tiger 2H with a 1.02, the Panther A with a 1.03, the Jumbo 76 with a 0.97, the M41 with a 0.41, The normal jumbo with a 0.71 and the Ratel 90 with a 0.66 kill to death rate. Now, I play both of the vehicles. I do have a fair bit of matches in both of them.
Yeah.
In my own opinion, because I have played both of these vehicles, comparing them, you can compare them. For example, the Tiger has the armor to deflect rounds, but it also has a weak turret for if you know where to hit it. But also, the short-stop stabilizer on the Jumbo 76, it can save your ass if you know how to use that.
Very true.
But stuff I don't really understand is vehicles like the Ratel 90 and the Ratel 20s being moved down. My own opinion, I don't think they need to be moved down, they need to be moved up. The reason being is, if you know how to use them, they can be effective. If you don't use them in their intended role of scouting and flanking, you know what's going to happen. It doesn't have any armor.
Yeah, that's true.
For example, my kill to death ratio in the Bulldog, that's so low, 0.41. The reason being is, at the start of me playing that, I used it as an MBT. And that didn't work out well. When I started using it as a scout vehicle, I started recovering with my kill to death ratio slightly. But yeah. Any opinions on that?
Well, obviously, if people know, how to use vehicles, they're going to do better in them, right? Like, it's that's generally how this stuff goes. The problem is there's obviously, it's either other vehicles are easier to play, and therefore people are doing better in them, which could be the case, or it's the vehicles are not as friendly to newer people to play them. You can maybe make this easier by reducing the stock grind, maybe, or make it easier through like a game mechanic point of view, where it's like how they added like scouting to the game, so light tanks would be a bit more useful. Like they could do stuff like that, but at the current time, at least, when I look at like a lot of the BR changes, I can kind of understand them. Just from like a stock spaded point of view, and I feel like that maybe the way we solve that issue that you talk about, maybe we solve it through like trying like some kind of like academy thing or like training thing, but I don't know how else we would say that. How else we would solve it. Like, would you like how would you try and promote people playing the vehicles correctly?
How can I put this? As someone who started out playing as a German main, you kind of look at all of these media and you're like, German tank good, German tank strong, but when you get it, it's mediocre at best. If you don't know how to use it, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
And it's across the board. People are used to seeing these vehicles in a different light. It's more of a bias towards those vehicles that they have, and then they, don't use them correctly, and they use them as they think they're supposed to be used. Tank big, tank strong, tank has armor. Tank does not have armor. Tank is not strong, and you have no transmission.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's mainly just because new players are more oftenly dragged towards tanks they see in a better light. For example, Tigers. New people always go for Tigers because it's something they see as wow. But then when you tell them, look at this Sherman, it has the capability of killing this Tiger, they'll still go for the tiger because they think it's a joke.
Right.
And then they get extremely mad at dying to exactly the thing you told them to kill them.
Yeah, it could definitely be that.
Yeah, it's more of their bias towards the vehicles.
Yeah.
They have to suffer through the bad to get to the good. And most of the people don't want to get to the good. They want to keep trying something that doesn't work. That's also a problem.
Yeah, I think that would be fair.
To be honest, I used to be one of those German players. I grinded up to 10-0. I don't really like playing Germany anymore because I'm burnt out on it.
Yeah.
You kind of don't want to play the game if you repeatedly have failures in the game. Even though my German tank kill-to-death ratios are better than my American counterpart vehicles, I prefer playing the American vehicles. No matter if they have a higher repair cost, they're a bit more fun.
Right.
But on the other hand, people don't want to use vehicles they see as weak. So they're going to still have that problem.
Yeah, pretty much.
Something we can't really fix. Only the people having these problems can fix it themselves. Except if they don't accept the problem they face it.
I think in general, like, most people probably have a past similar to yours, maybe. Like where, they start understanding a bit more about the game, trying different things, and then that's what will lead to the experience and, the vehicle's doing better. It could be that. No, that could definitely work. Maybe that's what we need to promote, longevity and playing different nations.
Yeah. I should say, after I stopped playing Germany that much, I really branched out into other nations, and their playstyles really deviate, and I understand why people don't like changing to different nations, because it's something they're not used to doing. It's a new nation. They don't know how to use the vehicles because they're finally used to this vehicles they had problems with finally getting working, and now they have to do something new. It's kind of a fear of getting something new, something like that. But if they play long enough, they realize that let's try that. Even though it is scary, I might lose a lot of SL. And then they realize, okay, now that I have played this thing, I understand why I didn't have a good time in this.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, that definitely could help.
But something I still don't understand with the economy. Vehicles that are extremely easy to kill, like the Irland 90 and AML 90. Why are they that expensive?
Because even though some things are easy to kill, doesn't mean it dies.
I know.
Or maybe while dying it does a lot in the game.
It kind of reminds me of when I ran straight into a tree and it killed me instantly in my Irland 90. And the tiger I tried killing just stared at the tree and my corpse. So it got extremely confused and it didn't know what to do because it just saw practically a little armored car killing itself.
Yeah.
But yeah. At the end of the day, it's just a confusing game.
It can be, yeah. Yeah, because basically we're all making opinions based on half truths or half facts, and that means that it's endless discussion about everything. But it also means that it's frustrating because we'll never know the truth.
Well, I guess you could say it in another way. We are only blind to the truth because we're not looking at the truth.
Sure. Yeah, that probably works too.
And I would say I'm done with what I wanted to talk about, and that's about it.
Fair enough, man. I mean, it's always nice chatting, Pepsi. Like, it's a long time no see, you know. So I'll tell you what IPL's on, innit?
Hello there.
Just notify me.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find something.
Yeah. But have a nice night, I guess.
Will do. You too, brother.
See you, man.
Thanks for coming on. I've known Pepsi for ages. You know, it's basically on the Tech Hub. And one of the funny things is, I was talking to some of the South African guys, and they mentioned like before well, obviously Pepsi South African, but I mean like the guys I made the videos with, and it was really funny because they said that the reason why they contacted me, or the reason why, you know, they approached me, was because of Pepsi. Because Pepsi was like, oh yeah, he just hangs out on his server and he just chills. You just send him a message and there you go, easy peasy. So yeah, you can trace the reason why like those South African videos exist on the channel to people like Pepsi. So, you know, eternal gratitude to him and also many others who are involved in that stuff. Let's get... Right, I need to check on War Study, because he did just randomly disappear. So I'll just land, and then we can do that. Let's make sure he's okay.
No,
Hello.
No, I was not.
Are you alright?
I literally told you. At least I swear I told you. Remember, he was literally there from only what? That's 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, you're having some issues. Is everything good now? Is there anything else you want to talk about, or are you good today? How about we go through some topics in a few weeks? Does that sound good to you?
Wait.
Alright, brother. I'll talk to you later. Okay, let's get... Oh my god, how do you even say that? I'm just gonna call you Dead Inside. Because that's the tagline of it all. Oh god. Alright, here we go. Right. Invites are sent out. We are, what, 3 hours into this? And we're going to have a hell of a lot more, which should be quite nice. How are you doing?
Hello.
How's life?
Yeah, good. And you?
I'm doing alright. You know, surviving. What do you want to chat about today?
Some questions about the game mechanics.
Sure.
You play for quite a while. So did you notice that the damage you do to bases is not linear?
Yeah, it's it got changed. You know, I think it was last year when they added in the 4 base maps. They like changed all of the amount of damage bases take, and it's now not really confusing, but more like annoying, because it depends on the map and, you know, all the stuff you're doing, you know.
So it's do you mean fair that, for example, a 3-ton bomb cannot kill one base, while the other guys can do the same damage, but on the scoreboard it shows much less.
Well, the first thing is, when it comes to calculating how much damage you do to bases, it's based on not necessarily size of bomb, but explosive mass inside of the bomb, right? So you could have like a really big bomb, but it has a really small explosive mass. So that can happen. The other thing is, as I said, like certain maps just have different base healths than others, and I don't know if there's anywhere where you can find I don't know if there's anywhere where you can find the different maps with, like, you know, the different numbers, but generally the 4 base maps take more damage than the 3 base maps. The 3 base maps, the bases are easier to kill. On the scoreboard, it might be the fact that if you have like a bunch of smaller bombs, you can spread them out over different bases, where if you have one large bomb and you drop it on a base, then it doesn't count the excess of that bomb going off. So it only counts the tonnage that it took to kill the base.
Oh, so it's feature.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, that's because each base needs a certain amount of tonnage to destroy it. So if you go over that amount of tonnage, then it doesn't count as used. So if you drop, let's say, a 3-ton bomb, but it only takes two tons to kill a base, then it'll only count as 2 tons dropped.
Okay, then another question, how do you use vehicles that don't have lineups for some minor nations?
I use them very passively, so very defensively. Generally, most of my lineups that I've got used to in ground and naval, I run three ground vehicles and 2 air vehicles. So I'm normally not using a huge lineup anyway. But let's say it's something like the STB back in the day. What I want to do is I want to bring along that vehicle as the main vehicle, and that's going to be the one which, you know, does the most damage and so on and so forth. And then I want to bring a utility vehicle, so like an AA, and then probably a scout as well. Because if you're bringing along like a medium or a heavy, then what's going to happen is they're just going to get outmatched, right? So I try and bring utility along with it in the form of scouts or in the form of AAs, and then I try and do as much as I can with that main battle tank first. I also hope that there's planes and stuff I can bring along so they can be kind of useful. But yeah, that's pretty much what I do. Or I just wait and hope for a BR change or additions to the game. You know, that sometimes works, but it's not the best idea, you know.
Yeah, that makes kind of logic. And I would like to ask you about. I don't play many games because when I stick to something, then I last long with it. So
yeah,
I didn't try many games different, but I saw in different game that they bring back the old events. Do you think this is doable in situation right now? Because you have the marketplace, and basically if they would give a chance to obtain some vehicles again, that could crash the market, because if there are very few last coupons for some vehicle, the price is very high, and now Gaijin will give a chance to obtain them again.
Yeah. So we could try and do like the best of both worlds. A lot of those vehicles, the prices are insanely high, right? And you're not many people are going to buy at that price. And I think what they could do is reintroduce old events, and without affecting the market price too much. It will affect it, but not as much as if they made the vehicles coupons. Maybe what you could do is grind out the vehicles, but at the same time, you can't coupon them, so you can't put them on the marketplace. So the people who have the coupons from before still have those coupons. They're just going to lose a bit of value to start with, but then they'll start increasing in value again to wherever they were before. I've got to be honest, I don't really care too much about trying to make money on the market or anything like that. So that's always, a thought that I don't think about too much. But at the same time, it should be a bit of a consideration. They could also maybe add in, so for newer events, a trade system. So let's say in this event that we're doing right now, you unlock, you unlock a vehicle, and then you can trade it in for an older event vehicle, but you lose the ability to coupon it. So you can't sell it on the marketplace. I think that could work the best, maybe. As long as you can trade like minor vehicle for minor vehicle and so on, I think that's probably the solution I would go for if we were trying to take into account market prices.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about something similar. That because if they would reintroduce the event, then again new players after the event would end still would not have a chance to obtain it again.
Yeah.
So you would have like menu, and you could like start the event on yourself, but probably your solution looks better because it would be for everyone at the same time. They would have to trade for the similarly expensive or high BR vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, well, both solutions could work, and the other thing that we have to remember is consoles don't have access to the market, so those guys are just completely screwed when it comes to those event vehicles. They can't get them, So even just thinking about them, implementing a system, that we've talked about would be really nice, just to help them out a bit and get them some content that they can technically never have,
Do you think it would be it can have some good positives for Gaijin to introduce this thing?
Yeah, I think so. It would help them balance these vehicles better because they'd have more stats on them. It would also mean that, I mean, they could do what they do in events where, you can buy stuff for G, right? So like whether it's like a challenge event, they could do like the G challenge stuff, even if they do like the crafting event or the Build-A-Bear stuff. That's going on. If they decide to do it like that, they obviously make money through the market doing it, So at the end of the day, I still think it may not bring in as much as new vehicles, but I still think as like an extra thing, if they wanted to do it on top of everything, yeah, it could make them money, definitely.
Oh, actually, you now remembered me something. There is a finite number of vehicles that can be put into the game. So
yeah,
after some years, after a while, basically they will have to come with some solution to this. So maybe they will introduce this.
Yeah, maybe. I hope they do. You know what's coming up next year? It's the 10th anniversary. and I'm really hoping that with the 10th anniversary, we're gonna see stuff like that. So what I would class as like legacy stuff coming back into the game. It's a hope. I don't know if it'll happen or not, but I would really like that.
Also, can I have some criticism to something you are defending in your videos?
Sure.
When you say that some vehicle is extremely good and it can be put into higher BR and so what, you use that you say that you spaded this vehicle and you have not had any problems with it and so on.
Yeah.
But if we would say, for example, the Sagittario, you've been playing it when it was introduced in the game, right?
Yes, yeah, I did.
So I noticed at the update that many players, at least 4 players in the team, always had Sagittarios.
Yeah.
So that was very big. The team constellation was different.
Yes.
Yeah. So at the time it worked, but it not might work now when not many people play it.
Yeah.
And you see only 1, max 2 in team. So it actually doesn't mean it's that good. You know?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's and this is the problem, right? So pretty much all of our opinions around this stuff are either based on personal experience or they're based on how we perceive the game, right? Like those two things. And the problem with using personal experience in War Thunder is because the game is ever changing. Like, as you said with the Sagittario. So for me, I spaded it when it was like, 8.0 or 8.3? Now it's going to 9.0. So what I have to draw on is my experience of spading it, because they haven't changed it since I did that. But they have changed a bunch of vehicles around it. Then I have to look at all those vehicles, try and work out how it matches up against them, and then also hopefully try and work out, what team compositions are at the time. Like right now, over the last day, I've been playing a lot of 9.0 with the SU7, and I haven't really seen any Sagittarios at all. But it does give me an inkling on what team compositions look at 9.0 right now. But then when they bring in the VR changes, they're going to completely change again, right? So it's when giving these opinions, it is impossible to be correct, like the vast majority of the time. And I do agree that basing stuff off personal opinion is generally not the best idea, but the other thing is we don't have any other thing to base it off of, right?
Yeah, because the statistics are basically closed for public.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no real other way of doing it. I mean, I suppose I could sit there in the video and just say, unfortunately we can't, discuss any of these changes because, well, nobody's going to be in a position to be able to talk about the vehicles in their entirety, right? Because you have to play them and then play everything else around it at least. So yeah, it's a tough one. I do agree with you though. It's something that I think about a lot, but I don't know how to improve it, right? Unless I decide to like play all of the vehicles for like, I don't know, like 10 games each before making a video. But then, that video is going to be 2 weeks like later, and they're already implemented and people have already made up their minds on everything. So I'll think of ways to fix it. Like, do you have any suggestions?
Fixing what specifically mean right now?
Well, basically, like, so as you said, like talking. Let's use like the Sagittario as an example here. So talking or discussing it in like a video, its BRs changing and giving like an opinion on it. Do you think anything can be there so the opinion could be improved? Like, do you think it's good to maybe play a few games in it before making, opinions based on old information? Or do you think it's just worth not really even discussing it because of that fact?
Well, I don't know if you can like play it, respade it again, the vehicle.
Hello there.
I technically could, yeah.
Situation.
Yeah, I could do that because I think I can ask the guy who runs the CC stuff to unresearch my vehicle, basically, which is it's kind of funny. But I think I can do that. So maybe I could try that out.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, and you have like 2,000 vehicles in game.
Yeah.
And they do 400 DBR changes, so it's kinda impossible.
Well, I think it would be impossible for all of them, but what if we just did like the highly contested ones, right? Like,
the discutable ones, like
yeah, like the Jumbo, the Sagittario, stuff like that. That could be worth it. I kind of like that idea.
Yeah,
could do that.
When you mentioned the Jumbo, I was listening previous talks with the guys, and they are mentioning problems that they see that might come out, but those problems can be seen on many other vehicles in game, and nobody gives a shit, because they are not
Yeah, you're
played
right.
that much.
Yeah, you're completely right. And that's the issue, right? Like that's we talk about it, major versus minor nation thing.
Hello there.
So like, unless it's like a crazy change to a minor nation vehicle, most people just kind of brush it off. Whereas if it's like a major nation that gets a huge change, then it gets a lot of discussion and everyone forgets about all the other examples that are going on,
Yeah. It's also, as I understand, very favorite vehicle for many players.
Yeah, true. I agree.
Maybe last thing I would like to discuss is how would you balance the expensive repair costs for new coming players for that vehicle? Because you have 10 free repairs, and after that you not paying the full spaded price for repair, but still very expensive part of.
I think what I would do is, so I agree with you that the stock price of a vehicle is stupidly high for a lot of vehicles, and they don't feel that useful until you get like high parts. Like the Elephant Mark II is a classic example of this. So maybe the base repair cost on it, maybe that could be reduced, and then you have like a higher scaling to the higher repair cost. They could try that. At the same time, they could increase the amount of free repairs. Like premiums get 20, right? No, they get 30, sorry. So with them getting 30, maybe we could do like 15 or maybe 20 for a standard vehicle. Maybe they could do, so there's this thing they just added in Enlisted recently, which is they gave everybody who got to a certain point of one campaign, they gave them a bonus to research another campaign. They could do that. So if you start like a new vehicle or a new tech tree, if you've done like X amount before, maybe it can make it a little bit easier for you. They could do something like that. And the other thing is depreciating rewards. And this is an interesting thing. So when you start, let's say when you start a vehicle, like you're in its stock configuration, you could give it a higher reward base than it is when it's fully modded out. So technically, the actions that you do in game in a non-stock vehicle, the actions you do in game in a stock vehicle or close to stock vehicle will net you more SL and more RP compared to if you're fully spaded. Because technically, if you're fully spaded, you should be doing better in a vehicle, so you can get yourself access to more rewards anyway. So to balance it out, you could screw with the rewards and make it so they're quite high when you start playing a vehicle, and then they reduce over time as you unlock the modifications.
That's kind of nice solution, because when you think about it, they balance on a BR, changing BRs for vehicles.
Yeah.
And for the economy, they use the repair cost. And sometimes, I think I saw it just once, they were changing the SL and RP modifiers on vehicles, so they don't do it that much.
No, and when they do change them, they're very minor. Like they basically, we'll probably see another one of those economy updates in maybe like a month from now, maybe a few weeks. But yeah, they don't do them as much, and they don't change them as much either compared to BRs. Is there anything else that you'd like to chat about? Or do you have any suggestions for that stuff?
I think I ran out of ideas.
Well, I tell you what, it's been nice. Like there are a lot of good points here. Like a lot of good ideas and suggestions.
Okay, so I will not be. I will just give it time for another guys.
Oh, fair enough. Well, thanks for coming on, man. And it'll be nice to see you on again.
Nice chat.
Yeah, thank you. See you
Bye.
later. Alright guys, I'm going to take just a 2-minute break and then I will be back. So just give me 2 seconds while I sort stuff out. See you in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Alright, let's get the next individual in. And it is Vario. So let's see what Vario wants to chat about today. How are you, Vario? How's life?
Hello, I'm doing fine.
Lovely to hear.
So first of all, I wanted to do an ad for everyone watching the stream. Encased came out, and if you want to play a game that's pretty similar to one of the first Fallout games, it's really good. And so right now I'm just doing the events, and with
What's the game called? Sorry.
Encased.
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 Oh, Encased. Okay, that sounds cool. I'll have a look.
And so last Build-A-Bear event, what I did was I was being a good player. I was bombing one base in my TU2, and then I was base climbing for the entire game while I was not playing the game.
Yeah.
And that made the event pretty bearable because I wasn't playing the game. But this time they changed it. I think it came with the activity change. And at first I didn't think it would change anything because I bomb a base and I do nothing for the game, so I wouldn't think it would change anything because the way it calculates, it should pretty much be equal to the same. But where before I was ending up between like 50 and 60% activity, now I was like under 30% activity. So I had to play the game for real. Such a pain.
I mean, what I've been doing, basically the last few days, I've just been playing stuff like the SU-7, bombing a base, and then killing one of the AI planes, and then just going back to base and doing that over and over again.
Yeah, and but when you do, I do a lot of this too. But the thing is, you still have to be in front of the computer to do that.
I mean, yeah, true.
So yeah, I've watched yeah, so I've missed the beginning, but I've understand a bit. One of the things I think you got wrong was the bomb, how they work on bases. Right. It's not just the TNT tonnage; it's also the number of bombs that enters into account.
Right.
And there are a couple planes I know where the bigger TNT tonnage cannot destroy a base, while the lower one with more bombs will.
Interesting.
For example, the IL-28, if you take the 3000, you have more TNT than if you take the 10-250. But with the 3000, you won't kill a base while you will with the 10 bombs.
That's pretty cool. I'll have to look into it.
So that's the type of thing that's really not well explained.
Well, it might be explosive type as well. That might be screwing with it.
While I was playing with the, it was in France, the like 5.3 or 5.7 long range bomber with mines.
152 or 162 or whatever. Oh, the
the big American one. Yeah. I saw like some planes could destroy base with like 1,000 kilo of TNT because like that's what the scoreboard said, but I needed like 1,300, so I couldn't do it with only 2 mines.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's more complicated than just the TNT, as if it needed to be more complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I wish all bases were standard. That would be nice, but we can't have nice things sometimes.
Also, in Air Realistic, they changed. Maybe also in Arcade, they also changed some of the stuff on the ground. Now we have SPAAs.
Oh yeah, true.
And you've got like light tanks now are marked as circles instead of like a line. And medium tanks are sometimes also marked as medium tanks we have in game or in ground. And the and the new
what
SPAA.
What do you think of the changes? Do you like those changes?
Well, the new SPAA are very scary.
That's true.
Because I think they're modeled like the ground realistic ones, and you have to kill pretty much everyone on them. The normal AA is still completely random. There's a game where I wasn't even planning on ground pounding. I was just climbing, and when I was like 3 kilometers in the sky, I just get hit, and all my plane is yellow. I'm leaking oil and water. And so, well, back to base after just climbing for like the entire start of the game.
Yeah.
That was random and annoying. For also the other changes, I didn't watch your second video on the beer changes. but I didn't remember the first one being the Accra being in 8.3 and
yeah,
going
that
down
one's
to
new. Yeah.
Well, I don't have any comments on it because since they put the SK at 8.3, I just kicked out the Accra.
Yeah.
And so I have no idea how the Accra does. Like, I don't think it's gotten any worse than it was. Like, it only improved because there's no longer the research penalty on it.
Yeah.
So I don't know why now, because it's not like it's facing anything that has APS and counters it, or like it's. And I don't think there's any tank that counters it that was added. So I've got really no idea why now and not before.
Yeah.
So for the Jumbo, I think that's just American players being babies, because if you look at the T44 that is also in 4.4, I mean, no, the T44 that is at 6.3.
Yeah.
Like the Jumbo is pretty much on par with it. Like they both have pretty equivalent armor. The speed isn't that different. And they have the Jumbo opens a little bit more on flat surfaces, but that's pretty much the only difference they have. And like the T44 is one of the wobbliest gun, while the Jumbo has a stabilizer. So like I think the Jumbo is gonna do just fine, especially since the Jumbo won't need to face all those American hit throwing boxes.
Yeah.
Because America has like 4. They've got like a bunch of boxes that just does hit one after the other, and there's almost nothing you can do. So I think like if it's fair for the T44 to be at that BR, like the Jumbo is gonna be fine. The French Corsair is also finally going down, and
Is it?
yeah, it's going.
U7.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I've been playing like I don't remember why, but I was playing with the Super Corsair and I spaded and I unlocked a lot of things. And now during this event, I like spaded a bunch of them. And like the French Corsair has the same engine power as the American Corsair at 5.0. So it's the 5.0 Corsair with just I mean, the only reason it's like an entire BR above is because it has the snabs.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only thing. And
which are pretty powerful.
They're powerful, but like, if you don't have total air superiority, you're completely useless.
I agree with that, yeah.
And just taking, like, I take the 3 1,000-pound bombs because you get 3 drops, and then you get your 20 millimeters for everything else. So, yeah. Like, the reason why it says a higher BR isn't even that good. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy it goes down. And the only problem is that the BR is going up. So it doesn't matter because I'm still gonna play it at 6.0.
Yeah.
Because you can't take it in air realistics, it's in 5.0 planes anyway. And so you're just gonna get stomped. I think they should make it an attacker. But like the AU one. That would improve it.
I think the major issue I have with moving stuff like that down is it has such a high what you call it,
capabilities.
Yeah, pretty much. Like if I've been in too many games where, because there's a lot of light tanks around there for France, like it's super easy to get into there for U7. And if you just have one person who knows what they're doing at like the start of a battle, they can just win the game single-handedly.
It can counter SPA pretty effectively, unless it's closed off SPA. But the thing is, if there's any plane at all, like you're gonna lose, because it gives you like a 30-second turn time, and you get almost no climb rate and anything. Like it's a 5.0 that it's a 5.0, but you lose all the speed of your 5.0 and you lose all the turning of your 5.0.
Yeah.
So I think that when it's with the snaps, like, yes, it can be good, but if it's good, it's because the team already has complete their superiority. And if the team if your team already have complete their superiority, like, you're probably winning anyways.
Yeah, that's true.
So like, it's probably really good at kicking them while they're down, but it's not something that someone spawns it and the turn and all the tables turn, because usually if you spawn it and they have just a single plane, you're gonna try to do something, but like you don't have the energy for anything, so they're just gonna kill you and then nothing's gonna happen. So it can be really good, and when you die from it, you're gonna say like, how can he fire that much and everything, but the thing you don't see is all the time where he just gets clapped before reaching the battlefield.
True.
So yeah, so the snaps are really a no-go. Like, I think it could stay at 6.0 if it had explosive bolts for the snap pods, because if you could like dump all your snaps and become a normal fighter, then it would be worth it. But because even after all your snaps are gone, you can't turn for anything.
Yeah.
It stays at this workplace.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, because if you bring the rockets, you lose so much performance. Like, it's kind of insane. I think that's a very fair point.
I've also been playing Sprocket.
Oh yeah.
A lot. I mean, after your stream trying to go through the World War I event, I did mine.
Nice.
I was amazed how easy it was, and even the AI almost reached the end.
Oh, that's
like
good.
None of my AI were stuck into the trenches. They were all stuck at the very end in the like huge holes in the ground.
Yeah.
So it was 70 centimeters tall. Like, I don't know how the crew member fit in it, but no problem. It was 7 meters long.
Oh, so you just made like a really long vehicle.
It was a big 2x4 with wheels and a turret on it. And I put a mud sledge on the front and on the rear. And it worked. And like, I went and I created a new faction to redo the campaign, and I managed to pretty much do all the tank at like less than 25 tons and with like insane armor.
Nice.
And it's like what I tried to do the first time, but the second time I managed to do it for half the weight and like better performances. I don't know how it worked. So now pretty much every map that the AI can possibly finish, the AI finishes on their own without me touching the keyboard. So I'm just waiting for the new custom battles in the next patch.
Like, did they add any more missions to it? Or
no, missions are gonna. I think there's gonna be like 2 missions every quarter.
Right.
And you're gonna get I think it's 2 missions and 5 parts per quarter, he said. And next time we get custom battles, I hope we get bigger maps too, because the game wants you to pack like 800 liters of fuel.
Yeah.
But like every mission, you can do it with 20.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know if they made any game like I don't know if you played like the first Call of Duties, but like they all had like the a tank mission or whatever.
Yeah.
And there also were like games where it was kind of like a Call of Duty, but like you're just in planes. And I wonder if they made a game like this, but just with tanks.
Let's think. Because there has been a ton of tank games over the years. The only question
is there any of them on Steam?
Oh, yeah, exactly. I know they're redoing one, but that's a VR one. I don't know what else is going on with them. I can't think of one at the moment.
Because I'd like some something like a Call of Duty or like Medal of Honor game, but just tank.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And so the thing I was hoping with Sprocket is like you could get like some missions where like you have your tank and like the mission, like you have to use your 800 liters of fuel or something like that.
Yeah.
But before that, like they'd have to add like stuff like infantry and machine guns and all that.
I mean, as long as it gets popular enough, then they'll do it, right? So it's definitely a chance.
But yeah, I think that's a game that has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm really happy about it. And in a previous person was talking about ranked play. And I'm kind of wondering why I would play rank, because I'm the type of person that like could be like targeted by it. But like, why would I do that?
Well, it would be for prizes, right? Like, maybe top 20 people in a season get access to a unique vehicle or a coupon or something. That's pretty much what you'd have to do to incentivize people to play it. Otherwise, nobody would.
Yeah, because like,
if I want people to make still would, but a very small amount of people.
Yeah, because if I want like Silver Lions, I just have I've got like through the Warband shop, I got through some like tier 3 tanks that are premium, and well, I can make games like I can make like a reliable like 100,000 Silver Lions per game.
Yeah.
So it's not really something that target me. But like if I could get oh yeah, when I like coupons for I'm gonna try again the Surblindé, because that's the one I want, but the one I will never have. Because now on the Gaijin marketplace, I checked it a couple times and it was always like around 300.
Yeah.
But since when they showed the decreased BR, I watched the price again, and there's a bio fur at 450 now, and the lowest sell offer now is like 800, and the second lowest is like 950, and then it goes like 1100 and then 2000. So there's only 4 that are being sold.
Yep.
And like, unless they do anything, like, I'm never spending that much money on it.
No, it would be a waste of money, which is why nobody buys them.
And if nobody buys them, like, I'm sure Gaijin does no money on it, so like anything they do would make them more money than what they do right now.
Yeah, pretty much. They may add it to the boxes again, like they did the MBT.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of gambling, and all those boxes, I'd prefer if there was like something where like I could grind it or do anything.
They could definitely bring it back in an event. I hope they, like we were talking about before, like bring back old event vehicles and stuff. I would really like to see that.
I also for this event, what I would like they do instead of bid based on time would be you get 1 box like for every 1000 points.
Okay, so do it on score instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could work. I feel like people would just play like ground pounders in air, but
yeah.
I suppose that's better than what's happening.
Yeah, or yeah, but no, I think that would be better than just the time base, because that would go also a little bit faster, because I do a lot more than 1000 points per 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But and I think that would be still an improvement. And it also forces people like to kind of do something, because there are like sometimes where I just like I know like I've done a bit of stuff and then I just go and fly because there's not a lot that stays on the ground to kill, and I don't know where the enemy planes are, so I just go and fly and leave the computer. And when I come back, I got like an extra box because it took time to kill them.
Fair.
There's the voter is gonna go up. I'm not sure why, because it was. I mean, I guess it depends on how much you value bombing a base. Because I'm always a dead weight for my team when I play the voter. Like, you can't argue I'm ever doing anything. And like, is being a dead weight good enough to go up in PR? And especially since I'm gonna start facing like F4 Phantoms in my voter.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all bombers, like jet bombers, are going up, right? And I'm guessing that's because the survivability is insanely high right now because of the base changes. But I still think, like, stuff like the Voto, I don't think needs to go up personally.
And whoever complained of being killed by a Voto in ground realistic.
No, I don't think that's happening at all. I don't think. I've seen a few of the premium Votos, but that's about it.
Like, I tried playing the Votor in ground realistic a bit, and if they have no SPA whatsoever, it can kind of work if they have also no planes. But the problem with the Votor is that you lose so much speed when you turn.
Yeah.
So, and in ground realistic, like, you're forced to turn. You can never just go straight.
True, yeah.
So, and like, you have no flare. Your top speed is the same speed as the MiG-15. So,
I bet you if they took away its spawn, it would go down in BR a lot.
I mean, it's only at this BR because it has an spawn. Because when you rearm and go back up, like, you cannot. I don't think everything outclimbs you, but you've got with your bombs you got a climb rate of like 20 meters per second. So pretty much everything outclimbs you.
Yeah.
And like 1,100 kilometers of top speed is. I mean, if it was at 8.3, that would be a good top speed. But at 9.3, that's really not enough for anything. So yeah, it's only at this BR because like it can drop bombs before the player quit their field, and then it's useless. So, and there's the two ground pounders that are going down, like the German one and the American one. And like those things are going down because I guess they're doing port.
Oh, the AD and the AM.
Yeah, the G91 and the.
Oh no, I think they reverted that one.
Oh, they reverted that
thank
one.
God. That could.
I mean,
been
why
so
did they even
annoying.
get the idea in the first place?
I know that one would have been awful if they went through with that one.
Like, the worst thing would be like if you're at 7.3 facing them. Like, I don't think a single nation has an SPA at 7.3.
Yeah.
Or close to it. So like it would just be like 3 kills on the entire team. And like those things are broken because like contrary to like the Corsair, those things can completely change the game because they're nimble enough to like kind of do things. Once they get rid of their missiles, they are a real plane. So they can change the game on their own, unlike the Corsair.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's I want an update that is just SPA to fill the gaps in all the nations.
I hope they do that. I don't think they will, though.
And that would be an amazing update.
I think they'll just keep adding them as they go. I feel like if they did like an update dedicated to the AA, I think people get a bit pissy.
Yeah, but I think like it would like help because most nations have like nothing until they've got like a good low tier AA at around like between like 3 and 5.0, and then they have a good radar AA at like around like 8.0 to like 8.3, and in between they have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, true.
Like for like Russia has like the BTR and the like double 25mm truck, and then you've got like the 37 one that just doesn't have anything going for it, and then you have the tank destroyer one, and then you have the Shilka. But in between you have absolutely like nothing good at killing planes. So what they could do is like add more autocannon light trucks, or like stuff like what's the name of the last Japanese tank, like the RCV?
Yeah.
Like they could add like stuff like that.
Like BTRs and things like that.
Or like France has a lot of infantry tanks and stuff like that that can give some SPAA protection. So I think people would be like happy enough with it.
Yeah.
Because that would protect them. And or they could just give AAs, because France, I know France has, I'm sure Canada has, I mean I'm sure also America and Britain all have like stuff where you just you take a light tank or whatever, you stick 420mm on it and you call it a day.
Yeah.
And that would be like awful against tanks, but it would be like good enough for the rest.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I think we need like SPAs that are good against planes and bad against tanks. This way you can get them at a lot of BRs. Because right now I think the biggest example of the SPA is going at because of killing tank would be the French MX-30 DCA, because it's at a higher BR than the York.
Yeah.
And no one is gonna say that it's better at killing plane than the York.
Yeah, that's very true. It definitely isn't.
It's and with the overpressure, like the York is even better at killing tanks. Like I was in my Brennus and the York just shot at me, and the HE exploded near the driver's port, and it killed my entire crew like through 50mm of armor. While it's just like I think the HE has 4mm of pen, but it still killed my entire crew.
Yeah, that sucks.
Like I get the driver might get some shrapnel, but or it might break the optic. I'm not even sure the driver would be hit by shrapnel, but like up to killing the entire crew, I think that's a little bit too much.
Yeah, probably just slightly, but we'll have to see what they do with that stuff. I mean, we still got two more updates this year, right? So we could see some of that stuff in the game.
Yeah, there's with playing. I also so with playing a lot of air, I also find it's really annoying when you switch views in Bomber. Like I really liked if there was an option, so when you switch view, your camera stays center on the enemy you locked. Like if I'm in a bomber and I lock a fighter in front of me or on my side, and if I click change view and I go to the gunner, I don't want to look behind my plane. I want to look on the guy I locked.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Because especially for fighters, since they can move around you pretty quick, like if you start with your camera and they're not on the screen, and then they change what place where you're not looking, like you really don't know where they are. And so you lose a lot of time and then you die, and it's not because you didn't know they were there, it's not because you couldn't shoot them down, it's just because the camera made you lose them.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's so I'm also looking at my thing. Yeah, the CA Loren is going down, and I think the reason it was going down is just because it was at 6.3 because of the MX13.
Yeah, and that's a good point actually.
And now that the MX13 is gone, well, I stopped playing it because I just play EBR, and like it's really hard to use. Like that's the type of tank that if you look how the good player do and how a bad player do, like it's gonna be like polar opposites. And I just look at how I did before I understand how to play it and after.
Yeah.
Like when I started, I'd have like a 0.5 KD, now I have above 2. So it's a really hard tank to play, but yeah, since the MX13 went up, it like really has nothing else going for it. Now we're also gonna get the Mango round for Russian going down to 9.3. So that's gonna be fun. Especially since I'm gonna be the one firing it.
Wait, what vehicles? Oh, the T-64B.
Yeah. Yeah, it got the... When they give the better round for the Russian, the tanks under got also the Mango round, and now since it's going down, like 8.3s are gonna face the Mango round.
Yeah, true.
And at first I thought it was not gonna be a problem for anyone because everyone overpens anyway. But there's like the British Centurion, like one of them has really good turret armor.
Yeah.
And well, now it's not gonna work anymore. Yeah, I remember it had good turret armor because like the French 105 couldn't go through it. And
the Chieftain Mark 10, right?
I don't know, it's the one that has like armor, but it's like there's the other plates welded on. It's like looks really weird.
Yeah, there's still brew. Yeah, it's Chieftain Mark 10. That one's good.
And like
its turret's okay. It's not the best.
Well, the thing with the turret is in a long range find it was I couldn't pen it, so well that's a good turret, especially since like the French APFSD. Oh, I just died from a Yak 38 in Mavotor. Yeah, and like pretty much the only thing the French have at this BR is like a good gun, and so if the turret is good enough to stop the good gun, well, it's a good turret. But now, yeah, the Mango is just gonna go straight through. I think maybe you should lose that round, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see, right? Like when it goes up, or when it goes down. Sorry, like I can't remember the last time a machine lost a round. You know.
Yeah. Now Russia is gonna get a pretty nice 9.3 lineup that's popped out of nowhere, with like the Sprouts, like the T72. You'll get the T64B. The T64A is still very good. I'm still not sure why it went down. Like, I guess it's just because it doesn't have a laser rangefinder.
It's also worse than the T72A. Like it's and it's slower than a lot of stuff too. No thermals. Yeah. The armor used to be good on the T64A, but nowadays it's not great.
I played it I spaded it.
Yeah.
And just recently, and like the turret is the turret will bounce almost everything unless it's the bridge, but that's normal. And the hull is surprisingly tough, I found. Like I stopped even darts, not just HE.
Oh, that's good.
So it's a really strong tank. I'm glad I have it. Yeah. But I'm probably also gonna wait for the 9.3 lineup because like Sprout and Chrysanthema are still waiting for good research costs.
Yeah.
But at least the silver lining on the Sprout is that now the Object 685 can be researched at a decent rate. There's always the I feel like those people who wait for the new font to come out so they can buy the old one cheaper. That's what it feels like.
One step behind, but discounted.
Yeah.
We've been running for a decent amount of time.
Yes.
Is there anything you want to finish with?
I saw you played a lot of Enlisted, and for me, I stopped because I felt like researching that pretty much the same thing again and again was a bit too much for me. I think I'd prefer if they had like War Thunder tech tree, but instead of a light tank, instead of trees for like light tank, medium tank, heavy tank, SPAA, it would be like infantry rifles, submachine gun, machine gun, and then specials. And like instead of unlocking a tank, you'd unlock a rifle, and then in modification, you'd get stuff like a new barrel, like new bolts, new springs, and then you could also get like stuff like scope mounts. And so if it was like this, and like maps weren't campaign, but were just maps, then like you'd be like, I think you'd see like stuff like an STG 44 on D-Day, but I think it would still be like better overall. And I think I'd play it more like this. And maybe if squads, instead of being like a gacha game, were more like the War Thunder squads, or like the War Thunder crews. I think that would be better.
So they've just put in the STG 44s. They put it in Moscow and also in Normandy. So that's pretty cool.
Oh, it's even in Normandy?
Yeah. And they also, so with the squad stuff, they're getting rid of the randomizers, like the RNG stuff, and they're they're replacing them with like a level up system. So they're basically doing what you're asking, which is good.
Well, maybe I had good ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like because which one was I playing? I think I was playing Germany versus. I was playing Germany versus America. In that campaign, and I was like trying harder to go like on Germany. But then if I want to play anything else, I have to go back to 0 and face people that have already the good guns.
Yeah.
And so it like kind of stopped me from swapping. So if it was like more generalized, I think like people would like swap more between the campaigns and the maps, and it would give like more diversity without feeling boxed in the thing you already researched.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. Well, thank you, and have a good stream.
Oh, I will do. Thank you for coming on. It's always a pleasure, Varia.
Thank you. Good stream.
See you later, man. Alright, I'm just trying to survive against a F104 right now, so give me 2 seconds and we'll have the next caller on. Turns out F104s are very fast. I tell you what, the difference between playing the SU-7B and the SU-7BKL is insane when it comes to this. Like the difference in what you face, not even in performance, because obviously the performance is a little bit better, but yeah, it's just kind of nuts. Let's do this. I think he might have run out of fuel. Alright, let's get the next caller in. Let's see what we have. We have the Phoenix. Let's see how the Phoenix is doing today.
Hello Verona. You got my PT in the
good evening, Tech. Good evening, chat. How are you?
Doing alright today. I've just got some wash in my ears right now. Just give me a second. Thank you for the subscription, Orange. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Right, anyway, yeah, I'm doing alright, the Phoenix. Just, you know, trying to finish off this SU-7. Like, it's getting there, slowly but surely. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty fine. I just realized my Discord activates my voice chat just by listening to you. Also pretty funny.
Oh, it's all good. I'm not hearing too much feedback, so should be not too bad.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, I don't know where to start. I think there's just one topic for War Thunder that's in my mind right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's the German Alpha Jet.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
you heard of it. And
Yeah.
I think it's already overtime for its place in the G91 or stuff like this.
No, I agree with you. I would love to see it in the game. I'm kind of surprised that it wasn't in the game before. Basically, it feels like a perfect addition, at least the German tech tree. And you know, we talk about a lot how you know, Germany has a lot of foreign stuff around those years, and the Alpha Jet would be a great example of a vehicle to add, which, you know, was German made and German born, basically.
It's not long used because the F4 took its place, and but it would be a great addition in my opinion. Even as the F100 was added, I thought, okay, maybe now is the time come where we see an Alpha Jet, not with the full audience, with the full loadout, but at least some air-to-air capabilities.
Yeah.
But, yeah, till the day I wait.
I'm hoping. I mean, as long as they don't do it like as an event vehicle or something, I think it'll always be nice to see. And there's a ton of vehicles, for Britain especially, which are kind of like in the same boat, like where they, you know, like they're in kind of like, I suppose 7.0 to 9.0 BR range, which could be added. And you know, it's just going to take time, really.
And the Alpha Jet was also used by, I think, Italy and Britain too.
And
maybe some premium versions for these nations. would also be nice to see.
Yeah, they could definitely add some. As long as they don't do it as an event thing, I'll be happy. Like if they decide to do it as an event thing, I think it'd be a bit of a kick in the face.
Yeah. Right now I'm playing a little bit New World.
Oh yeah, how's it going actually?
Oh, at launch day I was on Berlin main time 8 a.m. I started, and there was already queues longer than I don't know, than in the supermarket on the last day before holidays. And yeah, and then I don't know. They should expect such.
Hello there.
Should I call it? So many people try to reserve their names from US because most of the names, because all of the names you took on the EU server is already gone for every other server region.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's one of the things why a lot of Americans played at the EU start, and it was just horrible. It took me like 15 hours just to get started, also just to, yes, find a lobby.
Like Warcraft used to have the same issue, right? Like
Yeah,
whenever
I
an
had
expansion
also
came out.
And there was such a big discussion because the servers are capped at the limit of 2,000 peoples.
Yeah.
For each not for each region, but for each, let's say, nation.
Realm. Or
Yeah,
whatever you
realm.
call it. Yeah.
And that's also a thing when you have, the map is not the biggest one. That's also a thing what I like, because this game you have until now no mounts.
Oh,
Because
okay,
these maps are so small and you can travel like the whole map in an hour by foot.
Oh, that is very small.
It's pretty small, and you have all this PvP stuff going on right now on the second day already. And all these wars that started on my realm that I'm playing right now. People didn't even know how to occupy a fort or a new city.
Yeah.
They have to finish some quests so they get control over the city. And after this, you can declare war on the clan that's already sitting on this city. Let's say city. It's small. It's Germany. We would say Bundesland.
Yeah.
And then overall, it's a funny game. I had the minor luck that I have right now, let's say vacation. I have to work at Friday night from 1:45 p.m. 9 a.m. And 1:45 a.m. to 9:15 a.m. And so I can enjoy the game. I come home and no one plays.
Perfect.
So it's always when you get onto the EU version before AM European main time, 11 AM European main time, you don't even have to queue in. And right now on, I think it was 8 PM, where a buddy was writing me on WhatsApp and told, did you look at the queue time? And I said, no, I'm already playing since 11 AM. And he's, oh, buddy, you're so lucky. I'm right now in the queue for our realm, and I'm on place 8,000.
Oh,
I was like, what the fuck? Why are you doing this? Just do it like I did on the first day after 15 hours. Just get on the North American server.
Yeah.
They are almost empty, it feels like.
Can you transfer accounts to different servers then?
After this floppy release, they told us in 2 weeks they will offer us a chance to get our accounts. Yeah, the account from another server to the next server. Like you can convert them.
Right, that's fair.
And the only thing is they mentioned the servers have to be available. So like when it's a high populated server, you can't join it. Even if you want it, they don't offer it to you because it's already high populated and go again up with the queue times. And
yeah, makes sense.
And I don't understand why people rant so much on this little thing. Yeah, it's the first game that they bring out, like Amazon Games, this MMO, like this huge game, and all the work behind it, and people just don't appreciate it. And it just got delayed by a month, and not like another half year.
Yeah.
And yeah, just take the opportunity they offered you to convert your character and just play on another server. You don't have to play with your beloved streamer or YouTuber because I don't know reasons. So it's like if you sometimes look in the German streamers chat when they stream New World, or in overall if you watch a German streamer and that plays New World, there are like thousands of peoples that are just running after them just to be around them and take their clothes off in game, and I don't get it. What kind of I don't know. I get happy when I join a match with you in War Thunder, okay, and can say hi, and not like, okay, I will follow him the whole game and do the circus stuff or something like this. I don't know. Sometimes you get some pretty cool acrobatic stuff with randoms. Like I was playing the F5C, and there was another random F5C with the aggressor camo and all this stuff, and we randomly started this acrobatic air show, and it was pretty funny until the F4F came kill us. It was a pretty cool heart that we was drawing in the air.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts? Did you read about New World or informed about it, or
I
simply
watched,
not your type of game?
I like MMOs. I just don't have time for them. If I didn't play War Thunder, I'd probably be playing an MMO. Like I really enjoyed playing Neverwinter. Like I played that a lot because I'm a big fan of the earlier games like Neverwinter Nights and stuff like that. Like I like the world, and then when they did, was it like the alpha last year for New World, or whatever it was, like the playtest. I watched a lot of stuff around it. It looked pretty cool, but I realized, like as I said, I just don't have time. The time doesn't exist anymore for games like that.
When I start New World, I completely forget about War Thunder.
Yeah.
I missed 2 days off my login, I think. So I quickly have to change my game in a couple of hours, so I don't lose my login streak. Because I play it since 2013, and I just got, let's say 2 weeks ago, I got about the first veteran decal.
Nice.
I have easily got the year or something like this together in all this time that I play War Thunder. But yeah, it's a new account, and well, maybe next year in February I can buy a new PC so my girlfriend and I can play simultaneously together and not just like, yeah, okay, I died, here, your turn.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So I really appreciate the fire chat. Chat, yeah, that's the German in me. The fire chat, it's something I try to, yeah, try to be part of it. But sometimes it's just a little bit too late for me in Germany, or my girlfriend is right about to wake up, go to work before I realized, oh, today was the fire chat.
It's all good, man. I'm trying my best to do them like earlier and earlier, basically, so we can try and accommodate pretty much everybody we can. Because I don't mind like going longer, but I understand that obviously for some people it's incredibly late, right? So yeah, like I'm gonna keep trying to push them earlier and earlier on Wednesdays if I can.
For Russian fans, try to
True,
be part of the fire chat.
Yeah, exactly. It should be nice to see. Anyway, man, it's always appreciated talking.
Hello
there. Tell me more about New World when you get more into it, because I'm kind of interested. And the way that you've like said how it's not that big, it might actually be something for me to go into.
Yeah, the fighting system in itself is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And the hitboxes. I shout out to the hitboxes that they made, because if you miss the arrow to the head, you miss it really, and not just like, here, you randomly hit him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to say thank you. I would leave right now. I have to prepare some breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you very much for all your hard work and the entertainment that you gave us all every day. And even some days you need your me time and you get a little bit later on. Who cares? I love it to watch your stream while I nap in or just fall into sleep, and the next day I realize, oh, he rated me to Freeman. Nice to see. Well, thank you very much for having me, and all best wishes, all health, especially with all these verschwurbelten Querulanten, all these Corona ignorance. And yeah, it's a political thing. I don't want to talk about politics. Have a nice one. I will left here, and all the other ones that follow me, English is still bad. I hope you make it better than me. Have a nice one. I will lurk this stream.
See you later, bud. Have a good evening. All right, I'm going to take just a 2-minute break once again, and then I'll be right back, and then we'll get into the next caller. So see you guys in a second. Alright, I am back. Okay. Let's get Zamwaffle in here. See what's going on with good old Zammy. I think I need one more box and then I have my 40, but I'm not entirely sure.
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
I am doing better.
Good. How's the flooding?
Things have started to go back to normal.
Hell yeah, good stuff.
There's, still people, that are going to be displaced for a while, as is, what happens with a bad storm like that, especially when you live in literally a bowl.
Fair enough.
Like, I wonder why the state keeps flooding. Meanwhile, the state is shaped like a bowl. Like, yes, let's put this heavy residential area in what was formerly swampland, and then we wonder why it floods.
Yeah, in Hull, basically they built a fuck ton of like cheap housing on floodplains. And then I think, when would it be? Maybe 2008, something like that, 2007. Massive rainfall, and like the whole city flooded, and it was not fun at all for those people.
Like, yes, let's build a heavy residential area here and build no sort of drainage system that works. It's like, Louisiana's drainage system can be summed up with this. It's a fucking ditch full of beer bottles. Like, I shit you not. It's literally just, we took an excavator and just dug a hole. Doesn't drain anywhere.
Fuck, man.
And it's filled with beer bottles, tree limbs, the occasional dead possum or armadillo.
I would like to go to Louisiana. Like, I've heard some great stuff about it. It seems like a place that I would really like chill with. Like,
so,
in general,
as someone who's lived here for quite a while, I will say this: do not go during one of the major holidays.
Right? Why?
You will not get anywhere.
Oh, just in cars and stuff? Or?
Yes. Especially New Orleans. Because people make this mistake every year round. They go to Mardi Gras when it's Mardi Gras. You don't go to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. You go to some other smaller town for Mardi Gras. And here's why. The roads there were designed in the the 1600s through the 1800s. They are not designed for all that foot traffic. Most of those roads are one-way roads. And if you don't know where you're going, you're gonna get stuck. Because here's what you need to learn. Here's what you need to know. Louisiana drivers are some of the biggest assholes known to man. They do not care. They will hit you.
Yeah.
And the New Orleans police will not help you. They straight up just tell you on Mardi Gras, fuck it, you're on your own, bud. We gotta deal with the fucking drunks on Bourbon Street.
Oh, god damn.
I mean, I will say this. If you go, like, in between the major holidays, when there's that lull period, that's when I'd say would be the best time to go if you want to experience the culture. But if you want to just go there to, like, fucking party, then go during a holiday.
Right.
Like, because it's kind of like Florida. You don't go to Florida during certain parts of the year unless you're planning on either, one, getting absolutely wasted on the beach, or two, just going there to go to Disney or something during one of the holiday events. Because let's be honest, no one goes to Florida for anything else. But I feel like you would enjoy it down here. Are you a fan of, like, spicy food?
Yeah, I like spicy food.
What about seafood?
Yeah. I mean, it depends where it's from. I've had good seafood and terrible seafood.
Okay.
But it should
So
be alright.
so you would probably like the food down here. It's a lot. You might actually have some variations in certain parts of Canada of what is considered traditional down here because Cajuns are originally from Canada and they got kicked out when the British came through.
Fair enough.
You know, back in the ye old days.
Very long time ago.
So just don't mention that you're a British Canadian because there may be some aggression towards you.
Oh, fair enough.
Mainly because most of Louisiana is rednecks.
Yeah.
But you know, there's a lot of fun stuff to do here. A lot of Civil War museums, a lot of World War II museums. As I've told you, there's the big one in New Orleans.
Yeah.
There's also the USS Kidd, which is a Fletcher class that sits on the Mississippi River.
Yeah, that's super cool.
But it's cool how they have it set up. So they have it set up in a way so it doesn't ever really get a large amount of water damage if it were to ever get water damage because it sits on like basically I want to say like 3 or 4 like iron pedestals. So that way the ship is usually above the water. And then when the water is high, it only goes to like the bottom part of the hull. So it still looks like it's sitting in the water when the river is high, but when the river is low, you can tell that it's raised up.
Oh, that's interesting.
And it also had, I think there's also an aviation museum next to the Kidd. I'd have to check into that. But yeah, getting off topic of what we're currently talking about, the thing I wanted to talk about was how do you feel about we've talked about this before in the Q&A about BTRs being added to the game.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about BTRs and other APCs potentially getting like, I don't want to say like infantry, but like a squad that they could like deploy, like to hold a capture point or something?
Yeah, so did you ever look at what Armored Warfare did with that stuff back in the day?
No, I did not. I played that game once, never touched it again.
Fair. I've never played it. I just keep up with the news. And they
I heard it died.
Yeah, pretty much. There's not a lot of people playing it, and mostly people just play the PvE stuff, which looks brain numbing to me. But so they introduced a system with IFVs where you could pretty much pick, like, I think it was like 4 different types of squads. So you could bring in like an anti-tank squad, a recon squad, a machine gunner, I think, and then a sniper squad, so like a scout squad.
Yeah.
And I thought that was kind of interesting, but what I would personally do is so I've played enough gaijin games to know the AI is complete bullshit and they will never be able to get it right. To the point where it will actually simulate a human. So it's either going to be way too good or it's going to be brain dead. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, because in some of the old like tank missions and stuff, you know, there used to be infantry that would engage tanks. The old Panzer Schreck and Panzerfaust units come to mind with their either complete inaccuracy where they can't hit the broadside of the barn, or they just instantly fucking blow your turret off.
Yeah. And for me, so when it comes to a lot of those vehicles, the way that I see it is that I would like, if we're going to implement some kind of squad thing, which I think would be a nice mechanic, especially for vehicles like that. Maybe not IFVs, because IFVs can normally look after themselves, but stuff like BTRs.
That's why I was saying more stuff like the APCs, like the really lightly armored stuff. That, I mean, I could see maybe the BMP-1 potentially getting that at expense of, because isn't how the that's the BMP-2 I'm thinking of. That gets that it can change its crew compartment to carry more ammo.
But yeah, what I wouldn't want like an AT squad.
Yeah, no, I'd think just with a man pads or something to help defend against.
Yeah, you could do AA stuff. They're obviously experimenting with the Rolands, right? But I thought more like a recon squad. So you could plop down some infantry, and they have a circle around them. And then if something enters the circle, it doesn't have to be a huge circle. It could be a small one or a big one, doesn't matter. But when a vehicle enters it, they get spotted, in effect. It doesn't do the whole, scouted thing, but it just does the pulse, on the map.
Yeah.
So I think that could be pretty cool. Just, extra information around the place. I think generally I would be happy with something like that. Kind of something you could plonk in specific areas of the map and hope that to cover a flank or something if nobody's looking at it.
Yeah, and it could even tie into Bruce Kill too. So radio communication and stuff. Radio communication for your commander and other squad members. The more likely the crew is to be able to relay you information.
Yeah, true. I didn't even think of that. That would be really good.
And let's be honest, Enlisted's gonna stay in World War II. They're not gonna go past the World War II era. Because
not soon.
No, not any time in the future. Mainly because, one, if they were to jump to Korea, that would severely limit what you could do. Because it would just be America versus China. And, some Russian forces here and there.
Yeah.
But whereas War Thunder, you can just, have it to where a BMP or a BTR just shits out a squad of infantry real quick while a Bradley does the same, and they just engage in an urban scenario. Granted, they're just gonna die to fucking R3. I mean, hey, then the R3 could, no longer be an SPAA and actually be its intended role of gunning down infantry.
Its intended role of not ever being in service as well.
I mean, yeah, but if that were the case, then half of the vehicles in the game would have to be taken out.
Yeah, true.
AKA most of the German mid-tier.
But yeah, they could definitely do something like that. As long as the AI isn't too what's the word?
OP.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because as I said, I've played too many Gaijin games and they cannot get it right. The enlisted AI is pretty much as close to good that they've got it, and that's done by a different developer. So yeah. so yeah.
I feel like Gaijin, as when it comes to making pretty playing game, is good, but when it comes to trying to do anything else, they're like, let's just outsource it real quick to someone who knows what they're doing.
Yeah, it's a good business model.
Yeah, which is why I'm surprised that they sold the name of IL-2 to that one company that made Rise of Flight.
Yeah,
because I would have thought Gaijin would have held tight to that IP, because that's like their big. That was what made them the big name that they are.
Yeah.
I mean, War Thunder itself was an IL-2 game originally.
Yeah.
And then it became the cancerous thing that we know today.
Yeah.
God, I still remember playing 1946. Being a wee lad with a brick of a computer. It literally had the minimum specs to run it, so at times I would be just playing a slideshow, but I was like 7, I didn't care.
Yeah.
Another thing I wanted to talk about was the possibility of reconnaissance aircraft to kind of tie in with the whole squad thing for both games, because I feel like Enlisted doesn't need it as much, but I feel like, you know, like we always say, more information is better. I feel like, you know, recon aircraft, if done correctly, would be a nice implementation into the game. Either be it as like a score streak thing, kind of like the nuclear bombers are, or be it in the case of where it's like a 109 that has a reconnaissance package, because they did mount cameras and stuff into 109s and P-51s. But it would really depend on how Gaijin would implement it, and also how you would balance a plane that its intended role is to just sit at, you know, mid to high altitude and not get shot at.
Yeah, and also at the same time, like we actually talked about this on a previous call. Like someone asked, like, well, kind of like, what vehicles do I not want to see? And I like recon aircraft just gives people an opportunity to not do anything, and basically farm points.
Yeah,
yeah, because I've had too many negative experiences with Type 93s.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there is a way that they could make it to where recon it like artillery, because a lot of the time, you know, grasshoppers and stuff, and I forget what the German equivalent was in World War II, were used as artillery spotters. So they'd call in targets for artillery. So you could implement it to where they've got some sort of artillery that they can call in. Maybe it be a little bit more accurate than the tank artillery, but not do as much damage. So it'd be more likely to like do critical hits instead of just outright kill a tank. Or you could just add the grasshopper that Bazooka Charlie had that killed a King Tiger and like 12 other tanks.
Yeah, they could do that.
A mad lad saw he's like, my plane has no weapons. There's some bazookas lying around and some wiring. I'm gonna make a war crime. But yeah, like I don't really see recon aircraft becoming a thing, but I would like to see, you know, more information, especially with how they've changed the cone of vision and stuff to where it's not, oh, you can see everything in a radius of your tank. It's now you can only see where the commander is looking. Because I feel like now, especially with how they changed how the field of vision works, it would work better. Whereas in the old version, where you're just able to see in a radius around your tank, excuse me, I feel like it would work better that way. But again, I would probably limit it to being like a score streak thing, and it be like just, you know, an aircraft that just kind of circles around the map instead of just being, you know, like most Call of Duty, like for example, Call of Duty, where if you call a recon drone in the older games, it's just, you know, a progressive scan. It would be it would be an aircraft that has to take off, can fly around the map for a certain time, and then, goes back to base and despawns.
Yeah.
You have a chance to intercept it before it even takes off. If you're, the air camper, as we like to, unfortunately, experience.
Yeah, they could definitely do something like that. Like at least test it in arcade. I'm a little bit worried about giving people crazy amount of information about where the enemy is, because it creates kind of a crazy snowball effect. But they could at least trial it, like they I think we talked about previously the whole drone thing from the April Fool's event.
Yeah, that's
so
what we were
maybe doing that.
Was the possibility of drones being a score streak for high tier, because unmanned aircraft totally need that in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Like
can't get pilot sniped if you don't have a pilot to snipe.
True. But yeah, that's something that, I mean, it could be early indicators. It's really hard to tell where they're gonna go, because they're kind of, at least in a ground sense, they're kind of running out of vehicles. Like and
until Russia another MBT.
Well, yeah, but I don't mean like total vehicles, because there's thousands they can add, but I like actually expanding the BR bracket. Like there's not a ton of options left, so it'll be interesting to see what they do with that.
I feel like there's gonna be a weird, because with air, they're either gonna have to hard cut it off at a certain point, or ground forces is gonna have to become extremely decompressed.
Yeah.
Because right now, the Abrams sits at what, 11.0? Right? The most current version of the Abrams, quote unquote.
The M1A2, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, an F-14's not gonna sit at 11.0 if it ever comes out. That's gonna be like, I want to say like 12.7, 13.0 if it ever gets that high.
Yeah. I mean, whatever it is, it's going to be higher than 11.0, right?
Yeah. And also, you run into the issue with naval with the same thing, where I think naval's going to run into a weird situation where once it gets to the World War II bombers, they're going to have to put a cap on what air you can bring in.
Bombers?
Or I meant to say like battleships and stuff, my bad. Right. Yeah, because I don't think they'd put the Yamato and other ships of it, that class and caliber at 11.0. I would hope not, because what the hell else are you going to put between that? But it would also run into the issue of, yes, Yamato versus F4 Phantom. Who will win?
Yeah, that is
so. I feel like naval is going to eventually have a hard cap on what VR you can bring in for aircraft. Because, like, for example, the jet bombers and stuff, nothing unless they add like super modern, not super modern, but like Vietnam era and higher frigates and stuff that have the advanced radar and guidance systems to actually deal with jets.
Yeah.
I don't see jets ever coming to naval. Which
they're pushing it up to 6.7, right?
Yeah.
So that's already on the barrier. But I know what you mean, like the really high tier jets. Not like ME-262s.
Yeah. Like the 262s you can deal with because they don't have a lot of ordnance that can deal with the bigger ships.
Yeah.
But like, if you've ever played a custom battle, you know that if you ever spawn in a battleship or anything, well, I should say anything bigger than a destroyer, you tend to get blown up immediately by anybody in an F4 Phantom or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like there's going to be a weird either mega decompression in the future, or certain vehicles just won't end up in the game because they'd be far too advanced for the current game.
Yeah. I mean, there could be uber decompression, or they could just limit the weaponry.
Yeah. I mean, even a stripped down F-14 would be kind of hard to balance because of how it, how it is. Another thing I wanted to mention. In one of your previous videos, you said that hopefully the F5A for America is one of the last versions that we see.
Yeah.
There is one more version that could potentially come in the future.
And that is souped up one?
Yes. I believe I think it's either India or one of America's allies recently souped up the F5, giving it a twin tail and a much more powerful engine, and I think a better ballistics computer. So basically, it was their way of making like a poor man's F-16, basically.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it actually uses parts from the F-16. So basically, it's a hybrid. And I just wanted to get your opinion on the potential of that vehicle ever coming. If I can find...
Who made it? Like, what country?
I want to say India, but I don't know for certain. I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, I mean, it could easily be in, right? Like,
I mean,
as long as it's not insane.
The problem is, where would you put it? Would you put it in the American tree as yet another F5 premium / event vehicle? Or would you give it to some other nation to give them...
I mean, it depends on the technology, right? But I'm pretty sure it will go to America.
Yeah, especially if it is a hybrid of the F-16.
Yeah, exactly.
But to go back to the BTR, I know I'm kind of going all over the place. If the BTR-7 was added to the game, there's only like 3 tech trees that wouldn't get it. And those would be Britain, France, and... oh no, China would get it too.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy.
So, yeah, because East Germany would get it. America would actually get it because America owns and operates 7 BTR-70s for OP4 and Black Ops training purposes. So they are used in live fire training. So we could get one as an event for America. Good old...
that would be the ultimate slap in the face if that's like the first version they're bringing.
Oh, they should do it just to piss off the Russian fans. East Germany would get one. Italy could get one through Romania. In fact, they would actually get one of the better versions if they got the BTR-70M, which is one with a 30 mil instead of the 14.5.
It has a 30 mil?
Yeah, it has a
BMP cannon.
It's similar to the BMP cannon. It's more of like you know how the Puma IFV's gun looks?
Yeah.
Like that really trapezoidal like gun mounting.
Yeah.
It's more like that on an unmanned turret.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I just like the BTR-70 because and BTRs in general because they're one of those iconic vehicles that you can see and be like, that's a BTR.
True, yeah. It's very recognizable.
And especially for the Russians, with all the versions that they made, they could really fit a lot of the gaps in the tech tree. For be it either low tier SPAA or, some wheeled tank destroyers.
For me, I just want to see that version with, I think it's like the 180mm. Oh, sorry, not the 180, like the 85mm, I think it is, or the 80mm with the.
Yeah, you're thinking of the I forget how it's pronounced. The shallow, I think it is.
Yeah. That one would be
There
cool too.
There is also the Cuban one with the 100mm gun.
Ooh. Yeah, that'd be nice. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of them. There's definitely a lot of them which they could add. And I think that's gonna be like the way that they go over the next little bit, with especially with ground, because we've already seen it, how they're transitioning from adding a bunch of MBTs to adding the support vehicles basically, and I think they're just going to continue doing that.
Oh, apparently this twin tail version of the F5 is not as new as I thought it was. They must have a company must have recently purchased some. Because it says this version was made by Iran back in 2004.
Huh? For Iranian F5s.
Yeah, and the paint job for it actually makes it look like a blue angel. Like it's literally like the same, like dark blue with yellow.
Yeah.
Accents, and it's like, why?
Oh god.
Actually, that would make it. Actually, it's got some pretty nice looking camos. Now that I'm looking like at Google Images, because it's got the same one that's on the one Russian premium. Wait, no, not. Yeah, the SU7. No, the SU7 that gets the Iranian one.
Oh, does it? Oh, that's cool.
Is it? I think it's Iranian. It's either the Iranian or the Iraqi one, because they use similar camos.
Yeah, I have no idea. I can't remember the camos on it, so.
But yeah, it literally just looks like a blue angel. And then, the desert one, and then this really nice looking, like, just silver one. With like the Iranian flag like painted onto the nose, and like kind of like a racing stripe almost.
Yeah.
But yeah, is there any like vehicles that you would hope to see come next update? Because as we already know, there's the leak lists floating around.
Yeah, the first one I saw was hilarious.
Yeah. Half of those vehicles would not even make sense in the current meta.
Well, no, it's the one. So one of the tips. Okay, so for the people who are making the fake lists, I'll give you a tip. They don't name the update until like a decent until like it's a lot closer to the update. Right.
Yeah.
That's one of those things. So if you're gonna write a leak list, don't put a fucking name in it of the update.
Especially one that's literally just adjective, noun.
Yeah, exactly. So, there's your tip to make them a bit more believable. Maybe you'll catch a few more people out.
Don't add something that literally 2 versions were already added in previous updates. The MiG-23, it's like they're not going to add another one after adding 2 of them. They're going to add something else to one of the other tech trees to counteract it. Now, some of those vehicles were believable just because they've sat in the files forever, but, as is with Gaijin, the thing can sit in the files for almost 7 years.
Yeah, true. Like at least the
Shackleton.
Shackleton, yeah, and some Pumas in there. The only vehicle I'd like to see, right now, the next update, or in maybe a battle pass or something, would be the Centaur. I'd like to see the Centaur, but that's about it.
Which one is that?
So they made the Cromwell, the Cavalier, and the Centaur. They're all basically the same. They just have different engines. And the Centaur was mainly used with the howitzer gun, so the 95mm. And I feel like in War Thunder that would be a bit of fun.
Yeah. Really the three like low tier vehicles I would really like to see is, we've talked about this like a million times, the 222. Why, why hasn't this iconic low tier vehicle, and it's the easiest thing to do in the game because they already have the chassis for it and they already have the turret for it in game.
Yeah.
So it would literally be as easy as taking the turret from one model and putting it onto that model. And then the 251, so have you seen like the videos for Call of Duty Vanguard and stuff?
Like
the trailers
them,
and stuff? So in the one trailer where the German officer is riding in the armored car?
Yes.
Yeah, that armored car. Because that armored car has always been a staple for like Call of Duty, Medal of Honor, all those old war games. There'd always be a mission where one of those is chasing you down a street or something.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna probably laugh, but the only other vehicle that I would really like to see for low tier, be it as an event vehicle or as just a meme, would be a Willys Jeep as a low tier SPAA. Give me my goddamn Jeep. I want to have my Jeep with my GIs blaring through Bastogne, gunning down R3s. Okay? And the thing is, they could put the Jeep in as a low tier SPAA for, America and Britain and move some of their other SPAA up. So kind of like how Russia has the Gaz 4M and the Gaz with the Dishka on top. So, you could have the Jeep at 1.0 be a Jeep with a 30 cal, whereas, the one at 1.317 would be the one with the 50.
Yeah, true.
Because then you could bump up the M13 and M16, so there's not as big of a gap between the vehicles. Because like America and Britain have this weird situation of where they have vehicles that could go there, but Gaijin doesn't want to put them in.
Yeah.
And it's really odd because it's like, why not?
Maybe they're just waiting on stuff, or maybe they're waiting for someone to make a model.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, they have a very high res Jeep model in the game.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you have this high res Jeep model in the game that you could easily implement and animate, but why don't you? And the funny thing is the Jeep especially could just fill so many holes in tech trees for several nations, just because of the fact that America mounted everything under the sun onto it if it could physically carry it.
Yeah, true.
Kind of like with the M3 half track, where we have 7 different versions of it. I mean, it mounted recoilless rifles at one point, so if you wanted an R3 106 for America, there you go. There's your option. It's either that or an M113 with a recoilless rifle. Take your poison on recoilless rifles, because America just loves recoilless rifles for some reason.
Yeah, true. I still would find it funny if they ever added in that Mustang with them on the wings.
Don't remind me that thing exists. As an American,
it's so cool.
It pains me to know that my country did something that radical. It's like this is the definition of America. If America could, if America could act like America, but at the same time, it's like that's cringe.
Yeah.
But then again, I can't say anything when Britain literally mounted beer kegs onto Spitfires.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. Sustenance is required.
And another thing I wanted to ask you, because I wasn't really paying attention to my time. How do you feel about, and this kind of again ties into the BTRs, about certain vehicles getting United Nation camouflages, or at least a United Nation decal being added to the game?
Have they added one already or not?
I don't think so. I think the UN is one of the only military organizations that isn't in War Thunder.
Oh.
And it's weird that it isn't, because a big UN just plastered on a T90 would be hilarious.
Well, that's probably why they don't do it. I don't know. Is the UN controversial? I
mean, they're controversial in that they don't do anything.
Oh yeah, of course, but I mean.
But then again, that can be said with most of the world's militaries.
Like, is it controversial in the USSR? Like, I don't know.
I don't know. That would have to be a question that we would have to ask one of the Gaijin team eventually.
Yeah, I don't know.
If they ever do a dev Q&A again.
I suppose they're also not a country, so
yeah.
Like, I don't think there's any like European Union stuff, right?
I think there is an EU flag.
Is there?
I believe so. I'd have to check. I think there's one. I think there's one EU flag in the list of flags.
Yeah.
But I don't know for a fact. But I mean, I don't know. I just feel like, because they could even do a battle pass themed around it, where you can get the infamous plastic helmet. And also, the vehicle that they could put in it could be an Irish tank. I think it's the Cromwell that had the 106 recoilless because the turret burned.
Yeah, that one's a bit rough.
Because, I mean, that would be a perfect vehicle to give, some Irish representation in the game, and it would be perfect for a battle pass vehicle instead of an actual premium vehicle that you would pay for.
True.
Because, they could put in... Because I could see that being, like, the top tier vehicle, quote unquote, because, it's got a 106 on it.
Yeah.
And then, like, for the weapons, it could be like an FAL or, a G36 or something, something that the current UN uses. Actually, they could even make it UN versus Warsaw Pact. So they could add in stuff from both.
Yeah, they could do.
Put in the big old fucking chrome dome Russian Spetsnaz helmets with the 3 inches of bulletproof glass for the viewplate. I still don't understand why that was allowed to be designed.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm gonna have to ask about the UN stuff, but
yeah, because
I'm actually it isn't seen as a country or something, but I don't know.
I would say that's probably why. But let's see. Neutral countries? No. Oh, it helps if I go to ground because there's more stuff for ground instead of air. Also, how goes the grind with the SU7?
I've spaded it. I finished it. It was.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're playing the BKL now.
Well, no, I just finished that too.
Like, oh, you did? Okay.
So the good thing about these streams, like I get to chat to people, and then I can just play like passive vehicles and spade them easily.
Yeah, I hadn't been paying attention to the stream because
I spaded it, and now I'm onto the Q5. So we'll see how it goes.
Nice, because I've been using this event to finally grind out the American air tree.
Mm.
And I forgot how OP the Xbox Premium Corsair is at grinding out the tech tree, because I went from like 2-3 the other day when the event started to now being at 8-7.
Jesus, is it really that good?
Yes, if you play it as purely like an attacker, not an attacker, a strike aircraft, you're just gonna rack up so much SL and RP. Like I think on average I get like, I want to say 10k a game. And that's just for like killing like 5 ground vehicles.
That's
granted,
crazy.
I do have premium time, and it's, you know, a premium vehicle, so that all stacks. But it's like, why did I not do this earlier? And then no, I guess there's not a UN flag, but there is a few Israel ones. So I guess if Israel can be in the game, the UN could be in the game.
I mean, I don't think it's a thing about, you know, why can't it be in the game or not. I think it's more of a, is there a reason why it isn't, or is it just a, you know, maybe they have plans for the future or something like that, you know?
Yeah, I was more so saying because of the whole controversy thing with Israel.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah. But, you know, the Korean flag can be in the game. You know, insert Middle Eastern country that has done some questionable things can get its flag.
Luckily, Guardian is apolitical, so I don't have to worry about that stuff.
As much as, you know,
just got to worry about laws.
As much as, you know, certain YouTubers would want you to not believe.
Well, there's that, but there's also a lot of community members who I think would rather they were political, and it's like, no, I'm okay, thank you.
Like the last time a Russian company got involved in politics, it didn't really end well for people.
I personally am not a fan of big businesses trying to influence political opinion.
No,
in general.
Yeah, and I don't think really anybody is. Because, you know, it's not your job is not to be in politics. Your job is to make me a product that makes me that gives me dopamine.
Yeah, true.
Or in the case of, you know, War Thunder, make me want to kill myself most days. But I can't, because I have to grind out the tech tree before I can do that.
Fair enough.
But I feel like I'm probably close to my time, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it.
All right, bud.
But yeah, it's been nice talking to you, and I will hopefully see you again at the next Fireside.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Thanks for coming on. It's always a pleasure.
Alrighty, and I will see you.
See you later, brother. Alright, now I just need to turn this vehicle. Let's get ourselves Panzer Soldat on and see what's going on for him.
Hello, Tech.
Hello, how are you?
Good, and you?
I'm doing alright.
So I listened to everybody else. I've been writing out a bunch of stuff I want to either agree or disagree with people on.
Okay.
But my number one pet peeve right now is the XP55. A rank.
Which one's that again?
The Ascender.
Oh, okay, yeah. The backwards plane. Yeah.
Rank 4.3. Rank 2. Why?
I don't know.
But then you look at rank 3, it's like there's a rank 2.7 rank 3.
Yeah.
Why? Like, how is that rank 3, but the XP55 at 4.3 isn't?
I'm not sure. Like we know that like BRs are not linked to ranks. Like there's, if you go to the Japanese tree, there's that H8, which is at like rank. It's at like rank 1, and it's like 3.7 or some dumb thing like that. But at the same time, like especially for premiums, they normally do follow that. Maybe they just don't want it to be. Maybe they want to keep its price down. Or they're worried about its effectiveness.
I have it, so I don't remember how much it cost me.
I have no idea. I think I have it too. I could check though.
So another thing was like an hour ago, we had the guy talking about he doesn't think the Ratel needs to go down.
Yeah.
I disagree. The funny thing is, I love the Ratel 20. As soon as I got it, I'm like, this is the greatest vehicle in my entire lineup. I literally brought it out every match.
Yeah.
I didn't do that well in it. I really didn't. But I liked it because I looked at the stats, and I've tried out like the swing fire and the striker, and I'm like, it's nice to almost be able to shoot a missile around the corner.
Yeah.
What are we in? 1 second. Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
So it's like you can almost shoot a missile 90 degrees because of how the missile is basically like a 2-part missile that gets shot out of the tube and then it kind of goes off.
Yeah.
But I don't want to touch those things with a 10-foot pole. I really don't. The missile's way too slow.
Yeah, that's fair.
And as soon as I got the Ratel 20, I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. I'm like a fat BMP. Like a really fat BMP.
Yeah.
And then it's like, yeah, you don't really use the 20 mil much, but you can use it. You can kind of use it to deter planes and to them just figuring out, oh, I can just top down this thing and it can't do shit about it. So that's something. And then the RCV came in. I'm like, there is no way the RCV is the same VR as the Ratel. There's no way. Like it doesn't get like it gets a better gun. I think by a little bit, by like 40 pen. Yeah, by like 40 pen. But it doesn't get missiles. When I looked at it, I'm like, I looked at the stat card. I'm like, there's no way. Because at the time the RCV came in, I had the Roy Cat. I spitted the Roy Cat in like 20 matches. And I honestly don't really like light tanks too much. But the Roy Cat started to make me fall in love with wheeled light tanks. So that aside, I have an idea. I feel like it's the greatest idea ever. Go for it. Yeah. For SPAAs, my number one pet peeve is I have SPAAs that only have one belt. Like ZA35. It's a great SPAA, but at its BR, you'll see G91s. It's like, by the time they technically get into your radar locking range, they could have technically fired a missile and guided it all the way to you before you had not any idea, unless you see the red dot of it obviously coming towards you.
Yeah, true.
But I want a ready rack for the SPAAs. So the idea is Z35 has like what, 600 rounds or something like that?
I think so, yeah.
Let's say let's say mid-match, I died in my first tank. Doesn't matter how I did it. I gotten my SPAA. Specifically, one with only has one ammo belt at a time, not like the marking that technically has two, which is actually kind of weird. But I'll talk about that one later. I want to be able to go drive to a friendly point. Because, like, in an SPAA, you spawn mid-match. As long as you don't burn through ammo, you can literally just sit at the back of the map and do nothing.
Yeah.
And basically get points just for being in the match and shooting at stuff. I want to be able to... I want to kind of be rewarded by being able to leave from actually leaving spawn to go onto a point, which will most likely get you kills for most large SPAs, like the ZA-35. I mean, like... If you've ever sat next to a ZA-35, it's huge.
Yeah.
For it to be ours, it's like a mouse. It's just bigger than everything else. And I feel like anytime I run out of ammo, I am just punished because I have to trek all the way to a capture point with like a minute. And let's say this is a really heated match. Basically, nobody's leaving. Everybody's trying to pull out the most from their vehicle for each of one they bring out. And I feel like because I died early or because I decided to try to support my team in maybe the planes that are coming in, I feel punished that if I go to a capture point, it takes me almost a minute just to get another belt. And that does not include reloading the belt back into like the ammo storage to be able to shoot again.
Yeah.
So what I want them to implement is a ready rack. So it's the A35, whether I've shot any bullets or not, I want to be able to go to a point. It still takes the 60 seconds to load it in, but I want to be able to hold on to that extra belt to say go back to my base because I don't want to be in the middle of the map in a heated battle. And I burned through my first 600 rounds. Okay, I have the second 600, but it still takes that minute. But if you burn through all your belts, and then you go reload, that first 600 is still a minute, but it gets reloaded straight into your belt, and then if you wanted to wait 2 minutes, you can get another belt. So it's not like you're improving SPAAs. I just don't want to feel like I'm punished for trying to support my team and not be on the front lines and just like counter all the G91s that you know are going to be there because you're at 8-3 and you're just going to get 8-7 most of the time.
Yeah, I understand you. Like, it is really infuriating with AAs when you have to reload, and it takes literal years to do it. It's so ridiculous.
My greatest example of this is I was in a Falcon on. It's not Sinai. It's the other desert map with
Tunisia.
That's the one with the. C is usually the town, and A is usually
the bridge.
Bridge, yeah,
it's Tunisia.
It was battle, so we each had our own cap point.
Yeah.
So, I died early in a warrior, I believe. Pretty early. Like we pushed basically mid map. I spawned in the Z35 because I died to an RU251 that was on the hill, so I know he was spotting like half our team. I got my Z35. I parked behind our cap point. No, in front of our cap point, which is below that rock ridge.
Yeah.
So you can kind of have protection against missiles and stuff. And lo and behold, G91 spawns in. Lo and behold, ZA-35 with a 40-kilometer radar kind of buzzes them down 4 kilometers out. got so lucky he wasn't paying attention. Then I shot a bunch of other stuff. I went on to the ledge to shoot like where B would used to be across the map.
Yeah.
I ran out of ammo, but by the time I ran out of ammo, I was back to where I was before because planes were starting to come in again, and I didn't have much.
Right.
So it's like I'm sitting there. I shot down, I think it was a P-47, one of the ones with 3 bombs, and then I sat on the point. 600 rounds. Let's go. Takes an extra 20 seconds to load it. You gotta be kidding me. I get hit by a G91. Why? But then I spawned the Chieftain Marksman, which I kind of started min-maxing it in its SPAA role because you have the two belts. So you can basically what you do is you waste your biggest belt, and then you have the extra 40 rounds. So you can reload the biggest belt fully with like 400 something rounds, and still technically be decent at your SPA roll with the extra 40 rounds.
Yeah.
As long as it's not like a swarm of G91s just wrecking everybody. But it's like there's so many SPAs that have no chance. Like the ZA35, I think the PGZ09 doesn't have a 2-belt system. I don't remember any others. I don't really play a lot of SPA. I think France. Yeah, that's basically it. That's the only ones I have experience with. But the next point is end of the line vehicles being way too damn expensive.
Yeah.
Isn't it nice? You get through kind of when you persuade the warrior, you kind of start clubbing on it with it. And I was like, oh, I can get another missile carrier. Well, specifically for me, I want it because it was a Rattel. I get 3 missiles. I'm like, let's go.
Was that T3?
Yeah. And then I look at it, like I grinded it out literally right after I got the warrior. I grinded it out before I got the Roycat. I'm like, oh, I want to get this because I'm at the warrior so I can get another missile carrier.
Yeah.
And then I have to pay almost $1 million for it. For an 8.3. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what else has the same like cost? A 10.0. I'm paying the same amount for an objectively worse vehicle if you just base it off battle rating.
Yeah.
For an 8.3 to a 10.0, so 1.7 less. Huh. A 9.7 is the same price. Another 10.0 is the same price. And then it basically goes up after ranks 7. It's like, I make money, but I don't make a lot of money. That makes sense. Because, like, there was a match I did really well in it. I got like 60k RP SL. I lost like 30k just to repairs because I really wanted to win the match, but I got like 20k RP, so it was kind of worth it. I didn't exactly lose money, but just playing Britain when they have an actual lineup takes a huge chunk out of what I actually make. Like just recently, I bought Sea Jesus, which I had no qualm with buying it. Like it was pretty cheap compared to compared to what I'm buying in other tech trees. Like I'm starting to research the B2 Brennus. Today I just got enough to buy the B2. I haven't crewed it yet. I still have to get the Acra. I still have to get the 13 Hot. That's like going to be 3 million probably.
Yeah.
Because I 8.3, I just count everything as $1 million because that's what it basically is. I was like, there needs to be a limit on how expensive something can be, even if it's an end of the line vehicle. I'm not going to spend $1 million on an 8.3. I'm just not.
Yeah.
Like I think I did spend that much. No, I didn't even spend that much on the Chieftain Mark III, and I haven't even displayed it yet. And it's just for somebody like I have 16 million. Yeah, I have 16 million. I'm not broke in the game, but having exactly 16 million for me equals I have 0 money.
Yeah.
Just a buffer, so if I go on a losing streak for like a year straight, I can still have. I can still play
still have something.
Yeah, but you saw yesterday. There's a lot of BRs where I don't lose a lot. Like I have 60% win rate at like 7.3. That's because Britain's really good at 7.3. But unless I use premium tanks, I don't make a lot of money at 7.3 because every Centurion every non-premium sharing is basically like 7K, like more than 7K. So if I decide to bring sharing Mark III with the one sharing I haven't spaded yet, other than the FP4202, I basically will lose money. Like if I don't play a spaded vehicle at this point, I will lose money.
Are you getting KFC?
No, we're getting Jim and Nick's.
Oh, what's that?
Pulled pork place.
Oh, that sounds real nice. I know
But,
pulled pork and edges. Sorry, just keep going.
It's completely fine. But it's like I make pretty good RP, but NSL, like it just takes me. As soon as I started getting to 8.3, I started. It's taking me like a week because I'm at 8.3. Like no, I'm playing 8.7.
Yeah.
My lineup is, mind you, you saw how much premiums were there, so I have a pretty substantial lineup. Yeah. I have Conqueror, the Reaper, Chieftain Mark III, the A35, the AVRE, Chieftain Marksman, Warrior, Roycat, and the Buccaneer. And sometimes, if I want to really hurt my own feelings, I play the Oliphant, which I have parts. So I'm really far from doing anything useful for it. But like in the time I've basically been playing 8.3, I've literally researched the Chieftain Mark 10, the Challenger 2, Vickers Mark 3, the VFM 5. I've researched the Oliphant Mark 1A because I didn't have that at the time. And the Rocket, almost have the Rocket MTTD. I should have that by this weekend. Plus researching the 10RC, spading the Foch, researching the B2 and the Brennus. And it just takes me like an extra month to make up enough resources to actually like buy it. Yeah. And then it takes me like an extra week to make enough resources to crew it. But then I only play that DR for like probably about 5 days straight. I played 8.3 for literally like a month straight. Didn't really get anywhere because I was researching the Challenger, but it's completely worth it because I wanted the Challenger since I ever saw it in the game.
Yeah, it's a beautiful vehicle.
Next thing I have to talk about is Gaijin saying that people are going to abuse the tanks that have high stats. Like,
you mean if like the stats were public, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that answer is kind of bullshit. Specifically because people just said releasing the stats, and they never said completely releasing every stat, have like a running database where you could just go in and look at stats. It was like the way I thought they would do it is like, hey, like one of the controversial VR changes is one of the most things is like, oh, I have statistics for this. Okay, can I see them? No. So you have statistics, but I can't like the 76 jumbo that's going up.
Yep.
I want it to go up because I played Britain and playing 5.3. Like mind you, I haven't split the Firefly. I haven't split the Challenger. I think they're both completely shit compared to the Comet. And Centurion Mark 1 at the time, which was 5.7.
Yeah. I
want it to go up because I want it to know how it feels to be stomped on. Britain at this point, Britain literally basically gets stomped on from basically reserve to 5.7. Unlike literally you get stomped on for most things, you basically get stomped on until you're spaded.
Yeah.
And then you can start stomping. But at the point you start stomping, you don't really want to play the tank because you've been stomped on for, let's say, 50 matches straight. And then you finally get it. It's like, well, I could stomp, or I could go up to the next BR, which would be better, and I can stomp on lower up the other nation of X nation that's been stopping me so I can show them how it feels.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it's like, I have had, out of any tank I have shot at, with any vehicle I have never had as much problems as I had with the Jumbo.
Yeah.
I have bounced 122. I have bounced APDS from a Centurion Mark Action X off the front of the Jumbo. I don't know how it happened. I was sad because he killed me. But it's like, I've never had as much problems as I've had with, not specifically the 7.6 Jumbo, but just the Jumbo platform in general. I think the only BRs I've actually shit on Jumbos regularly was 5.7 when the Centurion Mark 1 was there, and 6.3 with the Charioteer. The Charioteer is honestly like the greatest thing ever. you practically get a 7.3 gun at 6.3.
Yeah.
But what else do I have on? Oh, this also goes back to the Rattel. People not understanding the play style. The Rattel is a fat BMP or a fat RCB, if you will, like a really fat RCB.
Yeah.
I feel like they could put like a stat on there, kind of describing a very viable play style. Like Rattel, like the things that Rattel is not. It is not a frontline scout. It's not exactly a support vehicle either. Because like as soon as they see you, people focus you. Like they could be 2 kilometers away and they'll focus. It is specifically what the T92 is, and it's with its profile. You're supposed to hide behind stuff. You pop out. You surprise, let's say, Leopard. You throw a Milan straight down its face. You throw a Milan at its face. You take out its barrel. You wait for your Milan to reload because you almost have no prayers of side penning it. And that's about it.
Yeah.
But that's such a thin play style that people play the Rattel like they try to play the RCV if that was their first like nation, or the BMP, and you just can't do that because your vehicle just does not react quick enough at all. But that's something they could do, is like describe a playstyle. Roarcat is one of the greatest frontline tanks you could frontline 8.3 scouts you can have. Because you get shot, pop smoke, you're out of there. Literally you're going like 30 in like 3 seconds. As long as you don't hit a tree, even like off road. Like if you need more cover, and if you have it, you pop your ESS and kind of do a like an S on the way back. So if they have thermals, they will see you, but at 8.3, it's kind of a toss up if somebody has thermal. Like most likely they do, but that doesn't stop you from popping your ESS and your smoke at the same time to deter somebody who's maybe his poorest flank to maybe you're 90 degrees to your right. But that's that. And split tree vehicles. So in this game, there are many technical nations vehicles that are multi. Well, I explain it as they technically have a conflict of interest if their nation is added to the game. Because like Israel is probably going to be a minor tech tree, but with the Israeli Valtor and the French and the Israeli Merkavas in the USA, who gets the rest of their vehicles if they are added?
Yeah. Just
like the C2A1 is a Canadian vehicle, but it's on the Leopard chassis and it's still in the German tech tree. So what if like people have been always wanting the skink, right?
Yeah.
Canadian vehicle. It's USA platform. Would you add it to Germany because they have Canadian vehicles? Would you add to USA because it's their own platform? Or could you add it to my previous suggestion, just a conglomeration of random tech trees that you could basically use the skink in, let's say, Great Britain, as a viable AA. Oh, that's another thing that I just remembered. Viable AAs. Some of the AAs in this tech tree some tech trees are not viable at all.
No,
I mean, like, it's like British tech tree is the easiest one. British and French are the easiest. Crusader AA. It's a great AA for 3.7. Crusader AA Mark 1. There is no reason to use it because you have the Crusader AA Mark 2. I have used the Crusader ever since the Falcon went up. I've been having to use the Crusader AA Mark 1 at 7.7 and then get a full up tier to 8.7. That's like, it's like you just kind of coming in AA Mark 2. It's like, I'm here to help? ? And you shoot down a G91. It's like, get fucked, scrub. You get killed by it. It's like, I wish I had a viable AA at 7.7 to use, but the Falcon went up. So it's like, there's so many non-viable AAs that's like, some BRs is just, there's no reason to bring an AA at all.
Yeah.
Because if you do, it's either going to be underpowered and you're just going to get shit on by the planes that are there. If you're on the threshold of like 6.7 to 7.7, because you get the ME262s, especially with the Squadron one, which honestly shits on almost everything because it just really has firepower to just absolutely wreck you top down.
Yeah, true.
But it's like, I wish, like, very next major update, they need to put something that acts kind of like a Kugelblitz. The Kugelblitz, I feel like, is one of the most viable AAs, non-radar, that is not at 8.0. It is literally the greatest thing I've ever seen. I want to get it, but I don't want to play Germany right now because I just lose too much.
Yeah.
I really do. It's like, if I could get a Kugelblitz in the British tech tree, you could literally put it at 7.7 and I wouldn't care. I would love to have it. Just because I would have a chance of doing something. Like, even France is even worse. If you don't want to use the AMX DCA-40, there's the CCKW. If you don't want to use that, there's a PT-7AA. And it's like, at 7.7, what do you have for AA? You have whatever anybody else brings to you, with you, depending on your VR. And like, in an SPA role, if it's not radar, you kind of can't rely on it, like,
true,
at all.
Yeah,
like,
I'll be back in just 1 minute.
I've had
so
games.
Keep going.
Okay.
I'll be back in 1 minute. I can still hear you.
I've had a match where we were at, I don't remember what VR we were. I was at A7 playing France 7.7. Like, okay, we had America on our team. We had a Sergeant York who I know had the proxy rounds. So I'm like, okay, so I should be fine, right? Going around, a G91 comes in. I know he had rounds because he was shooting at a RCD probably. I get 4 guys on our team got missiled by the G91 before the Sergeant York even started shooting at him. It's just annoying to see. Like, yeah, you can kill things in like your 8083 SPAAs, but you really need to focus on not letting your 4 people on your team just leave the match because they just immediately get yeeted from the game. Like, especially the Sergeant York. At 8.3 in my ZA35, I expect a Sergeant York to kill something before I can kill it. I expect it. But when like a Sergeant York doesn't, it's like, oh, do they not have proxy rounds? About 2 minutes later, I see them kill something with proxy. It's like, so I died in a ZA35 against G91 R4. We were in the same spawn. We were both looking at it, but I killed it, even though you had proxy rounds. Yeah. There's no excuse. Like, I get so angry. It's like I die in Chieftain Mark III. Do we have SPAs? 4 SPAs, 2 of which have proxy rounds. Why did I die? It's an open, it was that specific match was an open match, an open map. So they could see them. You can literally see them spawn in. There's no reason that it didn't die, and I wasn't that far from spawn. But that's my SPA rant for this fireside chat. I have to go back to stats though, because I didn't finish what I wanted to say.
Right.
What they need to do, anything that gets changed, because usually it's either something gets changed, but then it says, okay, we're gonna wait to see on it, or yes, we're gonna change it no matter what you say. The stats that are for any vehicle at the start, because usually more vehicles don't get added on to the change, it always gets taken away. So at the start, every single vehicle on that list, we should be able to look at the stats. Because Sagittario going up, oh, it still has really good stats. Who's going to go and grind this and basically abuse the Sagittario when they know it's going up and it has a large repair cost? Nobody's gonna do it. It's like the recent, well, not controversy, but the squad that basically talked about Seal 13 Mark IV was the bad one, I think.
Yeah.
They basically sweated in it, and they got it to go up, and then everybody's saying, here's the fallacy of this is the fallacy of their BR changes. And it's like, how many people were actually playing that plane at the time before where they were looking at it for BR change? Would you say 2,000 flyouts?
Yeah, it was 2,000 flyouts in the last month. In the last month,
in the last month it was 2,000 flyouts. That's not a small number. That's a lot of people.
That's also
go look at the flyouts of meta vehicles and compare it to the flyouts of that. There's probably going to be double to triple, and they're saying, here's the fallacy. No, the fallacy is you grinded on something that nobody basically plays because of its BR, and you did well in it, so it's going up because you were probably the only ones who were playing it.
Yeah.
Which is why it went up. It's I hate to see not to really shit on anyone, but I think it was Scottish Claw, I recently talking about, oh, this is the fallacy of their system. It's their system is pretty good. The Falcon, I didn't want it to go up to 7.7, but I see why go up to 8.0. But honestly, I don't like first spawning SPAs, but I would first spawn the Falcon just to have fun, just to shred somebody, and then not being able to do anything because 3 seconds the barrel's gone. Another 1 second their machine gun's gone, so I can't be machine gunned, and they're basically useless. And it's basically guaranteed that they're gonna die. But it's it's not this. The problem is people are attributing the wrong things to planes. It's Stormer HDM going up. That's the one problem I actually do have. I look at it, I'm like, every other missile SPA and BR has basically proxy.
Yeah.
So if you line up all SPAs, let's say in one match, line up every single one. You say you give an IL-28 with invincibility, and you shoot every single one at the IL-28, and you have maneuver and stuff. The only one that's probably gonna miss is the Stormer.
Yeah.
Specifically because it has kind of the two parts where the missile goes off to give it the initial velocity, and then the missile explodes, and then you got the 3 darts. Mind you, the 3 darts does give you a kind of a proxy effect in the fact that they're all spaced out, and usually 2 of them will have a hit at a time. But it's it's so It's so much different than any others that it's so unique that the uniqueness is almost bad.
Yeah.
And it's like Radar SPA, and the fact that like Stormer, there is no way, there's almost zero chance of hitting a maneuvering, let's say G91, not G90, Phantom, because I know they're one of them at like 10-0 or whatever, or 10-3. A maneuvering Phantom who knows you're there, and a proxy SPA will most likely hit it because they don't have to radar lock. They just have to get a Stormer, like the radar lock is practically your only saving grace if they're not basically heading on you. So, and what else? I had one more thing that I completely forgot. I think it was French. I think it was.
Hello there.
I can't remember. I know I wrote it down. The Valtor. Oh yes, the Valtor going up.
Yeah.
That's the icing on the cake. Well, let me set up a scenario that I had literally yesterday.
Right.
I played 9-0. Wait, let me preface this by saying I accidentally played 9-0. I did decent in the match. I get to spawn a Valtor, right? I bring 1,000 powers and Sneb. No radar locks come up. So, I can see radar. I can see the red dot of death from most missile SPA. So I usually don't have a problem with the white line of death or whatever color tracer. I'm flying in. I'm climbing. My plane explodes. I'm like, I didn't see a red laser. I didn't see a red dot of death. I didn't see a white, red, or green line of death. What could have hit me? And then I remember the BMP-2M is at 8.7, and it has a proxy SPA HE missile.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, from the time I spawned to the time I got hit was probably about 10 seconds. I spawned in, I climbed 10 seconds, exploded. I was nowhere close to the match. So it was on, not American Desert, the other one. It's
thermals are insanely good at spotting planes.
Like I don't even think it was losing thermals. Like if you have high enough resolution, like at the settings I play on in air or even on ground, I can spot a plane at like 12K.
Yeah.
Because if I zoom in or out, I can see the dot, so I know they're coming in.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I mean, like, there was no dot. There was nothing. It was literally I exploded, and like as you saw like yesterday, you saw my service record. I buy premium planes to ground pound to grind through the tree, so I'm very aware when there's a slight miscoloration on my screen that I think's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
And it's just the icing on the cake. Literally dying 10. Like it took. This was. I think I spawned something before. 1,000 SP gone within 10 seconds of me spawning in my plane. 1,000 SP gone, blown to the wind. Because this thing has an SPA missile.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's like I don't know how many times I have exploded with no warning. Like it's not an SPA. Like I'm not even flying directly towards the battlefield. I'm flying off to the side because like everybody's kind of camping because they don't want to die. And I instantly die to its missile. It's like this thing has what's the firing range of it? 10 kilometers.
Yeah.
10 kilometers. And you spawn like what, 12 kilometers probably? Out from the battlefield, the closest battlefield? So he probably has 5 kilometers from one end of the battlefield to the other, which means he probably has about 4 to 5 kilometers outside of the battlefield where he can hit me with the missile.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you spawn in Valtar, you're not slow. You're probably cruising about 600 miles an hour. Like you're not Mach 0.8. And to blow 1,000 SP, 1,000 XP. I know I'm repeating this, but it's like I have flown out at 1.3 planes in one match, and only the 3rd time I flew on a plane was at 1,000 SP.
Yeah.
It's just I just don't like wasting SP. I could have 700 SP, and I see that we basically lost the match, and I'll lose the match. That's how delicate I am with my SP cost. I could have enough for a nuke, but I see that the game's gonna end before I can get to the battlefield, so I'll just leave the match.
Yeah.
Because like if I can't end the game with the nuke, which probably my team won't let me, or the other team's gonna win before that, there's no point in really spawning a nuke play, even though there's technically no repercussions because you don't pay repair costs on the nuke plane. But just the fact that I could have gotten a nuke, but I can't drop it, is enough deterrent for me that I just don't. I've never actually had enough. I've gotten close though, but it's enough deterrent for me to not spawn it. And for a lot of people, that will seem crazy, but it's like at 10 minutes into the match, I can usually guess whether we win or lose a match, and usually I'm right. Unless we turn it around. Us? Alright, my team falls while the other team turns it around.
Yeah.
So it's just 9-3. I can't wait to face Phantoms in my Valtor. I mean, not air spawn, not even gonna get to the base now? Woo! It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be so much fun. But then I get another match. I actually play, hey, Semper's here. That's the guy I play usually my air with. I got a match where it was me and an S86F or something like that.
Yeah.
Versus the Yak 28. And it was basically at this point it was either the Yak 28 killed both of us, or we killed the Yak 28, or we had the ground pound. I basically told the other guy, we have to ground pound, because like if the Yak 28 dies on a Valtor is not super maneuverable, but without a bomb load, it can pull pretty hard. Like 10Gs is not super hard, but in the bomber's case versus an afterburning Yak 28, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's good enough to reverse another bomber. But I got. See if I can find it. Not that one. Man. This one is? Yeah, here's it. I got 37,000 RP and 56 KSL for one match. 2,189 not action points. I bombed 3 bases and killed 9 ground targets. That's about it. And to see a guy, I only bombed like 2 tons. He bombed almost 6 tons in a 25-minute match, and he lost. Like if he won, that's probably almost like I would say 50,000 SL. He was doing really well, but he lost. But then I get another match. It's like the Valtor's so up and down, it's not even. I got another match where the bombers were me and a Valtor. Was it 2A? Semper probably knows, but it was either 2A or 2B. I don't remember which. No, it was a 2B because he didn't have. Or what? I don't know. It's one of them. He took every base. I literally got 0.02 tons in an entire match.
Yeah.
Because it was on like, it's like, I asked him, why do you take all the bases? Like, you could at least let me have one because I'm also a bomber. I'm trying to grind too. And he's like, because I can. The funny thing is, I was behind him at 0.4 kilometers for basically the entire time, and I used bombers for that match. After that, I'm like, I should have shot him down after he bombed the base. It was like I hate shooting, having to shoot my own teammates. I hate bombing my own teammates. Like if I bomb close to a teammate, and I usually tell them danger close. Usually they got shot, and I'm trying to save them. But if I kill them, even if I tell them danger close, I tell them sorry, I was trying to save you. But it's just the Battle Force just so much up and down. Like, well, it's like if you get a down tier, literally one of the greatest bombers in the game.
Yeah.
If you get an up tier, you're useless. You're basically useless because if you don't get a base, like if you get Harrier, oh, my pet peeve is Q5s, A5Cs, AV8s, S86Ks, or whatever that one is, or F54S or whatever. They can't kill a base, or they can kill half a base. Let's say me and my squad mates are both in a Valtor. Before the bombing changes, you could kill 1.5 bases. Because you drop your 4 wing pylon and then you 2 center line. That was fine. You can grab pretty well. Now it's literally almost every map. 6 bombs, 6 1,000 pounders, 1 base. Unless you get like the 3K base, but it's almost not worth it to drop half of it. And this two A5Cs, they're going to the closest bases, even though they literally get air spawn, attacker air spawn. They're supersonic. They choose to go to the closest bases. They both can technically only kill half half or a little bit more at best, and they choose to bomb 2 different bases instead of bombing 1 base and having letting the bombers bomb whatever, or going to the farthest bases, like on maps that are offset.
Yeah.
Like that one a match, my first bombing run was 0.8 tons. For a normal bombing run would basically be 2 tons. Like, that sucks. I just dropped 6,000 pounds of bombs on 1 base because that's how I can kill a base. I'm not going to use the I don't know how people do it, but they can select their weapons and they can like say, "Oh, I want to use my center line."
Yeah, there's you can set it up in controls. I can't remember where it is.
But like that's cool. I'll probably use it once I actually high VR. Yeah, he remembers it. But
well, it's really useful for missiles, basically.
Yeah, it's like I'm about to get 7.7. That thing G in the French sector. It's like I just wish there was a little bit more courtesy in who gets what base. It's like calling bases. Usually, if you have amiable teammates, you can call a base. You'll usually get it.
Yeah.
If there's an attacker with bombs, you'll never get your full payload, and you basically just die. But just like especially like AV8Cs, literally the fastest thing at that BR if they get because they got a full down tier. They could have gone to the other base or other bases because it was an offset map. Come to the opposite side of the bases before basically at the time we would be getting to our base to the ball.
Yeah.
But they take the close base. and then die.
Hmm.
And it's not fun.
Yeah, that's fair. We've been going for about an hour, by the way. So we should we should probably hold it for next time, if that's all right.
Also, this is the last thing. F4U7, it's going up because people are trying to ground pound Earth. I've seen
what? Sorry,
F4U7 going down.
Oh, the Corsair. Yeah.
I've seen 4 different matches where we had F4U7s bringing snebs to ground pound.
Hmm.
They never made it. They never made it. It's so funny. It's like playing 6-0 against Germany. It's like, there's going to be 4 JU288. So that's 4 people you don't know about. Because as long as you don't let them land, they can never win the match. As long as it's a small match. But that's all I have.
Oh, that's fair enough. Well, thanks for coming on, man.
And I'll be here for the next one. Hopefully.
Hell yeah. We'll have a nice chat next time too. I'm sure you'll be alright. Look after yourself.
I will. You did that.
Alright, see you later, brother. Alright. And the next one is Deadly Guy. So let's get Deadly Guy on. I'm gonna have a chat. See what's going on. Hello.
Hello. Hello there.
How are you? How's life?
Good. Warfing out rough, but how are you, good sir?
I'm doing alright. I've just basically been playing the strike aircraft for like a few days, and I think my mind is slowly falling apart. But apart from that, I'm good. Oh, by the way, thank you for the subscription, Apocalucifer. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Right, what did you want to chat about today? What's going on?
Well, I'm a relatively new player to War Thunder compared to everyone else who probably watches you. I think current level is like around 35.
So we've got veterans, we've got new people, we got everything over here, But well, what parts of the game have you been playing? Like to start with, what have you been enjoying?
I've been mainly playing a bit of everything. I've only been playing Britain there, so there is the suffering there.
The good old AP suffering.
I found like the first few ranks of Britain quite alright.
Yeah.
Especially rank 2, that's probably been the funnest rank so far.
Yeah, I really like the Crusaders and stuff, and also the Spitfires. Like both are a really nice combo.
Yeah, I've recently been ranking up my my British Air, and I understand why the Spitfires are so expensive as to get into the later ranks. But it is annoying if you're first just using them, and as soon as them 10 repairs are up, especially if you're going against certain targets like the Zeros.
Yeah.
I can't out-10 a Zero. It always gets me.
Yeah, Zeros are insane. They're all going up in BR. Thank God, or at least a lot of them are. They're crazy good vehicles. I remember when I started the game, because I played back in the when I started, there wasn't any ground or naval or stuff, so it was only aviation, and the first nation I played mainly was Britain, and I got up to the Tempest Mark V, and that was really fun to play at the time. And it still probably is, actually. It was first really fun vehicle in my opinion.
If it plays similar to those Typhoon, I'll probably enjoy it.
Yeah, it's pretty similar.
So I've recently spearheaded that, and I found it quite enjoyable.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to that. Like it's basically just got a much bigger engine, see, and it doesn't lock up as hard. So yeah, it's not too bad.
The one problem I haven't been playing RRB is the German bombers, the ME-264.
Yeah.
Because of how they play, obviously they can just go to the top of the map and you pretty much can't catch up to them.
Yeah.
I'm confused. So it's similar to how some of the British bombers are and the American, but the cost, the repair cost of the ME-264 is relatively low compared to theirs. even the defensive arm. Well, I haven't played them, but from the look of the defensive armament, they should be all right.
Yeah.
But I find it a bit confusing with how that's the case.
Yeah, it is. It is a little bit confusing. How I think the 264. A lot of people play it, especially during events, and they basically just climb really high in it. It's also got a bunch of BR increases over like the last little bit. I think it's had like 2 or 3. So that's gonna obviously hurt it a bit, right? Whereas the British bombers, apart from like here and there, like the Lincoln and the Shackletons going up next time, they don't really move. They kind of just like sit there. And
I recently Sterling one, and it was a struggle.
Yeah, the Sterling is the really rough one. Like that's the definitely not fun one. I really liked the Halifax when I played that. That was really fun. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you go.
With the Halifax, I found it quite enjoyable. I was using it in Brown Derby just because of how its spawn load's located. You can basically carpet the single area, and so if anything survives the fair form, you can just send another carpet down. Yeah, the Halifax was quite enjoyable. I don't think I really even used it in Air RB as well, which was compared to all the other bombers that I used in it.
Yeah, the only problem like with a lot of the bombers in game is they basically all play the same. Like you do like the same thing with pretty much all of them, unless they have like a little bit of speed behind them. But generally, like it's I think back in the day, the ME264 had an insanely high repair cost, and so did the HE177. And it's because of like the just climbing to space. And I think other stuff is just kind of caught up over the time. Like the Lancaster always had a crazy high repair cost, for some reason. But if you just turn like 45 degrees when you spawn, and then climb for like 5 degrees for 5 minutes, then turn back in, that's normally like the solution to sorting all this stuff out. Like I spaded the Shackleton yesterday, and that's basically all I did. Like it seemed to work every time.
I basically did that with the Sterling Mark 1. Yeah, after like bombers that just run your head in, which I find quite weird, especially like the other day I saw a Wellington just charge straight down towards the base. Even its speed's not the best, nor its defensive armament.
Yeah, so the Wellington's an interesting one, because back in the day, I don't know if it was a bug or not, but what would happen with it is they would shoot you in the tail and your pilot would die. It was as if like the whole vehicle didn't have like any armor in it or wasn't modeled, and it was super annoying to play back in the day. But it's a little bit better nowadays. Still a bit weak though, not very fun.
Yeah, when I was spading them, the main problem I had was the ITPs, because they just shoot like 1 or 2 shots into the central fuselage and my entire plane would just die.
Oh yeah, true, yeah, those things are pretty good. Are you doing the event then, or are you just focusing on like the tech trees and stuff?
I was supposed to hard grind on the event because I only wanted the Mohawk, the British vehicle.
Oh yeah.
And I'm not really too bothered about the other stuff.
Yeah. So that's pretty impressive. You're level 35 and already getting into events and stuff. Like that's normally, like a lot of people I meet who are even like even level 100s don't really understand how the events work and stuff. So that's really cool.
I think I was playing just before the summer event, but I didn't have the vehicle to do any of that or like to grind properly. And I think I spent some time trying to do some of the tank ones and I couldn't get them done. So I thought I'm not going to bother with it. It seems too much hassle, especially when everyone else is grinding it. Because as soon as that event started, the amount of cash in games increased dramatically.
Yeah.
It was insane.
That's something that that's the problem with some events, right? Because like they because of how they work, it's so much easier for like players like me to go back down to like lower tiers to go undone. But at the same time, by doing that, you're kind of fucking over new players, right? Because they're running into like really high crew skills and even event vehicles and stuff like that they've never seen before. Yeah. Luckily, it's not all the time.
Yeah, this event's been. I mean, I've got enough for the Mohawk. Well, I've done the 2 exports to get the Mohawk, so I'm just casually playing the game now, rather than staying on until I go and get a certain amount of the documents.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this event's been fine. Especially, I think I played most of it to begin with at the 4-7 lineup, ground lineup. So the Firefly, the Churchill 7, and the Avenger, which I found alright. But it is a struggle with the British because the armour isn't the best, apart from the Churchill, but the gun is lacking. But if it's in an up tier, it's dead in one.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's a common theme with a lot of heavy tanks in War Thunder. Like they're good at their tier, they're very good in a down tier, they're absolutely trash in an up tier.
It doesn't help it doesn't help depend on the skill of your team, because if you've pushed up to try and like towards a cap, and if they all die, you just get surrounded.
Yeah, I agree.
You're crippled and killed. But yeah, I'm currently at rank 4. I've researched everything at rank 4. I haven't bought all of it though, and it's definitely a struggle speeding some of them at rank 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Cent 1 was okay. The APDS though is very. It's weird.
It's nice on console or PC, brother?
I'm playing on console, but I'm using mouse and keyboard.
Ah, fair. Because with the event going on, like at least on PC, you could have made some gouging coin, maybe get some premium, but obviously you can't do that. So.
Nah, I'm not really bothered about that.
Well, no, but it just makes the grind easier, right? Like at the end of the day.
True. Can be a bit more beneficial, and obviously gives it purpose for the event as well if you're not bothered about the vehicles. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Since you were talking about strike aircraft to begin with, I recently trading rank 3 with the Firefly and the Firebrand strike aircraft.
How do you
and one
find
thing
those things?
The Firefly wasn't too bad, just going for ground targets. With the RP3 nerfs essentially making them slower and a bit more less precise, the RP3s are a struggle now, even in ground RV.
Right.
The Firebrand wasn't quite alright as well. The one problem I had though is in most matches, for some reason, most of my team would consist of Wyverns. So it would normally result in a loss, and obviously if there's more strike aircraft, they're all going for ground targets. Yeah, I'm a bit confused why there's so many Wyverns in so many.
Wyverns, they have really high reward bonuses on them, so people generally use them to grind out stuff for playing at ground. Go ahead,
sorry. No, it's fine.
But so people will buy the Wyvern on sale, and then they'll use it to grind through the majority of the tech tree, just so they can have cast vehicles basically. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was gonna say, for some reason, in Fuma games as well, I don't know why, but a lot of the fighters would go and do basically the strike aircraft role, resulting in like enough fighters in the air, so that all the enemy fighters that had climbed to about 10,000 feet would just dive down anyway and then just slaughter everyone.
Yeah, that's been a problem in War Thunder for a very long time. Even when I started playing, like you get people who should be, should be fighting fighters, and they're just like chilling, not doing anything, or like hitting a ground target. Like there was like I suppose like a meme back in the day when if you saw like a P-47 with bombs or like a P-51 with bombs, it was basically a useless teammate. But yeah, it's nice to see it hasn't changed.
Yeah, it was irritating, especially if they go towards the same area you try and go, just to be out the way to try and get a few like ground targets killed before trying to scurry on back to your base.
I'm glad you're enjoying the game. Like, I mean, it's nice to see, Well, I mean, you've been playing for a decent amount of time, so are you thinking of maybe trying different trees, or are you just gonna stick with the British stuff?
I'm probably gonna stick with the British and just stick it out with them.
Yeah.
It is a critical information there.
It's one of my favorite trees in the game. There's a lot of cool stuff there.
I think I downloaded the game about a year ago, and I tried out the flying, and I don't think the game was as optimized back then for console. Like, it was the graphic. Well, I'm not really too bothered about the graphics, but the graphics were a bit lacking back then. But now it's alright to play. I started playing a few months ago to my brother. Like, played a few games on it, and I watched it, and I was like, this looks interesting. And then a few months later, I can't stop playing it.
Yeah, there was an update last year. It was called Update New Power, and basically what they did is they updated like the whole graphics engine, and a bunch of other stuff, and it made the game look so much nicer, but at the same time, it broke a lot of stuff, and especially on consoles. But once they optimized all that stuff and made it look better, and made sure the frame rates were alright, like it seems to have massively improved it.
I will say one thing about console though. For the maps that have destructible buildings, you gain damage if this teammate's bombing them or the enemy's bombing them. If they get destroyed, I'm pretty much a sitting duck no matter where I am.
Yeah.
Which is very annoying, especially if you're about to pounce on a target and you just stop still.
Do you mean like your FPS dies, or like?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a slideshow for a few seconds.
Yeah, that used to happen on PC as well. There was a bug on Middle East, that map, where when basically there was like a barn, really well, it was like a wooden structure, and if you knocked it over, it would repeatedly knock itself over and over and over again, like infinitely, so it would eventually like fry your graphics card. So yeah, that was really fun, but they fixed that, thank God. But I'm hoping that they still keep up support for the console stuff. I'm sure they're going to, but I suppose the issue with like this game is it's like what, like 10 years old now, or nearly. I think it's 9 years old. Like it's gonna come to a breaking point where it's not, at least the older systems, like they might struggle to run it, right?
Yeah.
I'm hoping I'm sure like they're obviously not gonna cut it off ever. It'd be a bad idea to do so. I know with like the new products like Enlisted and stuff, they've decided that they're not going to be on like old gen consoles. I think it's only going to be on like PS5 and the other one.
Yeah. It's not worth the risk, to be honest, as well. All the hassle of trying to get a port to the older systems when new systems are going to be the most common thing in like the next year.
Yeah. What part of England are you from?
I'm from Hull.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
Fuck off. I'm from Hull, dude.
Yeah. When that other previous one, but was on about the floods. Yeah, that was real fun.
Oh yeah, I was in school at the time. It was fucked.
Oh yeah, I remember. I was very little then, but I remember my brother was going backwards and forwards from the back because our back has quite a dip in it. And that was because there was a tree that got pulled up, so it was very low level ground. So I remember seeing my brothers just basically moving buckets through the house and into the gutter in the street. It was a very fun time.
Yeah, my so I went to school in Hull, but I lived outside, like, you know Market Wheaton, right?
Yeah, I think in that area. It's not too far.
Near Pocklington. Yeah, like I lived out there, and my dad worked in Hull, and I went to school in Hull. I went to Heimers, you know, the private school there, and fucking when it flooded, like it was just like calamity, like trying to get out of that fucking city. Like, it was just nuts. Like, my dad had, like, this big van, and we fucking, like, were just plowing through the streets and shit. It was a lot of fun, actually. Like, shit, I do miss Hull, even though it's a shithole, you know? It's my shithole.
Exactly.
Oh, God, man. I should be back soon, though. I haven't been back in, like, 10 years. I heard it was the city of culture or some shit. Whatever that means.
Yeah. Nothing too special. They did a few like lights and a few parades and stuff, and that was about it. I'm not really too interested in it.
Yeah,
I think the whole point.
Go ahead.
I think the whole point was basically because of the poet Philip Black, and that was the main reason. I think, and that was about it.
There was a dude on the stream the other day. Oh, he was in like the chat, and he was talking about how he used to work at Spiders, and that fucking like hit me with like a million memories of that bloody place. And, Jesus, man, what a fucking city! I gotta get back. Like, I really do. Go see the old fucking shit. The Deep. Go to the Deep.
I think they have done it up or certain areas of it.
Have they?
I think, yeah.
Oh, that'd be nice. I gotta go to old like stomping grounds like fucking Bransholme, Walker Street, fucking goddamn. It's so weird. Like, I don't know, man. It's so odd that I'm sat on a fucking stream talking to a dude who's literally from where I'm from, but I'm on the other side of the world. Like, what a fucking weird world we live in. Like, oh, man. Fuck's sake.
Well, since my crippling addiction to War Thunder started, I started looking on Twitch at some streams of people, but everyone just seems so negative.
Yeah, it's true.
Then when I saw, obviously, your stream pop up, I was like, oh, I'll look at that. And it was quite calm and chill, so I thought I'd just have that on while I'm playing, just to hear people's opinions on the game.
Yeah, it's actually been really nice, like, over like the last year, because you know, obviously we get a bunch of opinions, you know, the news stuff, but also at the same time, like, there's a ton of people here that have played for ages, and it's really nice seeing a lot of people be very welcoming to new players. So, and you know, if they ever have questions, you know, like, we can always help them out and stuff. Like, it's awesome to see, and I'm looking forward to the future is probably the best way of putting it. But I'm glad you're enjoying the game, man. Like, it's obviously incredibly important, and I think I agree with you. There's for some reason, there's a lot of negativity around the game. You know, I think a lot of it comes from, you know, people who've played it for a very long time, and you know, they remember the good old days, or they remember, like, I don't know, some random shit that they really enjoyed, and it's not that anymore. But yeah, it's just how it is. Oh. Must be fucking midnight for you, right? Or like 1 in the morning?
Oh yeah, it's 1:45 in the morning.
Fucking hell. What were you saying, sorry?
No, but yeah, no, I've been enjoying the game, and if I do get annoyed with one part of it, so either ground RB or air RB, I just basically go to any of the other section and just play a few games in that.
Yeah, I do the same thing actually. Like if something's annoying me or I can't get it done, I just move on to the next. It seems to work the best.
I've enjoyed it. Sorry.
You've enjoyed naval? Have you been doing coastal, blue water, or both?
I've been doing a bit of both. I mean, I'm starting to unlock the rank 3 for both now.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Really slowly moving up with them.
Yeah, I really enjoy coastal stuff because like the gameplay is pretty quick. You can kind of just run around and do crazy stuff. The blue water stuff's, I don't know, it's a little bit more methodical, I suppose. So yeah, I get a little bit more bored of it, I suppose, is probably the way to put it. It takes a bit more effort from my brain.
Understandable. I do like coastal, but with the dark class of boats, the dark adventure and the dark aggressor, I find a bit of a struggle. But I've been enjoying like the fair miles and the like the sub chases, Liscombe and Brantford. They've been quite fun.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they're doing some crazy changes to naval probably tomorrow, but it's only going to really affect blue water stuff. Like they're expanding like the BRs. So right now the highest one's like 6.0, so it's going 6.7. So it should be pretty cool.
It will be nice as well, though, especially then. Oh, what was it? What is that fucking USA shit? The Litchfield. I hate that encountering that when I've played coastal since rank 3 bracket, and it's just there, and all I've got is either a few 20 mils or just 140 mil, just basically in a pea shooter to it, just pinging off.
The fucking the balance between like some coastal things and destroyers is really annoying. Like it's pretty much you torpedo them or you die, and most of the time there's no way you're torpedoing it, you know. So you're just gonna end up dying. At least they changed the reserve British destroyer, so it's actually useful now.
Yeah, the big. I haven't spirded it yet. I've used it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Long spirded, it's not too bad. It basically just works like the other British ships around it. Then the guns on it are pretty good, especially since you get the THGVT and the that thing. It's alright taking out other ships. Even if it does get up to it, the guns can handle it quite well.
Yeah, that's true. I think they've definitely gone from one of the worst or the worst reserve to probably the best, which is quite nice for it.
I did spare the Churchill as well, and it just seems quite depressing now that I actually spared it.
Yeah, it's lackluster. Definitely not the best. Is there anything else you want to chat about?
I'm not too sure. If I was going to keep talking, it's going to be the struggle at the later ranks of what I've thingied up to, especially against Germany.
Sure, go ahead. Spill out your brains. Let's go.
Fucking hate the King Tigers. Fucking.
You haven't got the. You're how high are you in the tree again? 5'7", you said.
So for the ground, I've spaded all the way up to. I've done all of rank 3. I haven't done all of rank 4. Spaded the Ascent 1, the Charioteer, and the Rattel. Right. I haven't locked some of the others though.
Oh, okay, fair. So you're like 6'7" then.
Yeah. It is irritating though, especially coming from rank 3. Like, I mean, the Challenger of Comet's APDS is weird. It's nice that it can pen, but it doesn't do a whole lot at times, especially with the Comet. I found the Comet to be quite a struggle when spading it. But yeah, no, against the King Tigers, you can't really pen the front plate with the APDS on the 17-pounder. I'm not too sure anyway. But especially if you get up to when I first unlocked the Comet and I saw the King Tiger and I was like, how the fuck am I killing that? Pretty much. Especially with the just the standard solid shots on the Comet are a lot weaker than the 17-pounders as well. Which doesn't help it at all. And it's just strange.
Yeah, King Tigers are one of the more annoying things to kill. They made them a little bit easier to kill because now they have to put the ammo in the turret. But yeah, the APDS, once you unlock that, like, it does wonders and stuff like the Cent Mark 1. Thank God.
I mean, that has been the one enjoyable thing, just one-shotting Panthers through the front plate is so satisfying. Especially with the struggle with the 17-pounders as well, since it is solid shot, it doesn't have APHE. So you have to put in multiple shots, whilst, say, like, the Americans with the 76 could just put it through the turret and almost eliminate the entire crew or destroy it in one through the mantlet. Or,
Yeah, and when you get to those, when you get to stuff like the FV4202 or the Carnarvon and the Cent Mark 3, you get to bully King Tigers, so don't worry. Your time will come where you get to annihilate those things, and it does feel very good.
Yeah, I've got them researched. I haven't bought them yet, though. I want to start. I just want to spade what I have so far, just to try and save some money, save some SL.
Yeah, there's also the anniversary of the game's coming up pretty soon, and I think it's at the end of October into November. It's basically like the 1st of November, but what that means is they normally put vehicles like 50% off on sale. So, like, you only have to pay 50% SL for them. So it's a good way of, like, holding on to money if you don't want to obviously play the vehicles right now.
I mean, I don't have too much SL more in terms of what other people have, but yeah, I've been trying to just spade what I have and then buy a new vehicle, or unless I get a specific lineup, then I'll try and get that lineup before trying to spade them all. But then obviously, with the money in.
I mean, shit. Yeah. Like you are leagues ahead of most people already when it comes to, like, mindsets and, like, how to do this shit properly. So, fuck's sake. Like, I mean, goddamn, man. Like, the way you're looking at this stuff is so good, and will definitely help you going in the future. Do you turn off auto repair?
I'll probably get my SLs from just my rank 2. Hey?
Do you turn off auto repair?
I started turning that off, and as well with the economy changes, my SL's finally going up. So
good to hear.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, no. I do like the rank 3 for Britain. It's quite nice. I do enjoy the Valentines, which I think the RAM is very deceptive. And especially with mainly the 3 version, the 6-pounder, it does do wonders against the Panzer 4s and 3s.
Yeah, I agree. Like the British, there's a lot of British vehicles that are very underappreciated. Like they all have weaknesses, right? Like most of them can't go backwards, but like they feel pretty nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the reverse on some of them is definitely it's Achilles heel for some of the British tanks, especially when you want to get them quick pop shots and then go back into cover.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the SPA here though is definitely lacking at around the around that gap from 4 to 8 is rough.
Oh yeah, the SPA is terrible. It's absolutely awful. Like that's, at least for me, I would love to see the skink or just something like that. Like just something to stick in there, or just, I don't know, give every vehicle a 50 cal, on the top of it, or something. Just
yeah, it's alright having the 50 cal, but if it's in the mountain like the Firefly, where it's just out of hatch and doesn't have the USA mounts where it's got that long pole where it has the elevation, it's not as useful.
Yeah, I agree with you. Alright, brother. Well, it was really nice chatting, man. And
indeed,
I hope you have a good rest. And yeah, it's nice to meet someone else from home. I don't see many of them around the world nowadays.
Yeah.
What did you say? Sorry.
I said yeah.
Fair enough, man. All right. Have a nice night.
All right. You have a nice night, so I'll have a good stream.
Thank you. See you later, man.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see who we have left. All right. We have Emperor Duck. So let's see what's going on with the Emperor Duck. The Imperator Duccio III. Destroyer of Worlds, Emperor Duck. Looks like Emperor Duck is dead. But shit, man, like, I don't get to meet many people from where I'm from.
I didn't know you had to click a button to speak. Okay.
That's all good. How are you?
I didn't see it. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing alright. Just chilling in the F-34.
I see that the 50 cals don't do much. I see just the lightsabers going around.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, I had an idea for Sim for the future of War Thunder. Not right now, because they have to add a lot more. But maybe eventually clickable cockpits, which would be very interesting. One for well, be realistic, obviously, and it would bring something new to War Thunder. This would be like after they
So like DCS, right?
Yeah, like DCS. It'd be a good competitor, hopefully. And then yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I think they could do something like that. The question is, I'm guessing you'd have to handpick vehicles, right? Because there's so many.
Yeah. They wouldn't be able to do all of them. But this one, they run dry. That'd be a decent option. DCS has already done a lot of the work, at least research-wise, for like startup processes or whatever.
True.
War Thunder could copy that. Be hard to mess up something you have to copy. Hopefully.
I think the only issue is generally like the reason why people prefer War Thunder over DCS is because it's a lot more simple, right? So would this be like an extra thing on top of everything?
Yeah, it would be. That's why I guess because right now Sim is kind of meh.
Right.
It could be just a Sim thing. You could have your regular RB and AB, but just add extra spice to it. because not everybody has a HOTAS or whatever to play, and I don't know. I just thought it would be a decent idea.
Yeah, I think so. Like, because they don't really have any system like that in game. But I feel like, especially now, like, well, it's not really a recent thing, but over like the last little bit, it seems like more people into the idea that community members can make cockpits. Like maybe if they keep doing that, then maybe they can, try and add that in somehow. I don't. The problem is I don't really know the technicals behind it, like how much work it would be, like to implement that stuff.
I'd assume a lot though, because you see how long it takes DCS to release some stuff.
Yeah.
DCS is overall modeled pretty spot on, and War Thunder takes long enough to add in vehicles, which I appreciate because you don't want to make it super broken. But yeah.
Maybe that will be the next stage for Sim, because it seems like at least recently for Simulator they've been putting a lot of focus on like the map designs and stuff like that, and trying to curb the people like basically abusing the systems. I don't know if that's actually worked or not though. I haven't played Sim in a while.
Yeah. Also, they need to fix like not modern. What am I saying? Like things right now. One big thing that's super annoying is the fuel consumption. Oh, actually, no. I think they fixed that with the Vegan. And also you spawn on certain maps with a certain amount of fuel. I don't know if that's a setting, but it's super annoying for me.
Yeah,
because I'll be on a map.
Yeah, those were bugs from the last update, right? Oh, sorry, this like update.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'll spawn on a map with like 6 minutes of fuel, and you can't afterburn at all. And it's just you're like, come on. Well, mostly with me, I'll be halfway down the map, and I'll look and have 1 minute of fuel. And I'm like, all right, that's cool, and just die.
Yeah, the at least for me, the fuel bug, I think, is gone. The bug that I get, which is such a weird one, half the time when I spawn in, in either the air, like with a strike fighter, or in ground realistic, I spawn in with 92% throttle instead of 100. I don't know why. It's just a super weird bug that it's just very awkward and annoying. But that fuel one was like literally game breaking. So if it's still happening, that's a real problem.
Yeah, I think it's only for the vegan mostly though, because it has like a I don't know if that's like they meant it to do that, because it has like a airliner engine or whatever. Because Sweden wanted to have a cheap plane to build, so they just threw airliner engines in the vegan and then added a 3-stage afterburner. But it seems to be the only problem, plane wise, is that. Also seems like everybody has their own little bug. You have that bug. For me, like at the end of the game, I stay in the game for like a minute longer. It's super weird. I can fly around. I can bounce off the ground with my plane. It's interesting.
Yeah, I just got the longer loading screen for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The last update had probably the most, like, I suppose I class them as like big bugs in it that I've seen for a very long time, especially for aviation. So I want to kind of know what they added, which wasn't like in the game basically. Like what's coming next that caused all of that crazy stupid stuff. Like, are they finally gonna do different stages of afterburner, right? Because that's something that isn't in the game yet.
Also, it'd be cool if they could add a weapon loadout. Like you can individualize your loadout. I mean, you can choose certain things, but like have bombs or just extra sidewinders, or just whatever. Like that'd be cool.
Oh, wait, sorry, say that again. I don't understand.
So like how do I explain this? You can like choose any weapon. I don't know.
Oh, customizable hardpoints.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, but what would the limit be? Like maybe weight, maybe.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Just make it realistic, but and also, I feel like that's why they do it now. I guess it's for balance. So.
Yeah, true. But the thing is, they could maybe bring in a system to use in like custom games or simulator if people wanted to do that. Like obviously in realistic, it's there's got to be some semblance of like the whole balance thing. But in the other parts of the game, I feel like you could kind of get away with testing stuff out, see what happens. I think more customization would be kind of cool to see.
It'd be cool if they could just try stuff out and just give it to like a dev server, not just let the community see what they think and go from there.
Yeah. I mean, they did that with the overpressure stuff, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I hope that they do something similar again with like other mechanics. What we got to do is we got to get better at giving feedback though, because one of the things, like with that dev server, I had a look on the forums after it, and there was no bug reports from the dev server. Like at least on the forum, there was nothing visible indicating that anyone had left any feedback, which is a little bit worrying.
I just thought about this now. If they were to add like clickable cockpits to Sim, it would be a problem for the console players. Now that I think about it. Yeah. Well, they don't have Sim, do they?
They didn't used to. I don't know if they have now. I know Xbox definitely didn't used to have it.
Yeah.
But no, it might be a problem, but then you could just have like the default old system, right? Like as I said, the clickable stuff could be like an extra thing on top of the already existing system. Kind of like how you got mouse aim and then flight stick controls.
Yeah. Also, it'd be cool if they added like more levels, so you could get higher than a level 100.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Give maybe rewards for certain levels.
What would you do then? Well, would you do just like level 150, level 200, or would you do like a prestige thing, or what do you think would be the best way of doing this stuff?
Well, I feel like just level 150 or 200 would be fine, because once you get higher, it's going to be so much more XP anyway to get through the next level, so I don't feel like you would be able to get that high. Right. Unless you just are like Oxy and just, have unimaginable hours. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think I've always wanted a system like that to come in, because I feel like that would be really nice to have. But unfortunately, it hasn't metastasized yet.
Also be a ego booster. You'd be like, haha, look at my level.
Yeah, true, yeah. My superior War Thunder level. Hello,
superior
ladies.
No life. Let's go.
Did you know I have level 164? Ooh. I like ego boosting like that. I find it really funny.
Drop tanks would be all cool also for fuel. And also like sneb pods or whatever. After you're done with the rockets, you can drop them.
Yeah, that would be. I would prefer to see that over the drop tank stuff.
Yeah.
Because the problem I have with the drop tank stuff is I think it'll make people play like apes.
Yeah, especially now with this event, everybody's running. And can you imagine drop tanks?
Exactly.
That'd be horrible.
Yeah.
I guess it could be a sim thing also, but
yeah. There's some vehicles actually modeled with drop tanks, which is kind of interesting. I think one of the Canberras is. Like if you look at its like profile picture or whatever, it's actually got its drop tanks on it.
I think there's a prop on a loading screen somewhere with it too.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe the Hellcat. I'd have to look though. Oh. Yeah, I'd definitely be down for more customizable stuff. Like I think as we go more and more into like the modern era of aircraft, like stuff like that's gonna happen. We still have so much expansion that can happen for aircraft. It's kind of nuts when you think about it.
Yeah. So that just makes me wonder. They're gonna hit a limit. They're not gonna be able to. It's just gonna be super overpowered if you're gonna have like a, I don't know, F-14 with its Phoenix missile and shoot from very super stupid far away. And I feel like they would need bigger maps.
Yeah. I mean, they could do bigger maps. They could also limit armaments. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The main issue I have with there's two things about the bigger map things that I feel like we have to solve. So the first one is every map that I've played on, even the big maps, there becomes like a meta of where you engage, and then everyone engages on top of it, right? So even with the bigger the map, everyone just turns into a furball anyway. And then the second one is the bigger the map gets, the worse it is to stock grind a vehicle. Because then you get, as you said, the weapons that you talk about. So we would have to somehow come up with two solutions to those. And then, they've talked about technical issues in the past with bigger maps, but obviously we don't know anything about that. But let's say they solve that. Like, how do we solve those other two issues?
Well, one thing they could do for the meta basically is, I guess, switch the spawns around randomly. But even then, I don't know. That's just an idea. Like you could have just random spawn points on the map. Maybe they don't know about it. I don't know. Maybe you have to like search for it. Once again, that seems like a sim thing. It would just take way too long for RB and grinding.
Well, the funny thing about RB is when they brought in the map rotation filter, right? Like the first thing that happened is Boulogne Sommer disappeared because it got banned so much, because of how big it is. But the other thing that used to happen on Boulogne Sommer, which was hilarious, was people would just stay on afterburner like the whole time. So they would burn out of fuel before they got to the other side of the battlefield. And that's another thing, at least that for me I try and take into account. Like, are people gonna understand like the systems, and are they not gonna, are they gonna try and play properly, or are they gonna start doing, dumb shit? Is probably the best way of putting it.
War Thunder community they definitely do dumb shit, but it's I don't know. There's a lot of new players, a lot of new learners, especially now with all these premiums and stuff.
Yeah,
I think it's good for the most part because keeps the game fresh, keeps players here,
Yeah, new blood is always good.
Like the guy before. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was lovely chatting to him, and I've met a ton of people like that over like the last few years, where they've they've recently started and just trying to get the ropes of everything. It's the understanding of everything in this game can be a bit rough, like, let's say.
Like something that would help out a lot is, well, now like Discord is a big old deal and everybody has Discord to talk to people, but like a friend, like improved friendship or a friends list.
Yeah, I agree.
Would be good. They already have like you can talk in game, but That's like really bad. That's super bad. But,
yeah. I used to use that back in the day. That's how I like started talking to people in the game. But yeah, it was really rough.
Like have their own party system. That'd be cool.
Yeah, instead of just like the squad stuff. Like it would be nice if they expanded that.
It'd also be nice if they kept messages, because after you log off, they're gone.
True. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. I think that would be a decent set of ideas. Like the main thing that I've seen a lot of people ask for is like filters for the like friends list and maybe expanding it. So you have like the people you play out with, the people you play ground with, stuff like that.
Yeah.
The other thing is I have people on my friends list that I know are online, but it says that they're offline.
Yeah, I have one of my friends that do that.
And that's super annoying.
He fixed it, and he found out what it was. It's because he had too many friends. Which, I don't know how that works, but he fixed it, and now he's online for me. So, he deleted some.
Oh, fair enough.
Which is weird, because it doesn't even make sense. Why is he not showing mine for mine?
Yeah, mine's been sat on the limit for like years now as well, so I don't know. Maybe that is the issue.
It's just such a weird issue.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm dry. I don't have much more to talk about.
That's fair enough. I mean, there's a lot of good talking points there, and not just necessarily sim related. Like it will be very fascinating to see what happens in the next few years when it comes to aviation, because I think it's fair to say we're going into like troubling times, and not in a good or bad way, because we don't really know what's coming. But if they decide to go like the route of very much BVR stuff, I don't know. I feel like it's going to become very frustrating to play for people. But we'll have to see.
Yeah.
It's been wonderful chatting, Emperor Duck. Thank you.
Yes, sir, you too.
Thank you for coming on. And also, it's a wonderful name. Like, I'm not going to lie. Fantastic. Well done. All right. See you later, man.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll have Uptown Loki on, and that will be the last for the Fireside chat. So we'll see you guys in 2 seconds. All right. Okay. So let's get on Uptown Loki. So invite to speak. As I said, this will be the last caller of the day.
Hello.
How are you? How are you doing?
I'm good. Just jolly. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Long day, but a good one. A lot of good chats today. Oh, so what do you want to chat about? What's going on?
Just some of the... Oh, sorry. I'm suffering from allergies right now.
Oh, it's all good. Take your time.
So you did not, in your video on the most recent BR changes, there were a few things that you didn't discuss, which I, at least for somebody who plays props, would like to be discussed.
Yeah, sure.
Such as the P51C going to 3.7. I have never understood why.
Oh, I talked about that one in the previous video.
Oh, I must have missed that.
No, it's all good. But yeah, I don't understand why either. There's two theories that are going around in my head right now, okay, when it comes to like those BR changes. First of all, pretty much all of the ones which went down are CAS aircraft used heavily in ground RB. Or at least a decent amount. So I'm guessing they're not doing very well anymore in ground RB, or they're getting pumped in there. The other thing is most of them are energy or boom and zoom fighters. So they're just getting twatted by dogfighters, I'm guessing. Like that's the only reason I can think of. I can't think of any other reason. Because I don't think they should be going down. Like, do you think the P51C should go down?
No, I've always held a good KD in that plane, even with 5.0 up tiers.
Yeah.
Like, I find no issue playing it, and I mean, while I feel bad for playing it after it's changed simply because I will be clubbing, but at the same time, I really love the plane, and so...
Yeah. Yeah, it's super confusing to me, a lot of the American changes. Like, the fact that... So, the P47D is now going to be a higher BR than the P47N.
I can see why. I've enjoyed the D28. It's a good plane. I feel like the N is a bit more sluggish in the stock grind, and that might be why.
Yeah, it could be. Well, what do you think of the BR changes overall then?
I don't. I see a lot of them to be unnecessary, especially the first wave when the MiG-19s were going down to 9.3. I was questioning why. Like, they went down to, okay, 9.7's a good spot for them. They're not getting sucked into 11.0, but they're also not, like, fighting sabers.
Yeah, true.
And even though I own the MiG-19S, it does have a learning curve, I will admit, but it's such a fun plane to play once you learn how to fly it. Very, very fast, quick, and maneuverable.
Yeah, I've been trying to rack my head around a lot of the jet changes, like over like the last little bit, because obviously they've reverted a lot of them, so you know they're not happening, so they don't matter too much. But I'm still trying to work out in my head how does that happen? Like how do you get to a point where those changes are the ones to make, right?
Yeah.
And the only thing I can think of is that there's been just a massive what would you call it? Like just a massive clubbing from like very few vehicles that are just annihilating everything else. Like stuff like the J35, right?
Yeah.
And then even stuff like the Harriers, because they're pretty much the only vehicles that weren't going down in that BR bracket, and stuff like the Demon, which I don't really see too much.
Yeah, the Demon. Let's see. Yeah, I've never. No, I take it back. I saw one Demon so far tonight. But yeah, what I mostly see a lot these days in ARB tends to be, like, I'm in my MiG-19 right now. I'm seeing teams of SU-7s and Yak-38s.
Yeah,
it's the premium stuff.
Yeah, I've been spotting the SU-7s the last day, and yeah, I see a lot of them, and I don't know whether it's because of the event or because of some other reason, but yeah, there's a ton of them about.
I don't know, I feel like especially higher jets has just turned into a premium, like, I don't know how to put it, just everybody seems to be in some sort of premium.
Yeah, a lot of people are. There was a there's a time last year where I was grinding for the World War mode, and basically I had a match. This was when like the F-35 and the F-35 and the G91R4, like those were like the two major ones.
Yeah.
Basically, the whole match, apart from me, was in premiums.
That's funny. I had a game. This was this year, back when they released Prakrishkins for sale for those couple of days.
Oh yeah.
I had quite a few games where it was just a team of Prakrishkins versus whatever else was fighting or flying at that battle rating. Which that went poorly for the other team because I've never understood like how people do poorly in the MiG-19s, especially since they got moved to 9.7. Because if you play them like a boom and zoom aircraft, you can basically control the engagement.
Yeah.
And none of the other jets, apart from maybe the F-100, can touch you, but the F-100's a brick. So...
yeah, I don't really understand a lot of the... like when... I feel like when I play a vehicle and, you know, I ask for people's opinions on it before I start playing it, they hardly ever really match up to what I actually feel about the vehicle afterwards. So I'm wondering if there's just this weird thing going on where people's like ideas of vehicles are just not matching up with reality.
Yeah. I think some people play or try to play vehicles and they don't play them right. Like, I'm not going to name names, but I've seen people who have tried to play boom and zoomers like turn fighters and then called said boom and zoomer a bad plane because of it.
Oh, classic.
But, I mean, I've never had issues playing boom and zoom, probably because I like the quickie, fast sort of play style.
Yeah.
You can say it that way. And sure, it can be frustrating at times because of just how patient you have to be. You may only get one kill or an assist per game, but there will be games where you'll get a bunch of kills just because everything seems to set up for you properly.
Yeah.
And I care more about my wins than I do my KD. Like, I'd rather win the game than have a lot of kills. So I don't mind supporting the team.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And that's probably affects my outlook on a lot of things, on how the game is played, specifically like team composition and then stuff like that. But the other thing I wanted to talk about was event vehicles in particular. Like, I don't particularly like the way that event vehicles are going versus what they were like when I first started playing.
Right.
Because like now it just seems to be copy paste top tier for a lot of it, at least in my opinion.
Some of it is, yeah, definitely. Like the F4F, the A5. I mean, the Leopard's different, but yeah, it's a Leopard.
And I'd like to see them include more sort of lower tier stuff like props. And I remember the winter 2019, I think was the last time it was like an all low mid tier event for the rewards.
Yeah.
And now it's like, yeah, you're either gonna get like a really low tier prop that, I mean, like, isn't effective at grinding but still fun to play, and then you get some top tier jet that you have to stock grind and may or may not be useless.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer if they did like a rank 2 premium and then a rank 4 premium.
Yeah.
Or instead of a rank 6 or 7 event vehicle. I've always found them much more useful.
Yeah. Like, I think my favorite event vehicle I've ever gotten is the Arada 196, simply because, or actually, no, I take that back. It's the RO 57 Quadriarma, because that one was actually somewhat useful. It helped me grind out parts of the Italian tree. And I feel like stuff like that should be event vehicles, not like copy-paste F5s or... And I'd like it too if they bring back some of the older event vehicles and put them in rotation, like the Ersatz Panther or the ME262 Sturmvogel. Just so newer players have a chance to pick them up and get their hands on them.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Sturmvogel's in boxes, but I would prefer them, you know, not to be in boxes.
Yeah, I don't like to gamble my money on stuff.
Yeah, fair.
So I don't normally open boxes.
No, I don't blame you. It's a fool's errand.
Then, well, to be honest, I don't have much else to talk about besides the whole Jumbo 76 debacle, but I know everybody's talking about that these days.
Well, you talk about it too. What's your opinion?
I can see why Gaijin would want to move it up simply because it's performing so well. It's a good tank. I've played it. I love playing it at 6.0 with the M41 as a support tank.
Yeah.
But I feel like 6.3, you're putting it in the territory of stuff that makes it obsolete. Like, sure, you can just one-shot a Leopard, but the Leopard can also one-shot you, and the Leopard is faster and can get around the battlefield quicker. So I feel like that could pose some issues simply because the Jumbo players could get trapped and have no way of outmaneuvering if the Leopard players do a good flank route.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I agree with you. Like, I think
I just have to ask,
is going to struggle.
Did they buff Russian guns? Because I seem to just be one-shotting people with the cannons on the MiG-19.
I have no idea.
Albeit I am playing the S model, so maybe the third gun does help. I feel like they did something because before, is it direct? Yeah, this patch is direct hit, right?
Yes.
Before direct hit, I would get a lot of sparking with the NR30s, and now I seem to be getting more consistent. Just the shots are connecting and doing damage.
Yeah, I don't know if they changed them. It might be worth having a look at the data mines. Like maybe there's something in there.
Yeah, I'll look at the data mine. Then, what are your thoughts on the battle pass? Like all the event EBRs that we're getting, and why we aren't getting a tech tree one for France?
I don't know. Probably because they want to make money. Because if you have something which is kind of unique but not part of the ordinary, you might as well flog it as much as you can. I'm pretty sure it would be very surprising if the next EBR is not in the tech tree though. The other thing is so France has so many light tanks, right?
Yeah.
Like it has a million of the damn things. So adding another one to the tech tree, I don't think it really does that much. But I suppose that's not the point, is it? The point is the EBR's a iconic vehicle that people want to see in the tech tree. Yeah, as long as the next one's in the tech tree, I'm not too bothered either way. It'd just be sad if they are all like event vehicles and stuff. Wouldn't be too fun.
I know this is probably a diversion from War Thunder, but what are your thoughts on Sprocket?
I like it. They need to work on the physics system. It's a little bit rough.
Yeah.
I think the game's super easy to cheese, which is a problem. But if you actually play it properly, it's actually a lot of fun. I don't know how much it has expansion-wise. I think if the game gets its own map maker thing, and maybe you can put in like user-made vehicles into the game, I think it could have a really good longevity. Like the guy who made it should be really proud of himself. Like it's a really, really good product. Like and they need to switch around the missions. That first mission that you play, so hard.
Yeah.
Ridiculously hard.
Let's see. Yeah, I found the one with the king tiger where it's like the king tiger is sort of sitting in that tiny little trench and it's dark out really hard. I also find that the penetration can be a bit wonky, and like I know I built basically my rendition of a super Sherman, like if they were to continue with the Sherman platform past World War II.
Yeah.
And I sort of came up with a Sherman with what was essentially a Bulldog turret and a 76. And that 76 was only penning like 90 millimeters of armor, so I'm hoping they'll add a shell creator so I can make like an APDS or a Heat FS round just to give it a bit more oomph.
I'm sure they will at some point. Like there's a few things that need to be modified in the game, but for something that's made by one dude, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun and something relaxing I can do when War Thunder's giving me a hard time.
Yeah, pretty much. The only question is, will there ever be a plane one? That would be crazy.
That would be fun. I mean, you can do like Space Engineers with a bunch of mods, sort of build your own plane, but that's with a block system, which can be really annoying because if you want certain angles and curves, you've got to get modded pieces.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's also, at least with games like Kerbal Space Program and games like Sprocket, there's a lot of imagination, and I can't wait to see what people create. I think it'll actually be really, really cool. Like for that Tiger mission, basically Rocker and I just sat there and we made a Foch, so and it worked pretty well.
Yeah, I've also had issues on like if you'll build a tank in sandbox, like I've got this big old heavy tank that I built with like super sloped armor. It's like a hold on.
Let's go China again, I think.
So I built this heavy tank with like basically 1,000 millimeters of effective protection because the way I sloped the armor.
Yeah.
And anytime I load into a scenario, the gun will elevate or depress, and then I'll go into sandbox and my gun will elevate and depress. So I'm not sure if that's a bug or if that's just something that the developer put in place purposely to prevent people from using stuff like that.
Is it the weight of the gun?
I don't know, because I've always found like it seems like after every update to that game, something messes with something gets messed up in your design. So I had to tweak the transmission on my previously before mentioned Sherman design because I had to switch it from I was hoping to keep it with Volute spring suspension, but I had to switch it to a torsion bar simply because Volute spring wouldn't get it off that little sort of platform you spawn on. The tank would stall and wouldn't be able to get off the platform for whatever reason. Which is odd. So, yeah, I'm hoping the developer will take the game somewhere. But until then,
Yeah, another chill game that I enjoy is Tank Mechanic Simulator. Just dig up stuff and repair it.
I've seen some videos on that, and
yeah.
I feel like after a bit, because it'd get a little boring, just simply because you would have dug up everything. But
yeah, it's a game that I'll spend like a day or two doing, and then I'll put it down for like 3 or 4 months, and then when they add more stuff, I'll find it, and then play it again.
Yeah.
It's just a simple game like that, really.
And I mean, I like simple games. I've always enjoyed. Ooh. Sweet, I just won. J35. What do you think of the J35A? I know I've always viewed it as just another premium to flood top tier with, but
I faced a lot of them, but I haven't faced them in comparable vehicles. I've always been lower BR to them. They have an insane turn on it, but in order to do the insane turn, you have to bleed all of your speed. So you got to be a bit careful with that. I haven't seen any do very well, but I think that's more down to pilot error than plane. The plane seems incredibly good.
I feel like giving rank 0 a top tier fighter jet, that's not going to work out well for them.
No, not really. But then again, we have stuff like the F5 in the game, so
yeah,
anything's possible.
I generally just personally, I'd like to see sort of like if you have to have so many vehicles of like rank 3 before you can purchase a tier 5 or 6 premium, just because. And I'm wondering, like, because I know I'll sometimes purchase like tier 6 premiums to grind out a new tech tree. That's what I did for Russia when I seriously started getting into their air. I'm like, you know what? It's a half off sale. I'll buy the MiG-17 AS. Yeah. And I knew already how to fly jets, so it wasn't that big of an issue. But
yeah,
I know new players who just want to play jets will have some problems trying to get into the sort of meta that is top tier.
I mean, for me, what I did was I never touched any premiums at all, and it just meant that I got to kind of experience the tech tree how it was supposed to be experienced, and there's definitely positives and negatives in that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like you have some vehicles where it's like, what am I doing with my life right now? Why am I playing this?
I think the first 2 premiums I touched were the XP38G and the 190D13. Back when the Dora was insanely overpowered, and you could just like I would be brain dead rank 3, getting 3 kills a match in Dora because it's a brain dead. And they've nerfed it a bunch since then. The compressibility is my main problem with it now. Just simply because you've got to watch your speed or else you're going to lock up and then you can't pull out.
Yeah.
But all right, well, I'm going to head out now. I've got dinner. So have a good night.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, man. It's
You're welcome.
Pleasure having you.
Pleasure having you.
See you later, bud.
All right, I'll see you.
Alright, guys. So that is the end of the Fireside chat portion of the stream. But obviously, with everybody on YouTube, if you are seeing this right now, everybody and anybody is welcome to come on the Fireside chat. Talk about normally stuff to do with War Thunder, but it can be about other stuff as well if you want to. And as always, we do this every fortnight. We do it through the Tech Hub Discord. So if you are interested, make sure to check it out and make sure to come along and have your opinions heard. And then you can get on the channel or, get on the stream, have a decent time while doing it. So thank you all for watching. See you next time.